Chapter 951. Lin Bing Doja. All advance in groups. All the 9 characters should always be given secret blessings. There is nothing they cannot avoid. To be free from trouble. This is what it means. This passage was recorded in Biopuzi, written by Guhong, the leader of Taoism in the East Jin dynasty. He mentioned the 9 secrets in it, but he did not explain their true meaning. He only told people to recite them to avoid evil. In this day and age, most people did not know about the 9 secrets. They thought it was passed down from Japan. They did not know that it originated from China, and Dongmi made a mistake when copying it. He wrote Lin Bing Doja Jie, Zhen Lai Zai, and Qian. The 9 secrets could be found in the ancient book Biopuzi in China. However, many people mistook the 9 characters as true words, which made people feel speechless. Recently, Yi Fan had visited many cultural relics that were not open to the public. He had read many unique books, hoping to find the secret cultivation manual of the embracing simplicity. But he was disappointed. All he had seen were the ones that had been circulated in the mortal world. From the records in Biopuzi, the 9 secrets had existed since ancient times and were not created by Guhong. Unfortunately, he did not understand them in detail, so he did not know their true meaning. Any cultivator who knew about ancient times knew that the 9 characters had a great origin. Few people knew their true meaning, so it was impossible for Guhong to say it in Biopuzi. As a great sage, the Xia dragonfinch could look down on the entire ancient planet. He was still alive in the East Jin dynasty, but he had an earth-shattering battle with Guhong and disappeared. Although these people were the descendants of the Xia dragonfinch, they did not know the result of the battle. They only had 2 guesses. One was that their ancestor was sealed, and the other was that he went to the outer region. Guhong could be said to be a genius of his generation in the history of Taoism. A revered little immortal. Since ancient times, how many people could be associated with the word immortal? It was enough to show how amazing he was. His grandfather was a famous Taoist cultivator named Gu Xian. He was the one who led Guhong onto the path of Taoism. And from then on, Guhong shone brightly in Taoism. In his later years, Guhong lived in seclusion at Mount Luofu. Many people went to search for him, but found nothing. His amazing qi cultivation method was never passed down to the world. Yi Fan did not make things difficult for the dragonfinches. He asked many questions and learned many secrets before leaving. He followed the earth vein and entered Mount Lu. From his point of view, the great Xia dragon sparrow's seclusion in Jiujiang was just a stream of dragon aura from the purple dragon vein. There must be an even more terrifying clan on Mount Lu. However, as soon as he arrived, he frowned. The purple dragon had withered and did not have much purple qi. It would die in 100 years. If the world were to continue like this, sooner or later, Earth would become a lawless place. It would become a withered star, and no one would be able to cultivate anymore. Many people came to know Mount Lu from Li Bai's poem. The silver waterfall cascaded down like the Milky Way, hanging in the 9 heavens. It was a spectacular sight. Many people knew Mount Lu because of Li Bai's poem. The silver waterfall fell like the Milky Way, hanging in the 9 heavens. It was a magnificent sight. In this place he did not encounter any races, but he sensed some ancient formations. He sunk into the ground, wanting to see what was going on. As soon as he descended, he was shocked. He actually saw an ancient cave that meandered downwards. It was unknown where it led to, but there were waves of dense killing intent seeping out. If it was an ordinary cultivator, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. He was shocked as soon as he came down. He saw an ancient cave that snaked downwards. He did not know where it led to. Waves of murderous intent seeped out. An ordinary cultivator would not be able to withstand it. Although Komatsu was simple, it had reached the Taoist palace secret realm. However, it could not sit still in this place. Its purple hair stood on end. The underground cave was extremely deep, leading straight into an enormous underground palace. In the end, there were forks everywhere, and there were ancient caves everywhere. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to walk very far before getting lost. Moreover, the murderous intent was even stronger. He guessed that even the dragon transformation realm cultivators would not be able to withstand it. Staying here for a long time would harm them. There are no ancient races cultivating on Mount Lu. It's most likely related to this. This is obviously a land of extinction. After a long time, one's cultivation and magic power will be eroded. To ordinary people, it's harmless. Yi Fan went several more miles. The underground palace was even more vast. It was deathly silent. The ground was dry and hard, and the rocks were mottled. It was unknown how many years it had been since someone had come here. Finally, he arrived at the depths of the underground palace. This was the heart of Mount Lu. Here, flames surged and the atmosphere was lifeless. There was a huge sacrificial altar in front of him locked down by iron chains. At this place, the murderous intent had materialized like ringing killing swords. Even sect master level figures could not withstand it and could not approach. Moreover, there were blazing flames pouncing over. It was actually a flame essence that would turn anyone who touched it into ashes. Were it not for the Bodhi seed in Yi Fan's body, he would not have been able to stay here for long even with his divine physique. Komatsu grabbed the corner of Yi Fan's clothes nervously. His large eyes darted about in fear. Yi Fan did not stop. He took a few more steps forward and finally saw what was on the sacrificial altar at the end of the underground palace. His expression changed in an instant. The iron chains made of unknown materials flickered with an ice-cold black light. Even this kind of flame essence could not melt them. A person was chained to the blood-colored sacrificial altar. An ancient aura rushed over as if it had existed for tens of thousands of years. It was unknown whether it was the reflection of the flames or that person's hair was originally like this, but it was as messy as red weeds. There was almost no flesh on his body, only withered bones. Yi Fan's eyes flickered with radiance as he stood there without moving. Just how powerful of a character was this? He was actually trapped here. Just this kind of murderous intent made it impossible for sect masters to approach. Unfortunately, after countless years had passed, it was impossible for this person to still be alive. The flame essence had burned him until he was as thin as a match. Upon closer inspection, his torso and head had already been chopped off. Back then, his enemy seemed to be afraid that he would revive and locked him here. He suffered tens of thousands of years of torture, and was chained to the sacrificial altar to use the flame essence to erase his spirit. Yi Fan did not approach any further. It was not worth it for a dead person because he discovered that there was a killing formation carved on the sacrificial altar. It was most likely a saint-level formation, so there was no need to take the risk. Suddenly, Yi Fan was shocked. When he stood in the air and looked down from above, he saw that there was a stone diagram carved on the sacrificial altar. It was clearly visible. He opened his heavenly eyes and discovered that it was like a corner of a topographic map. The mountains and rivers were extremely complex, and he didn't know what place it was pointing at. What shocked him the most was that this stone diagram had been carved more than 100 years ago. It was incomparable to the age of the iron chains and the sacrificial altar. Yi Fan looked carefully and became increasingly amazed. It was left behind by the person whose torso, limbs, and head had been separated. It was precisely the right arm that was chained and forcefully carved. Just what kind of person is this? At the very least, he has been trapped here since the ancient times and has lived until more than 100 years ago. Yi Fan was convinced that he was already completely dead at this time, and had long since lost the slightest trace of vitality. It was most likely that he had finished carving the stone diagram, and fulfilled his final wish. Back then he was chained here. Could it be that someone wanted to force him to hand over this secret? He carefully memorized the stone diagram, and didn't stay for long. This was a danger zone laid down during the ancient times, so there might be some unknown dangers. A moment later, he arrived on the surface and left. Yi Fan was currently in Jiujiang, located in the Jiangxi province. He wasn't in a hurry to return, and wanted to go to another place in the province, Mount Longhu. Mount Longhu was the ancestral court of the righteous Tao. In the history of Taoism, it had a position and role as a link between the past and the future. However, at this time Yi Fan's cell phone rang, interrupting his journey. He had no choice but to return to B City. Su Qiong had an uneasy expression on her face. She asked for his help because Yang Xiao was going south to explore the tomb of the Warring States period. Can't you just tell him not to go? I've already said that, but this bookworm is usually very slow. Once he really makes up his mind, even 9 bulls won't be able to pull him back. He said there's no need for him to go deep underground and only wait outside to verify those relics. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nodded and told her not to worry. He would go south with this team of archaeologists and make a trip to Jiangling County. It was said that during this period of time, many strange things had happened in that ancient tomb, causing a wave of panic in the local area. The higher-ups had issued a strict order for them to investigate thoroughly this time. They didn't hesitate to use the army to help with the excavation, so they had enough manpower. The 8-Ling Mountain was formed by 8 mountain ridges. In ancient times, it was called the Dragon Mountain. There were many tombs of kings buried here, and it was said that one could become an undead immortal here. When Yi Fan arrived at this place, he sensed that something was wrong. The 8 dragons coexisted together, as if they were going to soar into the sky and pull the tomb into the 9 heavens. The ancients had indeed chosen this place for a reason. The 8-Ling Mountain was majestic and serene. The pine trees rustled, and the clouds were verdant. The mountain was extraordinary. Although it wasn't tall, there was the chi of soaring dragons rising from it. Yi Fan carefully observed and discovered that this tomb was very strange. The terrain was like a Taoist sleeping soundly, about to ascend to immortality. The 8 dragons were the guide, pulling him to ascend to immortality. The tomb had already been excavated, and large amounts of soil and stones were excavated. They piled up into a small mountain in the distance, and the surroundings were lush with ancient trees that reached into the sky. Just as Yang Xiao had said, there was enough manpower, and they were all equipped with modern tools. Cart after cart of soil was carried away. This ancient tomb had caused a bad influence in the local area, and it had to be resolved as soon as possible. Apart from a few excavators and archaeologists, there really was an army. They were armed and on guard, quietly waiting for the ancient tomb to be completely excavated. Not good, it's the same as last time. Another person died mysteriously. Someone was frightened. The entrance to the tomb was pitch black and led straight underground. It was like a bottomless abyss. Stretchers were sent down, and soon, a few black corpses were brought up. Seeing this, Yi Fan sighed. He had come a step too late and couldn't stop them or save them. They found a pair of giant stone doors underground, but they couldn't open it no matter what. A few people even died, and in the end, the army went down. Boom. A loud sound rang out as the pair of stone doors were forcefully blasted open by explosives. Instantly, an extremely cold and gloomy aura rushed up, causing everyone to involuntarily retreat. Yi Fan secretly made a move and used his magic power to stop that aura. Waves of indescribable sounds came from underground. All of the archaeologists retreated, feeling waves of fear. Not long after, celestial music rang out. It seemed to come from the underworld, making everyone feel that it was unimaginable. At this moment, an old Taoist and a few others took advantage of the chaos to sink underground and enter the tomb. The Tomb of the Warring States is related to ancient Qi practitioners. Yi Fan flashed in and saw a stone door that had been blasted open. On top of it, the words Longevity Immortal Manor were actually carved. It was a large seal from before the Qin dynasty. Chapter 952. The Qin unified the 6 states and also unified the written language. The written language of the 6 states was almost extinct. What was seen here was a large seal script that looked like the Oracle Bone script. Yi Fan didn't stop and strode in. He saw many people enter before him, not because he was afraid of their strength, but because he was afraid that they would act rashly and destroy something valuable. Clang! A ray of sword light was particularly dazzling in the darkness of the tomb, lighting up a large part of the void. It pierced towards Yi Fan like a rainbow. Someone was trying to kill him. It was the same everywhere. Where there were people, there would be Jianghu. The cultivators who entered the tomb were naturally here for arts and divine weapons. Everyone was a competitor. Clang! Yi Fan flicked his finger, and a sharp sword like autumn water was shattered into dozens of pieces, falling to the ground like a pile of sparkling glass. He waved his hand, and a figure in front of him was sent flying. His bones were all broken, and his flesh was a bloody mess as he fell onto the tomb wall. Yi Fan didn't stop. He had even killed a Dao-severing king before, so he wouldn't care about the life and death of a life spring cultivator. His intuition told him that this tomb was not ordinary. Celestial music sounded, not from the 9 heavens, but from the depths of the earth. It was like the 9 nether soul song, shocking the soul. After a while, a white jade staircase appeared, leading to the depths of the underground palace. Mortals couldn't afford to use this kind of material. Who would use jade to pave the road? Every piece would fetch a sky-high price in an auction. But here, there was a large amount of it leading to the underground. The people who went down earlier were all impatient, wanting to enter the main point. Now that they could confirm that this was a burial ground for Qi practitioners, they all wanted to get their hands on the pre-Qin weapons. The pre-Qin referred to the mysterious period before the Qin dynasty, including the Warring States period, Spring and Autumn period, Yinshang period, and Western Zhou period. Clang, clang. The sound of swords rang out as a stone wall blocked the way. It was filled with sword marks and clanging sounds, as if there were peerless masters fighting with their swords. Sword sharpening stone. Yi Fan was astonished. He had heard that this was a stone used by peak experts to sharpen their swords. Even after tens of thousands of years had passed, sword cries could still be heard. It was because this stone was infused with their sword intent. For many people, this was a rare treasure. There were 4 people standing by the grindstone, as if they were comprehending something. When Yi Fan walked over, he found that they were all bleeding from their mouths and noses. Their 7 apertures cracked, and they had died a violent death. These people were all celestial bridge realm cultivators, and none of them had broken through to the second secret realm of the human body. They couldn't even withstand the sound of the ancient sword whetstone and died here. This was the sorrow of the cultivationless age. If one could cultivate now, then even if one's natural talent was extraordinary, they couldn't even stop a grindstone from the ancients. It truly made one sigh with regret. Yi Fan thought for a while and used his fingers like a sword to dig out the stone. He sealed it and threw it to Komatsu. It put away the bell made from Daluo silver essence, and the small stone Buddha to be studied in the future. The sound of celestial music was melodious and clearer. When it entered one's ears, it would cleanse one's soul. It would make one's soul tremble and feel comfortable at the same time. Yi Fan walked down the stairs and stepped on the white jade stairs. He felt a kind of coldness. This kind of jade stone was a little special, and contained a trace of extreme qi. He came to protect Yang Xiao this time, so he naturally had to eliminate all dangers. He operated the lunar scripture, and refined the wisps of coldness. Not long after, he entered a vast underground palace, and felt a cold wind blowing against his face. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a creature flapping its demonic wings and swooping down to grab the top of his head. Pfft! Yi Fan pointed with his finger, and a sword wave blasted out. Blood splashed and the creature was slashed into a bloody mist on the spot. It was actually a bat over 2 meters long and looked like a demon. What a big bat. This underground world is sealed. How did it survive? Could it be that there is another exit to the outside world? Yi Fan didn't care. There was no need to think about such trivial matters. He walked forward a few meters and found 2 corpses with blood all over the ground. Their skulls were opened, and they died a miserable death. They had been killed not long ago. A large tomb from ancient times without any special mechanisms had already taken the lives of 6 cultivators of later generations. Their deaths were not worth it. Yi Fan walked to the end of this underground palace, and white jade stairs appeared again. They continued to go deeper underground as if they were approaching the legendary cave residence step by step. The project was huge. During this process he sent out sword ripples several times, killing dozens of bats. They were all 2 to 3 meters long, and their bodies were terrifying. They looked like monsters, but they were all burned to ashes after they died. Otherwise, the archaeologists would definitely be in chaos when they came down. Yi Fan went even deeper. Immortal music was playing in this place. There was a row of chimes in front of him. They were all ringing on their own without anyone striking them. He spread out his palm and released strands of multicolored light. They flew towards these chimes and fixed them in place. They no longer made any sound. These chimes were extremely ancient, but they were well preserved without the slightest damage. Yi Fan carefully examined them, and found that these were things tempered by cultivators over and over again. However, There were no Tao marks inside and only something similar to essence, energy, and spirit. It could be assumed that the tomb master loved musical instruments back then. The chimes were unconsciously produced by his imprint after the tomb saw the light of day again. At this moment, after Yi Fan fixed these chimes in place, the imprint no longer existed and finally dispersed. Because this wasn't a magical artifact, its will couldn't exist forever. He continued forward and walked inside. Suddenly he felt a dense killing intent. There were streaks of sword radiance that hacked out like waterfalls. Golden, scarlet, purple, and blue flying swords tore through the air. Unparalleled killing intent. Before he even got close, Yi Fan's body was already covered in a layer of goosebumps. This was an extremely powerful flying sword. Even he couldn't withstand it. Whose tomb is this? It must have been left behind by an ancient saint. One of the scarlet swords was the brightest. It was only the size of a palm, and it flew around in the underworld, dancing nonstop. Other purple, blue, and gold flying swords followed, tearing through the air. No, it's not a real flying sword. It's just a kind of sword will. It's so powerful, so terrifying. Yi Fan exclaimed. If the ancient saint's weapon was flying here, he probably wouldn't be able to get close. This kind of sword will alone was extremely frightening. It made one's body feel like it could split the sky. There were 3 cultivators from the Holy Ji Palace, lying on the ground. There wasn't a single wound on their bodies. They hadn't been cut by the flying swords, but the sword will had penetrated their bodies and killed them. The cultivators who came in were the furthest they could go, and all of them were dead. Yi Fan sighed softly. These people could be considered experts in the world, but they died in such a worthless way. They probably didn't even know how they were injured. The tomb of an ancient saint wasn't a place ordinary people could enter. As long as they had a hint of killing intent, it would be enough to kill any top expert in the world. This was a stone room for practicing swords. There were 7 scabbards the length of a palm hanging on the wall. The workmanship wasn't exquisite, and they were just simple beast skins. They were so tattered that they were about to turn to dust. From this layout, the ancient saint was very simple. He didn't leave any traps. Other than the Tai Yin Chi that leaked out of the stone door, there was no danger at all. Where are the 7 divine swords? Yi Fan searched. He activated his cultivation, wanting to take the 7 scabbards. But with a slight movement, the 7 beast skin scabbards all turned to dust. It wasn't because they had been here for too long, but because there was a kind of sword will within them. These materials couldn't withstand it. After the scabbards were destroyed, the 7 streaks of sword light that were slashing through the stone room also disappeared. They were annihilated in the void, and the endless killing intent disappeared. Yi Fan sighed inwardly. It was a pity that these 7 scabbards had self-destructed. Otherwise, they would be priceless treasures. Through the terrifying sword will contained within, he could most likely restore the Tomb Master's supreme sword control technique. He thought about it and felt relieved. He had obtained quite a lot of scriptures. When he was on Mars, the ancient saint said that it wasn't good to continue like this, and that there might be a great disaster. Walking past this stone room, he entered a place of raging flames. A sea of flames blocked his way, and the temperature was frighteningly high. It was actually the essence fire of the sun. Through the flames, he could see that there was a coffin wrapped around by an ancient vine. It was buried in the deepest part of the tomb, and it made this place flourish with brilliance. Cremation coffin. The legendary cremation coffins were all people with great origins. Ordinary people didn't have the ability to set them up, because they needed the essence of the sun and a fire vine raised from the essence blood of a saint. That ancient vine seemed to be thousands of years old. Its roots were like a horned dragon, and its leaves were pure gold, glistening and incomparably resplendent in the flames. It took root in the essence fire of the sun, and absorbed the essence fire's nutrients to grow. It could be called a dreamlike spiritual vine, and it was a treasure used to forge weapons. The seeds of the fire vine were extremely rare, especially those that could take root in the essence fire of the sun. They were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and they were the favorites of the ancient saints. Why did they choose this kind of cremation? There were many legends. The most accurate explanation was that the saint knew that he was about to die, So he used the fire vine's extreme yang essence to hang on to the last strand of yang energy in his body, waiting for his resurrection. That was why the cremation coffin was so extraordinary. A piece of essence fire of the sun, a fire vine, a coffin, and an ancient saint. Yi Fan was extremely shocked. He had actually seen such a thing. Could it be that this ancient saint could be resurrected? Could it be that he was a stunning character who left his name in history? Komatsu was very nervous. The purple fur on his body flickered, and a pair of black gem-like eyes blinked gently. He obediently followed Yi Fan, and didn't dare to go forward. This ancient saint didn't set up a trap to kill intruders in the tomb, so he must be very kind. There shouldn't be too much danger here. Yi Fan cultivated the sun scripture, so he wasn't afraid of the sun's true flames. He entered the blazing flames and circled around the coffin to carefully examine it. This kind of flame was extremely terrifying. Under normal circumstances, even a Dao-severing king wouldn't be able to approach it. Touching it would inevitably turn them into ashes. The flames were terrifying. The fire vine was thick and strong, and each leaf made a sonorous sound upon contact. It seemed to be forged from phoenix blood and gold. The thick, dragon-like vines wrapped around the ancient coffin and lifted it into the air. The coffin carried death, and it was originally an inauspicious thing. However, this place was accompanied by the golden fire vine, and it was full of vitality. Yi Fan silently sensed it, and then he sighed softly. The person in the coffin had died. He couldn't use the yang flame essence to support the last strand of yang energy, so he didn't revive. Then he noticed a tablet beside the coffin. It was actually forged from bronze, and it was extremely heavy and sturdy. There were a few ancient characters on it, and they were Zhongding characters. After Yi Fan returned, he had always been enriching himself. He read Huangting Nanhua, and entered various great libraries. He read unique books, consulted authorities, and learned various ancient characters such as oracle bones. He recognized some of the ancient characters on it. At this moment, his heart was greatly shaken, and heaven-overflowing waves surged. This was indeed an outstanding and famous character from the ancient times. Qi Songzi was recorded in the Taoist scripture. It was recorded in the legends of immortals, and it was said that he was an ancient immortal. Moreover, there were also records in other ancient texts. The Huainanzi was the earliest, and there were traces of it that could be examined. The origin of this ancient tomb could only be described as terrifying. Yi Fan was incomparably shaken. Through the heavenly eye, he saw an extraordinary thing inside the coffin. Chapter 953. Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye and could clearly see that there was something inside the coffin. There were some Tao patterns fluctuating within. It was an old jade box with an extremely ancient appearance. It lacked luster, but it was still stored inside the precious and heavy coffin. He was greatly moved. Qi Songzi's origins were too great. He was revered as an immortal by the Taoists, so how could the things he left behind be ordinary? Qi Songzi, exhaling and breathing, expelling the old and taking in the new, losing the form and losing the wisdom, embracing the plain and reversing the true, traveling through the profound, ascending to the heavens. This was a passage recorded in the Huainanzi. It described Qi Songzi's miraculousness, and that he was an ancient immortal. Qi Songzi, the rainmaster of Shinnong, using the water jade to teach Shinnong, he could enter the fire and burn himself. This passage came from the legends of immortals. It was said that he was someone from Shinnong's era. Before Shinnong achieved the Tao, he had even taught him techniques. It could be said that he was one of the most famous cultivators of the ancient era. What kind of person was Shinnong? Yi Fan had already stepped onto the path of cultivation. He had reason to believe that he was definitely one of the most powerful individuals in ancient China. Qi Songzi was from the same era and had passed on his techniques. His status was extremely high and left others shaken. Moreover, there was another one. In the ancient era, before the Yellow Emperor achieved the Tao, he had also asked for guidance. It was recorded in Qi Songzi's admonition scripture. It was an extremely long conversation that involved many issues. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Qi Songzi was the most famous cultivator of the ancient era. His status and cultivation were terrifyingly high, and no one could fathom his depths. The ancient era was too distant, and no one could say for sure how long it was. However, the people of the present world speculated that 4,000 years had passed since the Yellow Emperor's era. Some people discovered that there were many periods of time that had been destroyed, or that there was a vacuum, making it difficult to deduce the true date. It was precisely this kind of person whose name shook the ancient era, and was revered as an ancient immortal by the Taoists. Now he saw his coffin here, so how could Yi Fan not be shocked? Komatsu was extremely curious. When Yi Fan dissolved the surrounding extreme yang flame essence, it also moved forward and touched the ancient vine. It then touched the bronze tablet, causing chong-chong sounds to ring out. How to open the coffin? This was a headache. They couldn't destroy the fire vine, right? That would be too disrespectful to the deceased. He did not want to do anything outrageous to the most famous cultivator of ancient times. He did not want to destroy the coffin, but he definitely had to take out the jade box. The fiery vine's entire body shone brightly like scarlet multicolored clouds. Every single leaf was like blood-colored divine gold, releasing clanging sounds with a light touch. Moreover, it was incomparably sharp, able to cut through fine iron. Its trunk was as thick as a water bucket. It was like a blood-colored true dragon lying dormant, bold and powerful. It coiled around 49 times, one of which firmly wrapped around the coffin, and lifted it into the air. Yi Fan tried a few times, but even with his godly strength, he couldn't move the ancient coffin down, unless he used the Six Paths Reincarnation Fist to shatter this ancient vine. This was a spiritual plant nurtured with a saint's blood essence. Whether or not it could be destroyed was another matter. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called a divine material for refining tools. Komatsu's entire body flowed with purple light. It pulled the corner of Yi Fan's clothes and blinked its big eyes. It pointed at the base of the bronze tablet. It was buried underground, and there were actually words under the stone. The purple little thing was very careful. It dug up the stone, and found those scribbled words that were between the Oracle Bone script and the Bell Cauldron script. Yi Fan rejoiced that he was respectful and didn't act rashly. The records under the bronze tablet described the method of opening the coffin. It clearly stated that if one used force, the spiritual vine could even kill a half-saint. The fire vine planted by Qi Songzi himself had a powerful spirituality. It had been soaked in his blood, and was a coffin guard spirit. It needed to be fed with powerful blood essence before it would lower the coffin. Yi Fan carefully read, and found that there was a condition that the fire vine couldn't be fed with the blood of a Tao-severing king. Otherwise, the blood wouldn't have enough spirituality and would be useless. He cut his finger. As a human's sacred body, his blood was golden, even more so than those of a Tao-severing king. There was no problem with its spirituality. The golden blood dripped onto the fire vine, and the scarlet misty leaves made a soft sound. The branches actually stretched out, and the coffin slowly fell to the ground. Yi Fan was very excited. This was an ancient immortal with a shocking origin. What kind of jade box would he leave behind? Could it be the secret of immortality, or the opportunity to become an immortal? He carefully opened the coffin lid, and a mysterious Tao pattern rippled out, revealing the scene inside. He looked inside, and Komatsu also jumped up to take a look. Yi Fan let out a sigh. It was impossible for Qi Songzi to come back to life. He had already passed away and left a human-shaped imprint at the bottom of the coffin. His flesh and bones had completely melted away. Even ancient immortals have to die? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Were there really people who could live forever? The ancient immortals of the Taoist venerables all had their lifespans come to an end and couldn't coexist with the world. After passing away, waves of Tao ripples spread out. He was shocked. He knew Qi Songzi's cultivation. He should be a great sage. In that case, he wasn't a true immortal, but one of the most powerful humans in human history. Yi Fan frowned. It seemed that the ancient immortals mentioned by Taoism were only an achievement, and not a true immortal. They were still in the category of humans, just that their cultivation was profound. Are there really immortals in this world? Is immortality an illusory goal that can never be achieved? Yi Fan let out a long sigh. The great sage of the human race had to die, and the ancient emperors had to ascend to heaven. Until now, not a single person had survived. There was no real example of someone becoming an immortal. Immortals were only legends. Everything was fabricated and guessed by later generations. There was no proof at all. The more one understood the truth, the more helpless they felt. Qi Songzi was the best example. He was the most famous immortal of the ancient times. His true identity was the great sage of the human race, but he still passed away here. Beside the human-shaped imprint, there were 7 palm-sized ancient swords that had already turned to dust. They had been cleansed along with Qi Songzi, leaving not a single fragment behind. Yi Fan knew that those were definitely divine weapons. The 7 flying swords flickered with scarlet, purple, gold and blue lights. In the stone room where he was training, just by looking at the sword light imprinted on them, one could tell that they were all divine grade. It's really a pity. These 7 weapons were all made by the great sage of the human race, but they have all followed him. He was incomparably regretful. At the same time, he remembered that Qi Songzi was born in Sichuan and used flying swords as his weapons. There were many legendary swordsmen of Mount Shu in later generations. Could it be that they were of the same origin? Yi Fan took out the only item in the coffin, the jade box. He solemnly took it out. Even Qi Songzi treasured it so much. Even though he had passed away, he did not want to destroy it. This was enough to show how mysterious and precious it was. He bowed to the coffin and pushed the coffin lid back to its original position. The fire vine immediately wrapped around the coffin and lifted it into the air again. The archaeologists can't do anything about this place. With the flame essence of extreme yang here, mortals can't get close, and I definitely can't give this coffin to them for research. A spirit vine growing vigorously in the flame essence was too mysterious. It was impossible for modern people to understand. If it was not hidden, there would be many troubles in this place. Yi Fan thought for a moment, and used his great magical power to carve out the entire area. He then fiercely pressed it down into the depths of the earth, going 1,000 zhang deep. In the end he used earth and stone to seal this place. He opened a new tomb in the original place, and used his cultivation to leave traces of the passage of time. He walked around the underground palace again and destroyed all the dangers that could harm mortals. Then, he left and returned to the surface. In the end, the armed army left. Because there were no more dangers underground, the archaeologists smoothly went deeper and let out gasps of surprise. The jade artifacts, chimes, and stone carvings were all magnificent and priceless works of art. They were enough to cause a stir in the archaeology world. Yang Xiao and the others were completely immersed. They did not know that a dazzling world that involved ancient secrets had been sealed by Yi Fan. At this time he stood under an ancient tree on Mount Eightling, and carefully opened the jade box. There was only a piece of bone inside. It was inconspicuous and gloomy. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. It was just a piece of bone, and did not seem special at first glance. However, this was something that Qi Songzi seriously collected. He was a great and famous individual, someone who had to be mentioned when talking about cultivation in the ancient times. This piece of bone was exceptionally heavy. When he lightly flicked it, kung chong sounds rang out and waves of metallic sounds rang out. It was unknown what kind of creature this bone was from, but it was so hard that even when Yi Fan forcefully pinched it a few times, it still didn't break. He opened his heavenly eye and discovered 4 ancient characters. They immediately left him shaken. It was actually a mortal ascension opportunity. Yi Fan was almost possessed by the word immortal. It was because the more he understood, the more disappointed he became. He couldn't see any proof, and even Qi Songzi died. However, Qi Songzi's relic was a piece of bone. The 4 characters seemed to possess a type of magical power. This was something he protected even in death. When Yi Fan opened his heavenly eye, he continuously moved the bone piece towards the sunlight. The light from different directions illuminated different patterns. He held his breath and carefully observed it. Afterward, he carefully compared them and carved out a diagram on the ground. There were mountains, great rivers, and ravines. The terrain was very complex. This was a topographic map. Yi Fan was shaken and revealed an expression of disbelief. He quickly drew the stone carvings he had seen in the underground palace of Mount Lu on the ground. He was immediately stunned after comparing the 2. These 2 diagrams each had a corner that could be linked together to form a whole to describe a place. In the underground palace of Mount Lu, there was definitely an ancient saint who had been imprisoned there and tortured for countless years. Even his torso had been chopped off. Yet he stubbornly lived on. Only 100 years ago did he carve the stone diagram and take his last breath. Yi Fan had reason to make a few conjectures. The person who took action was most likely trying to interrogate him about the stone diagram, but he didn't obtain it. Perhaps the person who had been chained to the altar 100 years ago had a premonition that the world had changed greatly, and everything from ancient times had turned to ashes. That was why he left behind the stone carvings, unwilling to let the secrets disappear from the world. To imprison an ancient saint and force him to hand over the secret diagram. Just how powerful did one have to be to accomplish such a thing? The goal was naturally shocking, and one didn't even need to think to know that it was of great importance. And now, the words opportunity to become an immortal explained everything. Needless to say, even the great ancient emperors would be shaken upon seeing it. The corners are connected, making this diagram twice as large. It's obvious that it's still an incomplete topography. Just where does it lead to? Qi Songzi and the unknown ancient saint each held a piece of the diagram and used their lives to protect it. They carried it with them even in death, which was enough to show how valuable it was. Chapter 954. Yi Fan stood on the Eight-Ridge Mountain and looked around. He sighed in his heart. This was worthy of being the ancient dragon mountain of China. Even the ancient Qi Songzi was buried here. The 8 mountain ridges stretched across the land. Dragons danced in the air, as if they were about to leap into the 9 heavens. It was majestic and mysterious. He took one last look and left. Not long after, he returned to his home in B City. His parents had passed away. After calming his heart, he realized that there were not many things he wanted to pursue in this life. He calmed his heart and pondered. Cultivation became his only goal. In the past, achieving the Tao and becoming an immortal was not his path. He buried his head in cultivation just to come back and cross the starry sky. Now that his parents were gone, all his efforts were for naught. Yi Fan began to think about where he should go. In the end, he calmed his heart. Achieving the Tao was the only choice. At this stage, there were no other things he wanted to pursue in this life. Since ancient times, no one could say for sure whether immortals existed or not. Longevity was also very vague. To this day, there was no proof of it. The ancient emperors were all dead. But now this had become his goal. From now on, I will follow in the footsteps of the ancients. I will dig out the ancient secrets and pave the way to the present. Achieving the Tao and becoming an immortal is the ultimate goal of this life. He was not a saint who cared about the world, nor did he want to be an ambitious and ruthless person who ruled over all. He was just a person of flesh and blood. He had no ambition to purify the world and had also lost it. He only wanted to walk his own path and pursue his own goal. It might be vague, unattainable, or even non-existent, but he only wanted to walk down it step by step. This was not decadence, nor was it self-exile. Today he was only testing himself. If someone stood in his way, he could be either a god or a demon. Everything was in accordance with his heart at this moment. Yi Fan read Nanhua, Yin Talisman, Wenshi and Dongxian. There were no cultivation methods among them. These books were spread throughout the world, but they allowed him to see different thoughts of the predecessors. At this stage he was about to cut down the Tao. He had already taken one step in. What he needed was not a specific method, but a kind of enlightenment in the realm. These Tao books were spread throughout the world. All mortals able to read them. There were no detailed methods, but there was a general direction. They could be considered Tao treasures. Perhaps this was also a type of inheritance. Yi Fan calmed his heart and began to study them. From time to time, he would feel deeply moved, experiencing the breadth and profoundness of the scriptures. Many ancient cultivation scriptures could no longer be seen, but their true meanings were still being passed down, contained within these scrolls. During this period of time, Yi Fan also began to seriously teach Komatsu. He did not increase its cultivation level, but even suppressed it. Every step it took was very stable, and its foundation was very solid. The little purple thing was afraid of lightning. It seemed to be born with it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss and almost been killed. In order to help it overcome this fear, Yi Fan was very strict with it. He purposely brought it to an isolated island and personally preached to it. Originally, the sky was clear and flawless, without a single cloud. But in the next quarter of an hour, the boundless ocean surged, waves overflowing into the heavens, dark clouds rolling over. Yi Fan guided over tens of thousands of streaks of lightning, using his own body to prove the method. He entered the lightning to resist this terrifying disaster. He didn't need to do this. If he really wanted to guide over a sea of lightning, he could clear out the sky and send down lightning. However, he was afraid of drawing the attention of others and provoking unnecessary trouble. As a result, he brought over a black walk-like cloud layer. Hongwonglong. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. Heavy rain poured down. The scene was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan bathed in lightning. All of the silver snakes interweaved on his body. Komatsu watched in horror from the distance. However, not long after, it was captured by Yi Fan into the sea of lightning. Its true body resisted the silver snakes. For it, this was a type of torment. The fear was greater than the physical injuries. It wailed mournfully, continuously calling out to Yi Fan. However, this time, it didn't receive protection and could only face it alone. This was a terrifying mental journey. Once, twice, dozens, hundreds of times. Komatsu was struck until its flesh was lacerated, fainting many times. It was terrified, but each time, Yi Fan would calmly tell it that this was nothing, telling it to get up. After being baptized by lightning tribulation, it went from fear to numbness. In order to avoid being injured, it had no choice but to start resisting, struggling in the lightning, using its cultivation to resist. It slowly changed. In the end, it was no longer afraid, gradually calming down. It could finally calmly face the lightning tribulation, completing a transformation of its mental path. What our bloodline fears the least is heavenly tribulation. There is no need to fear it. You will encounter it in the future. Each time, it will be a good chance to refine your body. Yi Fan used the golden holy blood to baptize its flesh and bones, causing its constitution to undergo great changes. As for cultivation, it didn't help at all. This time, the tempering ended. Komatsu finally let out a sigh of relief, looking at him pitifully. Yi Fan rubbed its head, bringing it back to B-City. Now that he returned to this world, he naturally wouldn't forget the matter of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. Everything started on Mount Tai. He wanted to get to the bottom of it. He wanted to carefully examine the 5 colored altars of various sizes. However, he heard from Su Qiong that this matter caused a great sensation back then. Who knew how many troops were mobilized, sealing off Mount Tai for more than a year? No one was allowed to approach. At that time, all parties exerted pressure, many foreign organizations requesting to enter Mount Tai to investigate together. Moreover, it was said that dozens of elders from the Muslims came, and the Roman Pope even personally came from the East, bringing a large group of people. Back then, even though many people claimed to have seen the 9 dragons pulling the coffin on Mount Tai, there wasn't a single related report. Even the foreign media, which was known for their freedom of speech, didn't mention a word about it. The people were in an uproar, but the big and small news stations and media didn't mention a word about it, completely ignoring it. After a long time, no one paid attention to it. Su Qiong knew a little more because of his relationship with Yang Xiao. Many things were dug up on Mount Tai, and many people died for unknown reasons. Those things were all collected by the country, but it was less than half of the total unearthed. Yang Xiao was still very young back then. He had just graduated a few years ago, and he had only come into contact with the periphery. What happened more than 20 years ago couldn't be examined now, as it was listed as a national secret. It was said that a large number of troops were mobilized back then, but half of the cultural relics were still lost despite being heavily armed and sealed off. Many things were unearthed, but they were robbed. What happened back then was really strange. Even an atheist like Yang Xiao was shocked when he talked about the past. At that time, he didn't have the qualifications to climb Mount Tai, and he didn't even know what happened there. His mentor back then was an authority in archaeology, and he experienced everything personally. My teacher said that what he saw back then was strange and dazzling, as if all the ghosts and gods in the legends had appeared. Unfortunately, the old professor had passed away many years ago, and the real situation couldn't be verified and understood from him personally. The old professor only mentioned one thing. At that time, he saw a man with gray wings flying from the west and landing on Mount Tai, almost ignoring the existence of the army. At that time, the archaeology world suffered heavy losses. At that time, a batch of extremely important things were unearthed, including the cornerstone inscribed with the mysterious tomes of arcane at the center of the main altar. If it wasn't for an old Taoist from one of the ancestral halls of Taoism who had difficulty even walking, there wouldn't be much left of the things unearthed on Mount Tai. It was lucky to be able to preserve nearly half of the things. These things are of great use to me, and I have to recover them in the future. It seems that I have something to do again, Yi Fan said to himself. He wanted to ask who the old Taoist was, and where he was now. Yang Xiao shook his head. He didn't know much about these things, but he knew that the old Taoist seemed to be dying at that time, and he passed away not long after guarding Mount Tai. In the end, he said with a strange expression, "Back then, my teacher said that some medical research institutions tried to prolong the old Taoist's life, but they failed. Unexpectedly, they found out that he might have lived for more than 2 years." Upon hearing this, Yi Fan's expression suddenly changed. A 2,000-year-old man was definitely a master. Perhaps he was a famous figure in the history of Taoism, who lived until the Dharma ending period, which was shocking. Nowadays, Taoism had a few ancestral halls. Mount Longhu in Jiangxi was one of them, and the Baiyun Temple in B City was also one of them, which had a great reputation in history. Yi Fan was no stranger to the Baiyun Temple. Although there were still Taoists there, it had become a famous scenic spot, and he didn't believe that there were still cultivators there. He had the supernatural power of shrinking the ground into an inch, and as soon as he used the Xing formula, he arrived at the ancestral hall of Taoism. As soon as he approached, he shook his head. It was in the bustling city, and the world of mortals was blowing in his face. How could there be cultivators? He used his powerful divine sense to scan every inch of the land, and he was startled. Under the Baiyun Temple, there were traces of purple dragon qi, which was connected to the veins of the earth. Unfortunately, it was too thin, and there was no one with cultivation here. It seemed that the people of this line had already gone far away, leaving only mortal disciples and the temple. In the past, it wasn't without reason that this place was the ancestral hall of Taoism. As the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, there were dragon veins underground, and this place was nourished by earth spirits, which could help in cultivation. But now the world was dry, and spiritual energy was scarce. Traces of earth spirits were not enough to resist the surging qi of the mortal world, so how could they talk about cultivation? What cultivation? They could only be abandoned. Yi Fan went south and he walked on foot. He went in and out of famous mountains and great rivers. He wanted to understand the current situation of cultivators, but unfortunately, he didn't come across any. In the end, he climbed Mount Tai again, and once again came to this place. That year, the 9 dragons carrying the coffin set sail from here. The greatest mountain was here, and the greatest history was here. Mount Tai was majestic and majestic. In ancient times, it was regarded as the place where the sun was born and all living things grew. This could be traced back to the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Yi Fan climbed to the peak, and he looked down on all the mountains. He was filled with endless emotions at this place. More than 20 years had passed, and he was the only one who came back alive. He stood at the place where the bronze coffin used to be and sensed it silently. Then he waved his hand and captured half a piece of jade from the ground. Other than that, there was nothing else. The country had dug it thoroughly, and nothing was left. Suddenly he heard a whisper. If it wasn't for the cultivator's divine sense, he wouldn't have heard it at all. In the distance, there were a few young people with extraordinary appearances discussing. They were different from ordinary people, and they had an otherworldly temperament. The scaled race actually produced a heavenly demon. In this age of chaos, I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse. It's unbelievable. Perhaps the scaled race can really prosper. Who knows, they might produce a character comparable to the ancient sect masters. After all, every sect has left behind ancient treasures and pills, and they spent a lot of effort to nurture them. It's hard to say if they won't shine. Yi Fan listened attentively, and his heart skipped a beat. He had finally found the current sect. These people had extraordinary origins, and they were all disciples of the main Taoist sections. They belonged to the Shangqing sect and the Lingbao Palace. So what if it's the age of chaos? Have you guys forgotten? More than 20 years ago, on this very mountain, there were many battles between great mediums. There are still people like this. Oh right, you guys have heard that not long ago, a great medium appeared in Zhejiang and taught a lesson to the people of the Great Xia Dragonfinch branch. These people came to pay homage to the historical site. Yi Fan listened attentively and actually learned a lot from them. Back in the ancient times, Mount Tai was so majestic that it could be compared to the peaks of Kunlun. But now everything has changed. Let's not talk about this. We should work hard on our cultivation. The Cultivator Conference is about to begin, and we can't miss it. It's said that great mediums might descend, and there might even be people from Kunlun. Chapter 955. The greatest mountain was here, and the greatest history was here. This was Mount Tai. In the ancient times, it did not look like this. It was tens of thousands of meters tall. And the saying that climbing Mount Tai was a small world was not a lie. On top of the mountain, there was a stone tablet on Duomo Cliff. This mountain itself was a piece of history, and the secrets and events of the past were like a history book. Unfortunately, everything had changed. Yi Fan listened attentively and learned a lot. He had visited many libraries and read many unique books in order to understand the ancient times, but unfortunately, he did not touch upon the world of cultivation. Hearing the young people's narration, he nodded to himself and understood some of the situation. At the very least, he was about to enter another world and transcend the mortal world. The so-called cultivator assembly was of a large scale. Seeing how these people cared so much, they all wanted to make a name for themselves and enter the secret grounds of the prime clear and numinous treasure sects. Yi Fan was speechless. Although these people were Taoist disciples and could be considered outstanding, they were still far from the core. The world of cultivation had its own rules, and no matter where one was, there would be ranks. Whether it was the Shangqing sect or the Lingbao sect, they both had their own secret places. Mortals could not approach them, and only the core members could enter. Needless to say, now that the world was dried up, that place must be a paradise that could speed up cultivation. These four had opened the sea of bitterness, and their talents were extraordinary. They were not far from the Life Spring realm, and were disciples of the orthodox sections. According to their whispered discussion just now, being recognized as a core disciple was the key, and there were many advantages. Let's go. Although traveling through the famous mountains and great rivers can cultivate one's state of mind, we still have to cultivate. The group walked down Mount Tai together. Dao brothers, please wait. Yi Fan rushed over from behind and greeted them with a smile. He wanted to travel together. These people were naturally surprised and looked at him strangely. Yi Fan claimed to be a wandering cultivator with limited inheritance. He did not know much about the current world of cultivation, so he wanted to travel with them and learn from them. They were naturally a bit conflicted and unwilling to have a stranger join them. At this time, another person came up the mountain and apologized after seeing them, saying that he had matters to attend to at home and was late. None of them were happy. They wanted to go into secluded meditation to cultivate, so they told the person who had come that Yi Fan was a rogue cultivator, just like him, and that they could take him for a walk. With that, they hurried down the mountain. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. He didn't think that he would be so unpopular. Those four people didn't want to have anything to do with him at all. But that was also true. His background was unclear, and they wanted to cultivate bitterly, so they naturally didn't want to bother with him. The person who came later was called Guozhen. He lived in Taiyan, at the foot of Mount Tai. He was also an itinerant cultivator. He was very friendly and had many things in common with Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt that this person was not bad. He was honest and spoke his mind. He was not pretentious and had a natural disposition. The two of them descended the mountain together, chatting as they walked. Guozhen said, "Brother Yi is also an itinerant cultivator. Then we really are fated to meet. I also unintentionally embarked on this path." He didn't join any sect, but he had a grandfather who loved to read ancient books, which led him to embark on the path of cultivation. When the four olds were broken, All kinds of strange powers and gods were defeated. Back then his grandfather was still young. In that era he saw many ancient books copied from various families gathered in one place and destroyed, so he secretly hid a few of the most ancient ones. You embarked on this path by reading those ancient books? Yi Fan asked with a smile. This was really a bit dramatic. I read them as if they were supernatural novels. I felt that they were all very reasonable. After reading them for many years, I felt that they made sense. There was one time when I was half asleep, and I really saw the sea of bitterness in my body. Guozhen's path of cultivation could be said to be really uneventful. He accidentally saw the first secret realm of the human body. And after that, he tried 100 times and saw it again when he was awake. Only then did he make up his mind. His grandfather almost went through those books, but after so many years he didn't achieve anything. Instead, Guozhen had a sudden inspiration, and finally took a small step forward. As for his father, he was a typical intellectual. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew that those books were ancient books and might even be the only copy, which was very valuable, he probably would have burned them because they were not pleasing to the eye. Does your family know? Yi Fan asked. How can I say for sure? Guozhen shook his head. He didn't tell his parents, but he did talk to his grandfather. The old man was very excited and told him that when he was successful in the future, he had to help him. After Yi Fan looked closely, Guozhen's talent was absolutely perfect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find his own way of cultivation in this age of chaos. If he was in Big Dipper, he really would have become the leader of a sect. He opened his sea of reincarnation, and wisps of spiritual qi rushed out from his life spring. He was about to step into the life spring realm, and he was a level higher than the others from before. When Yi Fan arrived at his residence, he immediately knew how he could have such achievements. As expected, those who could embark on the path of cultivation had some luck. This was a very old villa that looked quite old. It was about to be demolished again. It was located in the suburbs and was adjacent to Mount Tai. The scenery was very good. Yi Fan knew Genesis techniques, and he could clearly see the vein of the earth. The old villa was located on the vein of the earth. There were earth spirits surging up, and the qi of Mount Tai was rising. It was also because of this that Guozhen had the possibility to cultivate. He said that his grandfather was a very interesting person. He used to sell antiques and had indeed saved up a sum of money back then. That was why he was able to buy a villa and live out his retirement here. He also lived here for most of his time. The two had a very congenial conversation. Guozhen told Yi Fan many things that he wanted to know. The people from before were true disciples of large Taoist sections. Sometimes, they were a bit arrogant and didn't want to be friends with weak rogue cultivators like them who had to grope for stones to cross the river. The great masters of the ancient times are no longer in this world. Do you know where they went? Yi Fan asked. I really don't know. The ancient times are not something that can be discussed. Even the disciples of the large sects don't know much about it. However, I can guess a little. It's nothing more than their yuan qi drying up, and they can't use their divine abilities, Guozhen said. After that, he talked about some of the sects that Yi Fan wanted to know more about. There were many branches of Taoism, and Guozhen talked about many of them. He mentioned the Shangqing sect, Lingbao sect, Taiyi sect, Shenxiao sect, and dozens of other sections. They were all very powerful lineages. In addition, he also mentioned the sword cultivators of Mount Shu. This sect was very mysterious and focused on attacking. Ordinary people couldn't come into contact with them, and even cultivators couldn't find them. In addition, there was the even more mysterious Kunlun. The cultivators that came from this place all had very powerful backgrounds. Their cultivation was extremely high, and few people dared to provoke them. Yi Fan's mind raced. Could it be the Kunlun mountain range that traversed Qinghai Tibet and Xinjiang? When he was looking for Mount Ling, he had come into contact with that place, but he didn't find anything special. As for the Buddhist sects, although there were temples in the famous mountains and rivers, there were very few true cultivators, so Guozhen didn't know much about them. At the same time, he also talked about the demon cultivators. There were ancient demon bloodlines in the world. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, Tian Lin, and Vermilion Phoenix were famous demon god races. Yi Fan really wanted to go to these sects, but Guozhen shook his head. Each sect was very mysterious, and no one knew where the real secret place was. The world had changed, and the essence chi had dried up. The remaining pure lands of each sect naturally had to be kept secret. Yi Fan was very sensitive about the demon race. He wanted to know more about them because all the signs pointed to the dead Pang Bo being related to the demon race. However, although the demon god bloodlines existed, they were very low profile and were even harder to find. During the Cultivator Conference, these people will probably appear. Guozhen nodded. He had also heard that the Cultivator Conference was about to begin, but he was a rogue cultivator like Yi Fan. It was impossible for anyone to inform him, so he didn't know much. How about this? We'll follow those people, and we'll know when the time comes, right? Yi Fan said with a smile. Guozhen smiled bitterly. He didn't have a deep relationship with those people, and because he was late this time, he made them unhappy. Their friendship was as thin as water, and he would most likely get into trouble. It's fine, we'll follow them from afar and ignore them, Yi Fan said. Guozhen thought about it, and nodded in agreement. He also wanted to go to the Cultivator Conference to see. He didn't know the secret place of those people's sects, but he knew where they cultivated. In the end, the two of them followed all the way and caught up to the four people midway. They went all the way south and arrived at Mount Wui. On the way, they heard from the four people that they were going to the old land of Lingbao sect. There were famous figures staying there, and there were also outstanding figures of the younger generation gathering there. Yi Fan was naturally interested and followed from afar with Guozhen. He didn't use any magic power and walked leisurely, admiring the scenery along the way. Jiangxi is really a place of cultivation. I didn't expect to come here again, Yi Fan sighed. The old land of Lingbao sect was on Mount Gazao, a branch of Mount Wui to the west. It stretched for more than 200 miles, with ancient bamboos and green pines, and winding peaks and ridges. The scenery was beautiful. Yi Fan was very interested in this place because Mount Gazao was also known as Gu Ridge, an important place of Taoism. The founder of Lingbao sect was Gu Xian, Gu Hong's great-uncle, who founded the sect here. Gu Hong wrote Biopuzi, and was the leader of Taoism in the Eastern Jin dynasty. He was extremely talented and once mentioned the 9 secrets in his work. After Yi Fan returned, he studied it seriously. After his great-uncle founded Lingbao sect, Gu Hong carried it forward and shocked the world. He left an indelible mark here. Now, although Lingbao sect had found another secret place and left here, there would most likely still be some traces left. Mount Gazao was steaming with clouds and smoke. It was as if they had walked into a painting. There were flowing springs and waterfalls here, and the mountains were green and the peaks were beautiful and restrained. Lingbao sect can't be said to have abandoned this place. There are many Taoist temples in the mountain, and most of their outer disciples are here, Guozhen explained. One of the 4 people he knew came from here. This place is not bad. It seems that the records in the history books are correct. Gu Hong really lived here for a long time. Yi Fan nodded. After entering Mount Gazao, he sensed a mysterious chi dynamic. There was a great person with supernatural power who had left a mark here. Disappeared. They actually disappeared. Guozhen was shocked. He stared at the depths of the mountain with a puzzled and shocked expression. Interesting. Today, when the land is dry, there is still such a wonderful place here. It is really extraordinary. Yi Fan smiled and led Guozhen forward. Soon they arrived in front of a green mountain. There is no road ahead. What are you doing? Guozhen was shocked because Yi Fan was pulling him up a green mountain and was about to step off a cliff. Don't be afraid, Yi Fan said. With a flash of light, they entered a strange environment. White clouds lingered, and a few broken mountains stood side by side. It was very vast, and there were many Taoist temples on it. The ancient pine trees here had lived for thousands of years. The old vines climbed all over the cliff, as if they were isolated from the outside world. The spiritual qi here was much thicker. The outer disciples of Lingbao sect should have cultivated here. Otherwise, how could they have such achievements? Yi Fan said. Guozhen was full of surprise. Who are you? An old Taoist appeared and asked them. We are individual cultivators, Guozhen answered. Hey, it's you guys. Why are you here? The 4 people who had just entered had not yet climbed the broken mountains. They were surprised to see them. They were a little puzzled and a little unhappy. This isn't a place that just anyone can come to. This is a small-scale gathering, and the ones that are here are all famous figures and stunning disciples. Those without inheritances are not allowed to enter. One of them had a hint of ridicule at the corners of his lips. Yes, this is the old land of Lingbao sect. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Another young man said. The old Taoist nodded and said, this is an important place of our Lingbao sect. It is not open to the public. Apart from inviting people of the same path for exchange, only senior masters can come here. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Chapter 956. I have long heard that the spirit treasure old ground is a pure land that cultivators look up to. Back then, immortal Master Guhong shocked the Middle Earth, and was one of the strongest cultivators in the history of the Tao sect. We came here in admiration, and wished to pay our respects to the Holy Land. Yi Fan said. Guozhen also came forward to pay his respects and ask for an exception. They came here because of the respect in their hearts, hoping to satisfy their wishes. If you want to view the saints' ruins, you can go to the temple outside. This secret land is never open to the public. A disciple from the Spirit Treasure Gate said coldly with a displeased expression. As expected, the four youths' friendship with Guozhen was as shallow as water. Guozhen had already followed them here, yet he was so heartless. Not only did he not speak up for them, he even spoke so coldly with a hint of contempt. Even though we are acquaintances, this place does not allow outsiders to enter. Another person was very direct, categorizing him and Yi Fan as outsiders. His tone was full of contempt. What kind of people are not outsiders? Yi Fan saw that Guozhen was in a difficult situation and asked. He would not leave no matter what. Guhong was sitting there, so he had to take a look no matter what. Could it be that you all really think of yourselves as seniors? Another youth could not help but laugh loudly. The old Taoist at the side had said that only seniors could come here to lecture on the Tao and enter the spirit treasure old ground. There are 33 steps at the mountain gate, representing the sky of becoming an immortal. If any of you can cross 8 steps, then you will barely pass and can enter. The old Taoist said. A few ancient pines were like dragons lying down at the foot of the mountain. It was said that they were planted by Guhong himself. They were evergreen and strong like dragons. There were 33 steps there, and they were different from the other limestone steps leading up the mountain. It was said that in the ancient times, this was the most common test. Even the Taoist children who served the Taoist masters had the ability to walk over it. Otherwise, they would not be able to freely go up and down the mountain. But now only the elders could walk. Normal disciples could only take a detour and avoid these stone steps from the side. It was incomparable to the ancient times. Yi Fan originally wanted to walk up in one go, but Guozhen was very stubborn. He insisted on giving it a try. After being repeatedly looked down upon by someone he knew, he couldn't help but feel some anger in his heart. It was difficult for him to calm down. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With Guozhen's own cultivation, she could only take 3 steps before she found it difficult to take the 4th step. Due to the environment of the world, compared to the ancient cultivators, the cultivation of the Tao-seeking cultivators was generally low, and it was difficult for them to improve. On the side, the 4 youngsters chuckled, all of them shaking their heads. Even they didn't dare walk the stone stairs, believing that Guozhen didn't understand this place and would only make a fool of himself. Whoosh! A sphere of green and blue light shone. A thin sheet of blue and gold appeared in Guozhen's hands. There was a symbol engraved on it that was extremely ancient. It released streaks of blue and gold radiance that surrounded him. Bang! Bang! Guozhen took 6 steps in succession. In total, he had taken 9 steps, exceeding the old man's standard. His forehead was beaded with sweat. Then he leaped off the stone steps with all his might and retreated. The 4 youngsters at the side were all astonished as they stared at the thin sheet of blue and gold in his hands. The symbol on it was extremely mysterious, and it could actually make Guozhen perform like this. Under normal circumstances, these 4 people couldn't do this at all. They could only take 3 steps at most, but they didn't expect Guozhen to be able to do it. The old Taoist was also astonished. He stared at the blue and gold symbol continuously and said, Even though you borrowed the help of a spirit weapon, it still counts as a pass. You may go up. Guozhen let out a long breath and wiped away the sweat on his forehead. He carefully put away the thin sheet of blue and gold. At his realm, he still couldn't accept weapons into the sea of reincarnation within his body, just relying on external objects. What kind of ability is that? A youngster said in a low voice. The four felt that they had lost face, so they didn't stay any longer and quickly went up the mountain. Guozhen seemed to be exhausted after walking 9 steps. After returning, he hurriedly sat cross-legged on the ground to recover his essence energy. Yi Fan glanced at the 33 stone steps. He walked up step by step until he reached the end and came back down. Below, the old Taoist was almost terrified. He was so shocked that he was tongue-tied. Even he could only walk halfway up, but this youngster seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll. He knew that when he saw a true expert, he had to call him senior and salute him. Yi Fan stopped him and shook his head. He then came to Guozhen's side and sent a stream of pure divine power over. Immediately, Guozhen's exhaustion was swept away. His entire body felt comfortable and recovered to its original state. Brother Yi. He was naturally astonished and quickly opened his eyes. It's just a small Taoist. I usually store an extra stream of inner yuan in an artifact, Yi Fan explained with a smile. Guozhen was relieved. Otherwise, he would really think that he had met a senior expert. Transferring origin chi to others like this was very exhausting. If it was stored in an artifact, it would be a different matter. The old Taoist respectfully watched them walk up the mountain along a small path that led to the Taoist temple on the rooftop. Meanwhile, he himself didn't move. He shook his head forcefully and continued to guard the mountain gate. Along the way, they saw green pines and green cypresses. Cranes flew in the sky and circled from time to time. The place was steaming with clouds and looked like a fairyland. The spiritual chi here was many times denser than that of the outside world. When they arrived at the platform of this broken mountain, the first thing they saw was a bluestone statue. It was a Taoist with a kind of calmness. He had the air of a celestial being and gave off a feeling of being carefree, as if he had seen through everything in the world. This was a statue erected by later generations to commemorate immortal Master Guhong. It was vivid and lifelike, as if it was about to become immortal and ascend to heaven. The Lingbao sect was founded by Gu Xian and carried forward by Guhong. It played an important role in the history of Taoism, and its influence was unparalleled. Mount Gazao also became one of the 3 mountains of the great sage of Taoism in the south. Yi Fan stood on the rooftop and looked down at the surroundings. He saw clouds rolling in mist, towering mountains, and beautiful peaks and valleys. He couldn't help but sigh. This place was really amazing. In the distance, there were several broken mountains standing side by side. Although the spiritual chi had dried up, there was a kind of remnant ripple of the great path of creation, which made his heart tremble. Was it left by Guhong? One reason he came to the old land of the Lingbao sect was to search for Guhong's legacy. In addition, he wanted to verify a somewhat illusory secret to see if it was true. In Taoism, the reason why the Lingbao sect played an important role was because of the Lingbao celestial being, one of the 3 pure ones, which Taoism respected. In the history of Taoism, it was recorded that the sect participated in the positioning of the 3 pure ones. Rumor has it that in the ancient times, there was a celestial being called Lingbao. I don't know if it's true or not, Yi Fan said to himself. The Lingbao celestial being was respected by all branches of Taoism. For the world of cultivation, whether it really existed or not was already impossible to verify. The fact that the Lingbao sect chose such a name was enough to explain everything. It also indirectly proved its supreme status in Taoism. Yi Fan captured the traces of the creation of the great Tao and pondered seriously. When he was on the other side of the starry sky, he had heard of the origin of the 9 secrets. Some said that it was created by the deceased celestial being of Taoism. Some said that it was a secret technique left behind by the supreme figures of different periods in the ancient times before they passed away, which was then combined by the later generations. Others said that the 9 secrets were the result of countless people perfecting it. Guhong might have mastered 1 or 2 of the 9 secrets. From the name of the sect, it's not hard to make some connections. Could it be that the Lingbao celestial being was one of the few celestial beings who created the 9 secrets? On the Broken Mountain, these temples were all very old. Although the great practitioners had all passed away, everything here proved their former glory. The remnant marks of the Tao and the incomplete sage formations were shocking. However, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth was too thin, and these things were difficult to operate. Moreover, for some reason, they were slowly destroying themselves. If this went on for a long time, they would all be destroyed. Is this the senior expert you were talking about? A young girl stood in front of a temple and smiled lightly. She was beautiful and looked at Yi Fan and Guozhen. There were also a few young people beside them. Yes, this is someone who passed through the 9 bluestone steps. You guys should learn from him later. One of the 4 young cultivators who knew Guozhen before said. A few people immediately laughed after hearing this. They were all juniors who came here with the elders of their sex, so they clearly knew each other. Yi Fan patted Guozhen's shoulder and told him to calm down. There was nothing to fuss about, so he pulled Guozhen towards the temple. You guys really went in. That's the place where the elders take the Tao. Do you want to preach to us? A group of people followed after seeing the situation. The green grass in the courtyard was like a cushion, and ancient trees towered into the sky. Not far away, there were more than 10 elders sitting cross-legged on praying mats. They were discussing the Tao while some young people were listening. Yi Fan pulled Guozhen to the edge of the courtyard and found 2 praying mats to sit on. Some of the young people immediately revealed strange expressions and looked over. You guys really think of yourselves as masters who have achieved the Tao. You guys really dare to sit here? The 4 young people who knew Guozhen no longer looked at him with contempt. Instead, they revealed expressions of pity. Many people looked over, and even those older generation figures noticed this place. They were all a bit shocked. What's wrong? Guozhen was a bit confused. Look at us. Who dares to sit down? Aren't we all standing here respectfully to listen to the true method? One of them said with a look of schadenfreude. Aren't they also young people? They're also sitting there. Guozhen pointed at the dozen or so young people in front of him in confusion. Guozhen, you're really naive. How can the 2 of you compare to them? Those are all core genius disciples who came from the secret land. The young people standing were both envious and jealous of those people. They shook their heads at Yi Fan and Guozhen. The 4 people from before even revealed a sneer, and looked like they were watching the show. Guozhen did not know what to do and was about to stand up. Yi Fan pulled him back and said that he had already sat down and there was no need to stand up. Who are you guys? Why are you sitting here? Who invited you in? A core disciple sitting on a praying mat opposite them asked. Yi Fan looked closely and found that these young people were quite impressive. They were all above the life spring realm. Compared to the others, they were indeed extraordinary. They stepped over the 9 stone steps and came up here on their own. Someone quickly explained what happened. The dozen or so elders were all shocked and looked at the 2 seriously, which made Guozhen feel uncomfortable. At the same time, Yi Fan looked at them. These masters were all above the Holy Ji Palace secret plane. In the current era, they were indeed very powerful. There were even 3 of them in the 4 extreme secret planes. Is that so? They came up here on their own. Then let me see if I have the right to sit here. A core disciple of the Spirit Treasure sect stood up from his praying mat. He was in the late life spring realm. Didn't I already test the way down there? Why do you still want to continue? Guozhen felt a headache coming on. He was a lone cultivator, and the people here were all disciples of big sections. It was said that there could be living great mediums in some secret lands. Disciples of such sects could not afford to offend them. The test at the mountain gate is too easy. Those with decent cultivation can make it to the 8th or 9th step. It's nothing. If you can make it to the 4th step, I have nothing to say. I'll even worship you as my senior for the rest of my life. The young man pointed to the tallest platform. There were also 33 stone steps there that led directly to the platform. Everyone's expression changed. What was this place? It was the place where the headmaster of the sect went up to the platform and preached. Could anyone still go up there? Even those who could walk up a few steps were rare. I once heard that the Spirit Treasure sect's celestial master Gu Hong once wrote a Taoist book that discussed the 9 secrets. If we can go up there, we won't force them. We just need to tell them the origin of the 9 secrets, Yi Fan said. He had come for the 9 secrets. His goal was clear. He wanted to confirm if the Spirit Treasure sect really had 1 or 2 secrets. Many people laughed. Only a dozen old Taoists' expressions changed. But when they looked at Yi Fan and the others, they relaxed again. They did not sense any profound cultivation. Do you really think that you can compare to the headmaster of the ancient times? Even if there are great mediums today, they may not be able to walk all 33 steps. Do you think you can? Many people laughed with mockery. They felt that they were too unreliable. Those who knew Guozhen shook their heads. They really did sympathize with these two. Chapter 957. In the 1,000-year-old Taoist temple, the ancient pines towered into the sky, like green dragons wriggling towards the sky. Under the trees, a group of old Taoists sat cross-legged on praying mats, looking over. Guozhen had a guilty conscience, because the person he was facing was not someone else, but one of the strongest sects of Taoism, the Spirit Treasure sect. He was a lone cultivator, and had never seen such a scene before. To him, this was a group of earth immortals. Yi Fan patted his shoulder, saying, "Nothing, it's just a few stone steps. Go up 4 steps." A few stone steps? Such arrogance. The core disciple stood up, a cold smile on his lips. He really did not think highly of these 2 lone cultivators, and felt that such words were especially piercing to his ears. As a core disciple, he had an extraordinary cultivation, and his cultivation had reached the life spring stage. Many disciples followed his lead, and some people went up to agree. Guozhen bit his teeth, taking out a green metal piece. It emitted a gentle blue light in his hand, and he braced himself to walk forward, about to climb the stone steps to test himself. Slow down, this bit of cultivation dares to ascend Sect Master Supreme Being's Tao platform? This is a type of blasphemy. How about this? You have to pass through my trial first. This core disciple spoke, changing his mind. Guozhen had only opened up the bitter sea stage, and there were a few strands of essence chi seeping out of his life spring. He had not truly entered the second small stage, but to be looked down upon like this was also a kind of humiliation, and he had no choice but to accept the challenge. Let me test you. As the core disciple finished speaking, a divine chain shot out from the sea of reincarnation, emitting a beautiful light, slashing towards Guozhen's waist. Guozhen was only at the peak of the bitter sea stage, and his divine abilities had not yet been revealed. He could only passively dodge, and was in an exceptionally difficult situation. Occasionally, he would use the blue gold piece in his hand to block, emitting a ball of light. You're too far off, you really can't do it. You want to charge up the stone steps with this kind of method? You two don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. The core disciple shook his head, as if he was giving advice to a junior. Guozhen's face alternated between red and white. Although he had the blue gold piece in his hand, but if he continued like this, he would not be able to back down. It was very uncomfortable to be humiliated like this. Yi Fan stood up, and a streak of essence energy flowed out from the ground. Guozhen's pores immediately relaxed, and she was filled with divine splendor. The blue gold sheet in her hand flourished with brilliance, and with a chong sound, that divine chain was broken. Xiao. He stepped forward, waving the blue gold sheet. A blue light flew out, and the core disciple was sent flying backward. He fell to the ground, where he struggled a few times and then passed out. How is this possible? Even 9th senior brother lost. He's a life spring cultivator. How could he lose to someone who just opened the bitter sea? The group of people were all stupefied as they watched this scene with disbelief. The core disciple was defeated, and it was a clean and efficient defeat. There was almost no suspense as he fainted. An old Taoist went forward and felt the pulse of the core disciple. He's not injured. This result was difficult for everyone to accept, especially the 4 old friends who had previously ridiculed Guozhen. They were even more stupefied, their hearts beating rapidly. This was a bit inconceivable. What kind of treasure is that exactly? Someone believed that it was the power of the blue gold sheet. Guozhen involuntarily arrived in front of the stone steps. Step by step, he walked up. Everyone was flabbergasted. They had never thought that he would actually dare to climb the heavenly stairway. Even if he defeated a core disciple, he definitely did not have the strength to do so. Isn't he a little too arrogant? He's just a cultivator from the sea of reincarnation. And he dares to ascend the Tao platform? He doesn't even need to think about it. These two people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Could it be that they really think that they can be compared with the sect masters of the ancient times? Many people whispered among themselves. They didn't believe that a rogue cultivator could ascend it at all. This wasn't realistic. However, Guozhen's following actions left them dumbstruck. He took 6 steps in succession, and with each step, he ascended 6 steps in succession, shocking many of the older generation figures. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded and extremely puzzled. The jaws of those who were waiting to see a joke almost dropped to the ground. A few people who were preparing to mock him immediately shut their mouths. At the same time, they forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva and wanted nothing more than to rub their eyes. This was just too inconceivable. He's merely a rogue cultivator who opened up the sea of bitterness. What qualifications does he have to ascend 6 steps? The core disciple who just woke up just happened to see this scene and almost fainted again. Half of it was due to anger and the other half was due to shock. How could he endure this? Guozhen seemed as if he was sleepwalking. Both his legs were not under his control, and he once again retreated. Even he himself was baffled and felt dizzy. When he landed on the ground, his legs were a little unsteady. On the other side, Yi Fan had already stood up and wandered around the Taoist temple. He released his powerful divine sense and scanned every inch of the land, searching for the Tao marks left behind by the ancient sages. He didn't want to miss out on anything in this kind of treasured land. How did you do it? Who are you? An old Taoist stared at Guozhen. When the group of young people heard this, they looked at each other in dismay. They were all shocked and no longer dared to have a trace of contempt. They all stared at Guozhen, wanting to understand what was going on. However, even Guozhen himself couldn't figure it out. He stood there in a daze and didn't know how to explain. He looked absent-mindedly at the faint blue metal piece in his hand, and then at his own feet. Hey, what's going on with you? When did you go up? How did you get on the Tao platform? The group of young people couldn't take it anymore. They didn't expect Yi Fan to ascend the Patriarch's lecture platform. They didn't know when he had been standing there. Yi Fan roamed about the rooftop and searched every corner. He searched the entire Taoist temple, but didn't find anything. In the end, he only found that there were Tao marks fluctuating on the Tao platform, so he ascended it. You ascended from the stone steps at the back? The dozen or so old people all stood up with a jump, and were incomparably shocked. There were also stone steps on the other side, and they were all constructed from green jade. They were also 33 steps, but it was even more difficult to ascend. This was because that was a path to heaven prepared for Tao-severing cultivators. Now how could there still be such a great divine ability expert? When these old Taoist priests saw this scene, they were all stupefied. They couldn't believe anything at all. Yi Fan didn't pay them any attention. He stood on the Tao platform and extended out his powerful divine sense to sense it seriously. He vaguely saw an expanse of ancient scripture characters that were engraved in the void. That's right, this is the place where the past patriarchs preached the Tao. This is the Tao ripples from the past that were imprinted into the Tao platform. After a long time, Yi Fan nodded and muttered to himself. He understood the situation. From a certain perspective, this platform was a rare treasure. Did he climb up from the 33rd jade step? It represents ascension to the heavenly position of achieving Tao and crossing over the 33 heavens. Not even the great divine ability experts of the ancient times could do this. After the group of young people understood the situation, they felt a chill run through their pores. This was just too frightening. Just how deep of a cultivation did he have to be able to do this? Everyone revealed expressions of shock. Just what kind of background did this loose cultivator have? How could he do all of this? His expression didn't change, as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in a courtyard. Yi Fan walked down the stone steps step by step. He took a total of 33 steps to reach the ground. This time, everyone saw it clearly. They were all tongue-tied and speechless. He didn't pay them any attention and walked around the Tao platform. He closed his eyes and listened to the voice from thousands of years ago. hoping to capture the 9 secret scriptures. However, he was disappointed. Even though there were many techniques imprinted on the Dao platform, there wasn't any secret technique. Greetings, Senior. An old Taoist priest was the first to come back to his senses. He bowed deeply and paid his respects. His expression was both excited and a bit flustered. It was extremely rare to see a great divine ability expert in this era. He didn't know if it was a blessing or a curse. The other old Taoist priests also hurried forward and paid their respects. They were inwardly anxious. Such a young great divine ability expert appearing in front of them was like a fantasy story. That kind of vitality was definitely not fake. There wasn't the slightest bit of lethargy. It was hard to imagine how he did it. Did he rejuvenate his youth, or was he young to begin with? Everyone was making their own guesses. According to common sense, in this cultivationless age, to have this kind of accomplishment at this age was the same as finding proof of ascending to immortality. It was extremely unrealistic. The dozen or so old Taoist priests' appearances made the group of youngsters even more stupefied. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly as they paid their respects together. In their eyes, this was a living ancestor-level figure. Guozhen was a bit stupefied. Why did the loose cultivator friends they traveled with suddenly become so unfamiliar? They actually gave off an unreachable feeling. Even the spirit treasure sex experts were intimidated, making him feel as if he was in a dream. Meanwhile, the faces of the 4 youngsters he was acquainted with were snow white. Their bodies were trembling, and they ridiculed him several times. They felt like they provoked a great disaster. At the same time, they were incomparably regretful. Back then, on Mount Tai, Yi Fan originally wanted to travel with them, but in the end, they felt disdain and threw him to Guozhen, missing out on a great opportunity. This was originally a natural opportunity. The 4 of them regretted and hated themselves, but it was too late to say anything now. They could only tremble with fear and wait for their unknown fate. Fearing that Yi Fan would descend upon them and kill them all. They were naturally overthinking things. How could Yi Fan lower himself to their level? At this moment, he left the Dao platform and completely came back to his senses. Seeing the situation, he said, "All of you get up." Whoosh. At this time, the Komatsu hiding in Yi Fan's spatial artifact saw that the atmosphere had calmed down. It jumped out in a lively manner, and climbed up the ancient pine tree in the courtyard to find pine nuts. A purple squirrel. A sparkling Komatsu rat with purple splendor all over its body. It's that person's pet, a great divine ability user. The group of people was stunned. Regardless of whether it was the older generation or the youngsters, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shaken. They immediately thought of a recent rumor. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow race had 4 great branches, and a while ago, one of them was almost wiped out by one person. Recently, all the sects in Middle-earth were discussing this, and it caused a huge uproar. It was rumored that an undying old demon had appeared in the main branch of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, and was specifically investigating this matter. An agile purple Komatsu rat and a mysterious youngster all matched the characteristics of that great divine ability user. These people felt a wave of dizziness. As expected, a great character had descended here. They paid their respects again, which made Yi Fan a little uncomfortable. This group of old Taoists was far older than him. When he was in the Big Dipper zigzagging sect, he had never enjoyed such treatment. He told them to get up and then told Guozhen to continue befriending them like before, and not to fear anything. He wasn't some old antique that had lived for a long time. When everyone heard this, they immediately understood. This was clearly a modern person, and not a great divine ability user that had survived since ancient times. It was even more shocking for him to have such achievements. Guozhen slowly relaxed while the 4 people who knew him sighed in their hearts. They deeply understood that sometimes, fated chances were just a turn's distance away, and they missed it just like that. More than 10 old Taoists came forward in unison to ask Yi Fan to preach the Tao, dispel their doubts, and impart some cultivation methods. Yi Fan was called senior again and again, especially by these 200 to 300 years old people. Even he himself felt apologetic. Thus, he ascended the Tao platform and earnestly preached the scriptures. He used the materials on the spot, and carved the marks of the Tao he had just captured into the void. The scriptures filled the sky, and every word flickered with divine splendor. Could this be the 5th volume of the Crimson Jade Book? Wonderful scripture? Why is it even clearer than the records in our sect's secret land? It's truly flawless. The people of the Spirit Treasure sect were astonished. Torrential waves surged in their hearts, and it was difficult for them to calm down. Yi Fan said frankly that this was an imprint he found in the Tao platform. All of this originally belonged to them, and was left behind by the ancient sect venerables when they preached the Tao. Senior, please come to our sect's secret land and impart the lost method. A few Taoists bowed in excitement. Yi Fan nodded. He had the same intention. This place didn't have the 9 secrets, and he had already searched carefully. Perhaps there really was one in the secret land of the Spirit Treasure. At the same time, he wanted to ask these people about the demon god's bloodline. This time, no matter what, he had to completely unravel the mystery of whether Pangbo was real or fake. Chapter 958. The secret land of the Lingbao sect was in the middle of Mount Gazao. In ancient times, it was the seclusion place of the retired headmaster and the supreme Taoist protector. Ordinary disciples couldn't enter at all. Today, however, it was very different. There were almost no conditions for cultivation on earth. Only this kind of secret land had spiritual essence overflowing. In order to ensure the continuity of the inheritance, all core members could enter. The secret land of Lingbao was only a few miles in radius. A mysterious formation separated it from the outside world. Everything retained a primitive and ancient aura. The spirit mountain was very short. Spring water gurgled, old trees were strong, and strands of auspicious energy lingered. In the past hundreds of years, Yi Fan was the only one who didn't belong to the Lingbao sect. He was treated with great courtesy. The headmaster welcomed him personally, and the elders waited respectfully. There weren't many people here because the spiritual essence was limited. It couldn't support too many people to cultivate here, and they were all important figures. They were very respectful and polite. They wanted to invite Yi Fan to preach and complete the lost scriptures of the Lingbao sect. They ordered people to bring the Tao platform into this secret land. Yi Fan was amazed. The great Lingbao sect had produced a peerless master like Gu Hong in the past. How did it fall to this state? He didn't sense the immortal scripture here, nor did he find the 9 secret Tao marks. He had many questions in his heart, and couldn't help but ask them all. The headmaster sighed and told him everything he knew. After the earth's spiritual essence dried up, and was no longer suitable for cultivation, the masters of all sects chose to travel far away. No one knew where they went. Back then, almost all the great masters left. Once they left, many inheritances were almost severed. Now there were no complete ancient scriptures in the sect. They were organized by a few people who didn't want to leave. It couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as the past. Yi Fan was startled. He finally understood why the Lingbao celestial being, who had produced Gu Hong and was suspected to be one of the 3 pure ones, had declined so much. The true orthodoxy was almost extinct. Are the other sects like this too? It's more or less the same. The great masters left, the orthodoxy was lost, and the earth's ritual grounds were abandoned. The headmaster sighed. A group of great divine ability users disappeared from the face of the earth, and soon after, they entered the cultivationless age. It was difficult for powerful individuals to be born, and the younger generation couldn't take over, so the various sects declined from then on. The Spirit Treasure sect has suffered heavy losses. Almost none of the scriptures are complete. It's impossible to sort out all the books with just a few young disciples. The Spirit Treasure sect master sighed. Now they couldn't be considered the leading supreme great sects anymore, because they had lost too much, to the point where there was no way to recover. As long as there were any old sects, their ancient books and records were still intact. Those old seniors who loved their homeland and didn't leave had made great contributions to the continuation of the orthodoxy. Now, is there still such a person? Yi Fan asked. Even if there were, there wouldn't be more than a few. 20 years ago, 9 dragons carrying coffins descended on Mount Tai, shocking the cultivation world. That year, the last old ancestor of Mount Longhu was invited to leave the mountain to protect the ancient altar. Not long after he returned, he passed away in meditation. It was said that he was the last remaining old ancestor. So it's the old Taoist from Longhu Mountain. Yi Fan once heard from Yang Xiao that the Medical Research Institute tried their best to save his life but failed. Unexpectedly, they found out that he might have lived for 1 or 2,000 years. When Yi Fan arrived at the Spirit Treasure secret place, he naturally wanted to ask about the 9 mysteries. Since he had chosen the path of becoming an immortal, this would be a necessary skill to protect his Taoist body. The Spirit Treasure sect master smiled bitterly. Not to mention the modern world. Even back then it was a top secret. It was obtained by Celestial Master Gohong by accident, and was only passed on to a few disciples. Yi Fan was extremely disappointed. During the Age of Chaos, not only did the chi of heaven and earth dry up, even the Dharma access had declined, and the ancient skills were nowhere to be found. The Spirit Treasure sect master had 1 foot in the Dragon Transformation secret realm, and was considered a top master in the current world. His cultivation was all thanks to the spiritual eye in the Pure Land. Auspicious chi gushed out from that place. Komatsu curiously ran over to take a look and almost fell in. I am not a top master yet. Some sects have ancient spiritual roots, and the chi in the secret place is far better than here. There are several sect masters who have reached the Dragon Transformation secret realm. In this Age of Chaos, the Dragon Transformation secret realm was the top master. Once they appeared, they were invincible and few could fight against them. Of course, this is not absolute. 20 years ago, there was an old Taoist from Longhu Mountain. It is said that he was from the Qin and Han dynasties. His cultivation was unfathomable. The Spirit Treasure sect master talked about many things that Yi Fan was concerned about. That year, the man with the gray wings came from the west. Even the old Taoist from Longhu Mountain could not do anything to him. Moreover, there were also several great experts who took action, seizing some precious altar cornerstones that had ancient heavenly books recorded on them. Yi Fan said, "Tell me about the Taoist orthodoxy in the West. They are very useful to me. It is not good to leave the altars and tomes of heaven in foreign countries." The Spirit Treasure sect master was shocked. What was this ancestor-level existence trying to do? Did he want to kill his way to the West? Not long after, everyone in the Pure Land saluted, and asked Yi Fan to preach the scriptures and restore their lost techniques. They were incomparably respectful and sincere. Yi Fan was not arrogant and did not accept their great gifts. However, he sat on the Tao platform and extracted the traces of Tao to restore the ancient books for them. He sat there for half a month and recited all kinds of scriptures. One by one, the metal-like traditional characters were branded in the void. They were dazzling and emitted sonorous sounds. This was a reappearance of the inheritance. Yi Fan helped them reproduce many techniques. Of course, it was difficult to truly restore them. The Tao platform where the past sect masters sat could not imprint all the techniques. Accumulating yang to become a god, there is form in the god. The form is born from the sun is born from the moon. Accumulating yin to form, there is spirit in the form. There was only one, and Yi Fan helped him complete it. He himself also benefited greatly, and that was the numinous treasure immeasurable expiation miraculous scripture, also known as the expiation scripture for short. Back in the day, he obtained a portion from the old blind man in the Big Dipper. He never thought that there would be a complete one here. If he researched the history of Taoism, he would discover that the expiation scripture really originated from the numinous treasure sect. Of course, this scripture was different from the one passed down among mortals. It had the true power of expiation, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth. It was profound and abstruse, and had endless wondrous uses. Back in the days in the immortal mansion world, even the undying heavenly emperor feared the expiation of this scripture, and did not dare to harm the chanting crowd. What a pity! The main part of the numinous treasure scripture cannot be reproduced. All that is left are incomplete. The sect's elders were all full of regret, but they were still extremely grateful to Yi Fan. Yi Fan used half a month's time to restore many scriptures for them. He asked about the demonic race before leaving and directly told them about Pang Bo's family. You actually returned? The numinous treasure sect master turned pale with fright. He had always felt that Yi Fan was familiar, and now he finally recognized him and understood the reason. Yi Fan's gaze immediately became fierce. releasing a wave of intimidating might. Everyone in the secret land was horrified and their expressions changed. Don't misunderstand. The numinous treasure sect master already knew that this great expert in front of him was much younger than him. He had cultivated for at most 20 years, which was truly astonishing. He hurriedly explained that the people who were carried away by the 9 dragons pulling the coffin were noticed by all sections. Afterwards, everyone was investigated thoroughly, including their families. On the day of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin, even the experts of the West rushed over, not to mention the cultivators of the Central Earth. The various sects quickly reacted. Almost on that day, the various sects dispatched their experts to understand their backgrounds. Pangbo's family was definitely targeted by one of the ancient demonic gods' bloodlines that day. Yi Fan nodded and asked him to explain in detail which great demonic god clans were in the world today. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow bloodline, the Celestial Qilin clan, the Vermilion Phoenix Orthodoxy, and the Myriad Demon Valley. On the surface, there are 4 great demonic god clans, but we don't know if there are any that are hidden from the world. The numinous treasure sect master thought about it, and felt that only the powerful demonic god clans could respond so quickly and enter Pangbo's family on that day. Alright, you must be careful. The numinous treasure sect master seemed to have thought of something and sent someone to fetch a wooden box. After opening it, there was actually a very old black and white photo. During World War II, there was once a demonic god who appeared on various battlefields and used this opportunity to cultivate. His blood qi overflowed and shocked the Taoist world. This black and white photo was taken by a mortal at that time. It was taken by a cultivator and spread to all the major sects, causing people to be horrified. In the dark photo, although the monstrous blood qi was very blurry, it was enough to shock people and make them shudder. It was as if a wave of blood was about to rush out through the paper. Yi Fan stared at the photo for a long time and then nodded in silence. This was most likely a great ancient demonic god who was extremely terrifying. So many heroic spirits had died in the past, so this photo would definitely make his cultivation level rise to another level. He thought about it and told the numinous treasure sect master to tell his disciples not to reveal anything about him, especially his cultivation level. Then he asked about the location of the 4 great demonic god clans. Don't worry, I've already told them, and the guests not sent by me have also been informed. They won't leak it out. The numinous treasure sect master only knew the general area, but he didn't know the real secret places of the 4 great demonic god clans. Because these places were all taboo, getting too close might cause a great disaster. Although he didn't get the 9 secrets on this trip to Mount Gazao, Yi Fan learned about the current cultivation world on Earth, and gained a lot. Before he walked out of Mount Gazao, Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. In the distance, a man with gray wings landed, releasing waves of black mist. Behind him, the numinous treasure sect master's expression suddenly changed. This was a powerful figure from the 4 extreme secret realms. He had gray hair and gray eyes, as if he had come from hell. He directly stated his purpose of coming, and mentioned the story of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. He said that the numinous treasure sect must have also brought back something important, and wanted to borrow it today to take a look. Why do I feel that they look a bit like the Fallen Wing clan? Yi Fan said. They are from the Western Orthodoxy, the numinous treasure sect master said. Who are you and why are you here? The man with gray wings had eyes that were as dark as dead ashes. They were dim and lifeless as he swept his gaze over mercilessly. Who I am is not important, and I don't need to tell you. Yi Fan walked around him and said, I don't have time now, but I will go to Jerusalem in the future. You want to go to our ancient holy city? It's been a long time since a cultivator has come. The gray-haired man suddenly stretched out a big hand and grabbed the top of Yi Fan's head as fast as lightning. Poof! Yi Fan drew a line in the air with his finger. There was still some distance between them, but the arms of the strange man were all cut off. Gray blood splattered everywhere. Who are you? The man with gray feathers on his back was shocked. He didn't expect to kick such a terrifying iron plate. It was obvious that he was a great medic. Yi Fan waved his hand and restrained him in an instant. Fear was written all over his face. He struggled with all his might, but he couldn't break free. At the side, everyone was horrified. This was an expert of the four extreme secret realms. Ordinary sect masters were only at this level, but he was carried away by Yi Fan like a dead duck. Yi Fan extracted a ray of light from the center of his brows. That was his consciousness. He read the memories and revealed a cold smile. I really thought that a fallen angel had come. So this is the result of a successful cultivation of the Western orthodoxy. Who are you? My lord will appear in the world. Let me go. The gray-haired man was shocked and terrified. Poof. Yi Fan pointed with his finger, and he dissipated like a snowflake. His flesh, blood, internal organs, and consciousness all melted away, no longer existing. The surrounding people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They were secretly glad that they didn't offend this god and didn't fight him. Moreover, they received his guidance. I really don't know who I will meet when I make a trip to the west in the future. Yi Fan muttered to himself and disappeared with Guozhen and Komatsu. A few days later, he arrived at Mount Changbai and entered this primordial land in search of the ancient demon god race. Chapter 959. Changbai Mountain, with its majestic terrain, looked like a lying dragon. It had been famous since ancient times and was one of the 10 famous mountains in Wuxia. It was very high above sea level and was known as the Northeast Roof. Although it was already the end of winter and spring was approaching, Changbai Mountain was still sealed off by heavy snow. It was a field of silvery white, and the snow was several feet thick. 1,000 years of snow and 10,000 years of pines, straight to the highest peak in the world. This was the praise of the ancients, but it also indirectly explained the spectacular and beautiful scenery of this place. There was snow everywhere, and sometimes people would disappear if they stepped on it. The snow-capped peaks towered majestically, and the rocks on the mountains were very special. Most of them were white pumice stones, which was different from other places. The ancient pines had grown for who knew how many years. Tree kings often appeared in the no-man's area. They were tall and frighteningly thick, like small mountains. Komatsu was especially lively here. Its silk-like shiny purple fur looked even more sparkling against the white snow. It ran around and rummaged for pine cones. That's not right. Why is this old forest getting deeper and deeper? It's much bigger than I thought. Guozhen was surprised. He felt that something was wrong after entering the depths of Changbai Mountain. The terrain became steeper, the landscape became more primitive, and the snow-capped peaks were ridiculously high. Yi Fan did not say anything. He was carefully looking for something, closing his eyes from time to sense with his heart. The road he chose was very rugged, and sometimes he had to cross over cliffs. Guozhen did not dare to disturb him. He knew that they must be breaking a formation. There was an ancient formation here, and Yi Fan was entering the mysterious no-man's area. Suddenly, the world turned upside down, and the scenery changed greatly. An even more open wilderness appeared, and feather-like snowflakes danced in the air. A wave of desolation washed over them. They had entered an unknown desolate snow-capped mountain. It's different. I can guarantee that this area can't be found on the map. Where are we? Guozhen was surprised and uncertain. After leaving Mount Gazao, he had been traveling with Yi Fan. After becoming familiar with him, he did not restrain him. He was not like the elders of the Lingbao sect, who were cautious and apprehensive of Yi Fan. Yi Fan felt that he had a good temperament, and wanted to give him some pointers. Therefore, he brought him and Komatsu into Changbai Mountain together, and they traveled together. The real Changbai Mountain should be like this. It took me a lot of effort to get here. With the protection of the ancient array, there are some places mortals can never enter, Yi Fan said. Guozhen was astonished and believed his words, because he discovered that the pine trees were shockingly thick. At the very least, no one had harvested them for over 1,000 years. There were patches upon patches of them, and there were no signs of human activity. Roar! A tiger's roar shook dozens of miles. The snow on the pine trees rustled down, almost burying Komatsu alive. When the little purple thing was picking up pine nuts under the snow, it pulled out a tiger's tail. A big multicolored tiger leaped out of the snow and turned around to roar. The sudden roar scared Komatsu so much that its purple crystal-like fur stood on end. Its little paws covered its heart, and its whole body was fluffy. It trotted away and retreated. Such a big tiger. This is too shocking. Its body is almost 4 meters long. and its weight is definitely 700 or 800 kilograms. Is this tiger a spirit? Guozhen was speechless. This is not strange. The Manchurian tiger's body is big, far bigger than other tiger breeds. The former Soviet Union has caught more than one such large individual. These have all been reported, Yifan said. Komatsu came back to its senses. It seemed to feel very embarrassed. After all, it was a living creature with cultivation. It lay there and shook its little head, roaring like a tiger. Roar. Yeah. Yifan and Guozhen were amused. This was too childish. Although it posed like a tiger, its voice was outrageous. It could only be described with one word: tender. The little purple thing was discouraged and lowered its head embarrassedly. It felt that it didn't have any imposing manner. However, the Manchurian tiger turned and ran. It was rare to see such a big tiger, and it seemed to have some spirituality. It felt that the squirrel was a little strange, and fear arose in its heart. They continued deeper into the mountains, stepping on the thick snow. Not long after, they met an even bigger wild tiger in the forest. It was 5 to 6 meters long, and its weight was definitely close to 1,000 kilograms. It's really about to become a spirit. Guozhen exclaimed. It's a little strange. It's ridiculously big, but it also means that we are almost there. Yifan's eyes shot out 2 beams of divine radiance. Swish. From afar, there was a flash of purple light. They mistakenly thought that they saw another Komatsu, but it turned out to be a violet marten. It was obvious that it had some spirituality. That's right. It seems like we have arrived at the Dragon Cave region of Mount Changbai. The living creatures here are all tainted with dragon qi. It's very unusual. This time, Yifan was searching for the celestial Qilin race, which was one of the 4 ancient demonic god races. They had the power to rule over the world and were unfathomable. After the 5 to 6 meters long Manchurian tiger was subdued, it carried the 3 of them and sprinted. It was vigorous and vigorous, splashing up large patches of snow, and with a single leap, it would travel over 10 meters. There's a mountain god temple over there. It's really strange. This should be an uninhabited region, so why is there such a building? When they got closer, they could see that it was quite old. It was at least a few hundred years ago, and the scale was still very grand. All of a sudden, a chilly wind assaulted their faces, and a sound that made their scalp go numb could be heard. It was especially terrifying in this primitive ancient forest. A 3 meters long owl pounced out from the temple and clawed at their skulls with its razor-sharp claws. Demonic bird. Guozhen quivered. That owl's head was too big, and its face actually looked like a human's. Yifan pointed with his finger and fixed it in mid-air. He then captured the ball of light formed by the sea of consciousness from its skull, and after looking at it, they continued on their way. In front of them was a forbidden area. Usually, these spiritual beasts wouldn't dare to approach it, and it was obviously the celestial Qilin race's seclusion. Traces of dragon qi overflowed from the few snowy peaks in front of them. Demonic qi, such powerful demonic qi. Guozhen's face was slightly pale. After venturing for a few dozen miles, even he could feel the demonic qi, not to mention Yifan. In the snowy ridge, there seemed to be a white true dragon surging, swallowing and spitting out the essence of heaven and earth. It was faintly discernible, just like a mountain ridge. That can't be a dragon, right? It should be a flood dragon with a profound cultivation. No wonder the Jin dynasty and Qing dynasty regarded Changbai Mountain as the place where their ancestors rose to power. They really paid attention to it. Yifan muttered to himself. It was recorded in the history books that when the Qing dynasty's divine ancestor was patrolling the east, he led the crown prince, various kings, and ministers to the Songhua River's bank, facing southeast, and looked at Changbai Mountain. They knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times, personally declaring that this was the place where the ancestors rose to power. Furthermore, the Qing dynasty's divine ancestor had conferred the title of Changbai Mountain as a god, and worshipped the 5 sacred mountains. In the end, he even pushed Changbai Mountain to a higher position than the 5 sacred mountains. Later generations had dug out ancient tablets from Changbai Mountain more than once. The later ones were from the Qing dynasty, the earlier ones were from the Jin dynasty, and there were even earlier mysterious dragon tablets that couldn't be verified. The Qing army entered the pass, claiming that the ancestors rose to power Changbai Mountain. It seems like a lot of things happened back then. Yi Fan advanced. With his cultivation at this realm, he would even dare to barge into a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. They walked into the legendary place where the ancestors rose to power. A stretch of majestic snowy peaks stood erect, and the one in the middle was especially huge. At the base of the mountain, there was an ancient cave that spurted out strands of dragon chi. A few ancient pine trees stood upright, making this place seem ancient and mysterious. Who are you people? How dare you trespass into my race's forbidden area? Someone shouted. More than 10 people walked out. They were wearing armor that flickered with cold light. The armor was made of metal-like scales and was flowing with demonic chi. Each and every one of them was brimming with killing intent. In this era, if an ordinary person saw such people in a primitive mountain, they would definitely be dumbstruck and then tremble. Yi Fan had experienced too much, so he naturally wouldn't be surprised. His expression was very calm as he said that he was here to pay a visit and request to meet the owner of this place. What race is Celestial Qilin? Guozhen asked in a low voice. He felt that these people were incomparably demonic. Each and every one of them had a tall stature, and the blood chi within their bodies was oppressive. Their ancestor was a heavenly serpent, and in the end he became a demon god. The people of the world couldn't fathom his depth. Some of his descendants chose to evolve into flood dragons, while some remained as large serpents. That's why they're called the Celestial Qilin race. Yi Fan said. This was what he understood from the numinous treasure sect master. That heavenly serpent. Guozhen was a little worried for Yi Fan. He was afraid that the demon god was still in Changbai Mountain. If he hadn't left, then there would be great trouble. At that realm, they were only born for the sake of Tao. Becoming an immortal and obtaining Tao was their only pursuit. They should have left long before the age of chaos arrived. Yi Fan guessed. If you want to meet the owner of the primordial dragon cave, you have to report your name first. You have to know that not everyone in this world can come here and request an audience. More than 10 people in scaled clothes shouted. Their hair was disheveled, and each of them had a terrifying gaze. Some of them even had flood dragon horns on their heads. Yi Fan. He reported his name. I've never heard of you. Tell me where you're from and what sect you're from. Let's see if you have the qualifications. These people came from the primordial dragon cave and possess first-rate bloodlines. They were naturally proud and arrogant, and their eyes were at the top of their heads. I'm the master of the celestial court. Do I have the qualifications? Yi Fan said coldly. He took a step forward, and strand after strand of golden blood energy rushed out. Terrifying fluctuations pressed forward like a mountain, making people feel suffocated. Master of the Celestial Court. What a big tone. These people had just said these words when they couldn't say anything else. They all trembled and looked at Yi Fan in fear. This young man with golden blood energy curling around his body made their hair stand on end. They felt as if they were facing an ancient demonic god. They trembled with fear and couldn't help but kneel down. Yi Fan wasn't excessive either. He withdrew his power and became calm again. He blended into the world and nature like a pine tree standing on the snowy ground. Master of the Celestial Court. After these people crawled up, they were overwhelmed with shock. There was actually someone who dared to call himself this. Was he really not afraid of heaven's punishment? This was especially true on this earth. According to ancient legends, there were many great characters who wanted to establish the Celestial Court and use it as their name. However, all of them died with grievances. These people didn't say anything else. Reverence appeared on their faces and they didn't dare to be negligent. They bowed deeply and quickly went to report. Esteemed guests have arrived at our door. Please forgive us for not going out to greet you. A middle-aged man with snow-white hair walked out from the snowy ridge. A group of people followed behind him. Yi Fan was astonished. This person had reached the dragon transformation realm. According to the numinous treasure sect master, he was a peerless expert of the present age, and could run amok under the heavens. He also went forward and bowed, saying that he had taken the liberty to visit, and that he had disturbed them. Since the other party was being polite, he naturally wouldn't use force against them. The newcomer called himself Bo-yi, the younger brother of the celestial Qilin clan leader. His bearing was extraordinary and his blood energy was flourishing. There was still room for improvement. Yi Fan nodded inwardly and glanced at the primordial dragon cave in the distance. Propitious qi gushed out unceasingly. It was indeed a wondrous place, and it wasn't surprising that he had such a cultivation. My brother is in seclusion and hasn't come out for many years. Please forgive us for not being able to welcome you, said the younger brother of the celestial Qilin clan leader. Brother Bo-yi is too courteous. It's my fault for disturbing everyone's meditation, said Yi Fan. Bo-yi led some clansmen to welcome Yi Fan into a cave residence. It was built within a huge snowy mountain, and it wasn't the primordial dragon cave. As soon as he entered, Yi Fan was shaken and horrified. He sensed a supreme aura. Komatsu was even more nervous and immediately grabbed onto the corner of his clothes. After walking forward for several dozen zhang, a huge space appeared. The entire mountain was empty, and there were spatial laws. Therefore this place was extremely vast. That is, Yi Fan saw a huge heavenly serpent that coiled into a huge mountain. It completely filled up the belly of the mountain. If there wasn't a spatial formation, this serpent mountain would be several times taller than the snowy mountain. Guozhen was completely dumbfounded. Just how big was this serpent? It was too shocking. The huge serpent opened its mouth, and it was extremely terrifying. It looked down like a demonic god, pressuring people to the point of suffocation. Wisps of saint might were faintly discernible as it covered the heaven and earth. Those who weren't supreme experts wouldn't be able to truly feel that kind of terror. It was obvious that it had been sealed. This is the remains of my ancestor, Bo-yi introduced. It was actually the celestial Qilin clan's primogenitor, the heavenly serpent skin shed by a peerless demonic god. No wonder there were wisps of terrifying fluctuations even after being sealed. Yi Fan nodded and didn't say anything. Was the other party trying to take him down a notch? He remained unmoved and followed them forward. Chapter 960. The belly of the mountain was very big, and there were traces of ancient spatial formations. This was a cave opened up with great magic power. They walked around the snake slough and headed deeper into the depths. One had to admit that the celestial serpent primogenitor was extremely frightening. Its body was astonishingly large, and even though it was only a layer of skin, it still made one's blood run cold. Its entire body was lustrous white, and each scale was several meters long. It was as if they were cast from pure white divine gold, and flickered with an ice-cold metallic luster. A few wisps of might seeped out as if it could collapse the heaven and earth. Komatsu was a little dizzy. It compared its height, and then compared it to this ancient celestial serpent. It was incomparably discouraged, and at the same time timidly and fearfully. It tightly grabbed onto the corner of Yi Fan's clothes as they moved forward. Yi Fan didn't say anything. The ancient demonic god primogenitor of this lineage had a well-deserved reputation. Even after its slough was sealed, it still had such an aura. There was definitely a period when it was unrivaled in the world. This path wasn't very long. Before long, they entered a hall constructed from ice crystals that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years. This cave was opened in ancient times. There were divine pearls in the ice crystals that illuminated this place brilliantly and brightly. Powerful demonic chi flowed about. Dao brother, your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Bo-yi invited them to take a seat and had people serve tea. They were all luminous cups that flowed with sparkling light. Yi Fan's expression was calm as he pondered silently. Was the mystery of the real and fake Pangbo related to the celestial Qilin clan? Brother Bo-yi, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. I came here to consult you on some questions, he said after serious consideration. Brother Yi, you're too polite. Ask away, Bo-yi said straightforwardly. Yi Fan said, back then, the matter of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin shook the entire world. Could you tell me what you've investigated and the backgrounds of those who disappeared? Bo-yi's expression changed. The matter of the 9 dragons pulling the coffin was of great importance, and caused a huge storm back then. Later on, Mount Tai almost turned into a battlefield, and even great divine arts practitioners were provoked. He thought about it and said, back then, all the sects took action, but they couldn't find out the backgrounds of those people. There was only one family that was suspected to have the blood of ancient demonic gods flowing in their bodies. Oh, which family is it? Can Brother Bo-yi tell me in detail? Yi Fan asked. That family's surname seems to be Pang. I don't have a deep impression of it. At that time, it was my 9th brother who was in charge of investigating these people, Bo-yi said. He saw that Yi Fan was very concerned, so he began to explain in detail. He said that among the ancient Fey god orthodoxies, Myriad Demon Valley had been the fastest to act back then. Someone might have entered the Pang clan to investigate something, but in the end, nothing came of it. Yi Fan nodded. His divine sense was so powerful that he could sense the fluctuations of his psyche. He wasn't lying. After hearing this, he immediately bid farewell. Hey, Brother Yi, you've just arrived, how can you leave? I still want to learn from you. Bo-yi urged him to stay. Yi Fan thought about it and decided not to leave immediately. He also wanted to learn more about the Myriad Demon Valley. As a fellow demon god, he should know more about it. I still don't know which ancient orthodoxy Brother Yi inherited from, and where exactly did he come from? Could you tell me? Bo-yi inquired. I'm a rogue cultivator who cultivated on a nameless mountain. I obtained some ancient techniques from the stone walls, but I don't know which orthodoxy it is. Recently, I've been quiet and wanted to move, so I came out to take a walk, Yi Fan said. Dao brother, you had a great opportunity. Could it be the orthodoxy of an ancient sacred emperor? Bo-yi ordered people to send over delicacies and fine wine to invite them to a banquet. He said that the celestial Qilin clan had been cultivating bitterly and didn't go out. They wanted to endure through this age of Dharma ending and wait for the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to become abundant again. They rarely participated in the affairs of the outside world, especially in the past few years. They had been sealing the mountain, and no one had gone out. I've heard that a celestial demon physique appeared in the celestial Qilin clan. He's a heaven-bestowed genius. Isn't he going out? Yi Fan smiled. That was a matter of a few years ago. It's only now that people have guessed that it's a celestial demon physique. In fact, it's a pity to have such a physique in this age of Dharma ending. Bo-yi looked at Komatsu several times and stared at the little bell on its neck. It was sparkling and translucent, and there was a small stone Buddha inside. I wonder what kind of magic tool this is. Can I take a look at it? Komatsu peeled a bunch of pine nuts and ate them with relish. When it heard Chinmu's words, it was very magnanimous and handed it over. Bo-yi carefully received it and looked at it a few times. What material is this made of? It's so heavy. Dao brother, how did you obtain this magic tool? I found it on the nameless mountain. It looks exquisite, so I gave it to this little fellow, Yi Fan said. Seems like brother really had a great opportunity. I believe you must have cultivated a great divine art. Bo-yi said. Not at all. I've been stuck in the dragon transformation secret realm for 100 years. I don't know when I'll be able to ascend to the legendary immortal foundation. I yearn for it but can't reach it. Yi Fan sighed. Bo-yi was moved. You have a chance to ascend to the immortal foundation. Dao brother is indeed extraordinary. Given your current cultivation, you can be considered a great divine art practitioner. Could it be that you participated in the battle on Mount Tai back then? I didn't. At that time, I was still bitterly cultivating in the mountains. Yi Fan shook his head. An unknown mountain already has a great divine art practitioner like Brother Yi. I believe there must be others. Indeed, there's always a mountain higher than the mountain, and there's always someone stronger. Bo-yi sighed. Yi Fan shook his head. I'm merely an unaffiliated dragon transformation secret realm cultivator. How would I dare to call myself a great divine art practitioner? Brother, you have a chance to ascend to the immortal foundation. The great circle of the dragon transformation secret realm is sufficient for you to be called a great divine art practitioner. Bo-yi sighed, filled with yearning. After that he spoke of a matter. He wanted to ask for Yi Fan's help. He said that with such great divine arts, he would definitely be of great help, and he would definitely reward him generously. Oh, I wonder what's the matter? Yi Fan asked. Bo-yi replied. Dao brother, you must know that since ancient times, there's a treasure whose name shook the entire Middle Earth. It can regenerate flesh and bones from the dead, and it has the ability to bring the dead back to life. You're talking about ginseng? Yi Fan was astonished. That's right. But it's not an ordinary ginseng. It's a real ginseng with a human form. It's been around for who knows how many tens of thousands of years, and it's almost comparable to the legendary immortal spiritual medicine. Bowie said. There were 3 treasures in the northeast, and the first was ginseng. Since ancient times, there were countless ginseng diggers outside the pass, and it was the emperor's favorite tribute. Nowadays, although there were many artificially grown ginseng that were almost comparable to a big radish, but the real top-grade wild ginseng was still very expensive. The starting price would easily be millions of dollars. The ginseng that Bowie was talking about was naturally not an ordinary ginseng. It was a real spiritual ginseng that could even be called a demigod medicine. It was even more precious than an 80,000-year-old king of medicine. It was said that this old ginseng was the ancestral ginseng of Changbai Mountain, and also the ancestral ginseng of the Northeast. Although it couldn't merge with Tao like the immortal spiritual medicine, and couldn't fly into the sky or burrow into the earth, it could move by borrowing the qi of the earth. Since ancient times, no one could dig it up. My tribe has always lived in the primordial dragon cave of Changbai Mountain, so we have the best understanding of the terrain outside the pass. Recently, we've already figured out the movements of the ancestral ginseng. Maybe we can capture this stock of demigod medicine that has existed in this world since ancient times. He wanted to ask for Yi Fan's help and borrow his great divine art. He said that if he succeeded, he would definitely reward him handsomely, even if it was just half a stock. Earth has already entered the age of end of days, so is there still such a divine herb? Yi Fan smiled. Bowie nodded his head. He said that they had long wanted to make a move, but they didn't have a divine arts practitioner to help them. They were afraid that if they failed, they would forever lose the chance to capture the demigod medicine. That was because this kind of spiritual thing was the most vigilant. Ever since their tribe had failed once 2,000 years ago, they had finally found another chance with great difficulty. Yi Fan and the rest entered the world of ice and snow, walking towards an uninhabited area. It was definitely not a place that mortals could enter. It was extremely primitive, and there were ancient trees that were thousands of years old everywhere. Look, this is the ginseng pit. It had appeared here before, and there's still a lingering fragrance, Bowie pointed. In this ancient forest that was unknown how vast it was, they snuck several hundred miles before Bowie found a few holes under the snow. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This was indeed the fragrance of a spirit medicine that was hard to find in this world, surpassing that of a medicine king. Just the lingering fragrance was refreshing. Komatsu wrinkled his purple diamond-like nose and sniffed it in an intoxicated manner. In the end, he fell into the ginseng pit with a plop, and was instantly embarrassed. How about it, Tao brother? Can we cooperate? Bowie asked, asking for his help again. All right. Yi Fan nodded his head. We've set up a few spell formations here, but unfortunately, this ancestral tree is connected to the veins of the earth. It's impossible to lock it in place. This time with you here, fellow Taoist, things will be easier. Bowie led Yi Fan, and the others another 250 kilometers. This made Guozhen speechless. The real Changbai Mountain was far from this vast. Who knew how big this no man's land that was surrounded by ancient formations was? However, as they walked, Bowie suddenly disappeared into thin air. Only Yi Fan and the other 2 were left in the vast snowy mountain. Yi Fan called Komatsu, who was jumping around on the ancient pine and playing in the snow, over. Then he asked Guozhen to walk beside him. Guozhen was bewildered and said, "There's an intoxicating fragrance of the ancestral ginseng. We should be near the place where it appears. I heard from the elders that the places where this kind of spiritual old ginseng appears are the most dangerous. It's either guarded by something or it's a forbidden land. We can't have walked into a forbidden zone, can we?" Yi Fan said, "It's a forbidden zone, but it has nothing to do with the ancestral ginseng. Bowie finally couldn't hold back and attacked us. What should we do? Can we break through it?" Guozhen had always been worried. He was afraid that he would come into conflict with the demonic god lineage of the primordial dragon cave. There's an ancient killing formation here. It's definitely not a problem to trap a divine lord. Even a Tao executioner might die with a grievance if they aren't careful. Yi Fan said. What? It's that terrifying. Guozhen felt a chill down his spine. It's fine. Yi Fan reassured him. At his level, there was no need to bicker with cultivators of a lower realm. However, if he really provoked them, he definitely wouldn't be lenient. Several dozen kilometers away, a group of people gathered in a primitive mountain forest. They were all wearing Qilin clothes that flickered with cold light and surged with killing intent. Is it worth it? That person's cultivation is very powerful. If he rushes out, there'll be great trouble. A middle-aged man with black hair like a waterfall said. Fourth brother, don't worry. It's very worth it. Did you guys see that? That purple squirrel's bell was forged from Daluo silver essence. It's the same material as the primogenitor's weapon. It's hard to find in this world. Bowie sneered. He said that he had absolute confidence in killing Yi Fan. Once that killing formation was activated, even ancient great divine beings could be killed, let alone the people of the present. Are you sure he's really in the dragon transformation secret realm, and not someone even more terrifying? Bo Yuan was still worried. Bowie nodded and said, the reason I lured him into the Ice Crystal Palace was to test his cultivation. There were 4 colors flashing on that divine gate. It was definitely the dragon transformation secret realm. The ancient killing formation could easily eliminate him. This is still a bit rash. If something goes wrong, the consequences will be unpredictable. Another person said. Do you guys know why I insist on attacking so ruthlessly? It's because he's someone who went with the 9 dragons pulling the coffin 20 years ago. He actually returned miraculously. It's only been 20 years. He was just a little mortal back then. Yet now he's already in the secret realm of the outer fringe. If we search his soul and find out the whole story, our clan will definitely ascend to the top. Bowie said coldly. We can only blame a little mortal like him for having such a great fortune. His return this time is only to complete his mission and help us achieve our goals. He's only sacrificed himself for nothing. Chapter 961. Are you sure he's the one who disappeared from the summit of Mount Tai back then? The group of people in the pine forest were all astonished to the extreme. Bowie nodded and spoke of Yi Fan's name. Then he ordered people to bring over the information from the investigation back then. After comparing the two, everyone was dumbfounded. He really is the one who disappeared back then. The group of great demons were shaken. This was a heaven-defying matter. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin brought a group of people into the sky, and became an unsolvable mystery. Who would have thought that this person would reverse the situation and return? What exactly did he experience? You should understand now, right? What I've done is absolutely worth it. He's a living divine treasury. It's only been 20 years, yet he's actually created a great divine being. We'll extract his divine soul and learn his secrets. Our accomplishments will be unimaginable and far surpass a mere mortal like him. Bowie said coldly. In the depths of the primitive mountain forest, Yi Fan was calm and composed. He wasn't in a hurry to escape and brought Guozhen and Komatsu to search for the whereabouts of the ancestral ginseng in the ancient killing formation. Along the way, they discovered several ginseng pits. This everlasting white ancestral ginseng was full of essence, energy, and spirituality. It had the instinct to seek fortune and avoid calamity. Otherwise, how could it have existed since ancient times? It's a bit troublesome. It can control the energy of the earth to move. As long as it doesn't leave the earth, overturning Changbai Mountain is useless, Yi Fan said with a frown. Guozhen was speechless. He was in the ancient killing formation. Yet Yi Fan wasn't in a hurry, and was even thinking about the ancestral ginseng. It was truly admirable. Let me try. Yi Fan lightly shouted and used the Origin Heaven Imprisonment divine technique. The thin essence energy under the earth immediately surged, and the mountains began to shake. The dying dragon vein of Changbai Mountain was revived. It obeyed his command and turned over underground. The snowy mountains on the ground shook and avalanches occurred in many places. They whistled downwards with terrifying momentum. Yi Fan stood on the ground with his feet connected to the earth. His eyes were tightly shut as he sensed all the vitality and energy underground in search of the ancestral ginseng. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. He sensed a shocking light containing boundless essence energy. It was an undying divine light that was almost as powerful as half a stalk of immortal medicine. Ancestral ginseng, it really is a half-divine medicine. Yi Fan opened his eyes and told Guozhen and Komatsu not to move and to wait on the ground. After that, Yi Fan disappeared from the surface. His Genesis techniques had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was only a step away from matching a Genesis Heaven Master. He was like a dragon returning to the sea in the earth vein. In the depths of the earth vein, that lump of undying divine light was too fast. The instant the draconic energy began to fluctuate, it already fled far into the distance, foreseeing good or bad luck. This old ginseng is indeed not easy to deal with. It will most likely take a few months to capture it. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. It was only because he was a Genesis Heaven Master that he could chase through the earth vein. Ordinary people would have no hope at all. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. Only he, the Yuan Taoist Master, could chase it in the vein. Normal people had no hope at all. Suddenly, he found a beast bone in the vein. It was several meters long and had bird seal script carved on it. He stopped and studied it carefully. The general meaning was that the essence energy of heaven and earth would dry up, and the vein would dry up. The ancestral ginseng was intelligent, and could activate the ancestral roots underground. It could produce dragon chi and make the mountains beautiful. It hoped that the future sages would be merciful and not harm it. A light flashed in the distance, and an immortal light appeared. A ginseng half the height of a person appeared, flowing with a precious light. Yi Fan was shocked. He almost thought that an old man had appeared there. The old ginseng had appeared on its own. It looked like a human and had some blurry facial features. It was a half-divine medicine and had long developed intelligence. It had a premonition that the person in front of it could capture it and control the vein. Thus, it had appeared and begged for mercy. That was because it had an instinct to seek fortune, and felt that this was the best time to appear. With a flick of its arm, 20 drops of 5-colored liquid flew towards Yi Fan. Moreover, it knelt down. Its doddering appearance was quite pitiful. Although it had developed intelligence, it was the same as the immortal divine medicine, and could not cultivate. Yi Fan used a white jade bottle to collect the liquid. He sighed and said, "You don't need to do this. I've already seen the records on this bone. Relax and leave." The old ginseng bowed from afar, and disappeared into the depths of the vein in a flash. Yi Fan carefully examined these medicinal liquids. 5-colored radiance flowed about, releasing a strong fragrance that seeped into one's bones. This was indeed divine liquid. He roughly estimated that 4 stalks of old ginseng were equivalent to a stalk of undying divine medicine. He pulled out some formation flags from the vein. These were restrictions set up by the heavenly scale race to capture the old ginseng in the future. Many of the artifacts were made from materials from ancient times, and would be difficult to repair once damaged. In the end, he returned to the ground. Komatsu immediately jumped over and watched nervously. He was very worried for him just now. "It's fine. The ancient formation here can't kill me. Let's go and settle the score with them now." Guozhen was overwhelmed with emotions after hearing this. This brother Yi was truly ferocious. Even an ancient formation that could kill Dao Severing Kings couldn't do anything to him. What kind of divine ability was this? Yi Fan didn't let his guard down. This ancient killing formation was very complicated and dangerous. If he wasn't careful, he might really die here. He destroyed the formation along the way and pulled out all the formation flags, completely flattening them. Dozens of miles away, Bowie said, "The avalanche just now shook all the peaks. It's obvious that the killing formation has been activated. There's no way for him to survive. His primordial spirit will automatically be sucked into the main flag. However, to be on the safe side, we'll go back first and collect his corpse 3 days later." The others nodded and returned to the primordial dragon cave in fear of an accident happening if they entered the formation too early. Yi Fan didn't hurry on his way after destroying the ancient killing formation. He looked around from time to time, and observed the primordial forest. He actually saw a few temples with sacrificial texts written by the Qing dynasty's sacred ancestor. They saw many stone tablets praising merit and bestowing Mount Changbai as a sacred mountain that reigned above the 5 sacred mountains. Not long after, they saw a few ancestral temples of the Jin dynasty. They were grand and majestic. Although they were about to collapse, they could still see the glory of the past. Back then, mortals could also enter this area, Guozhen said. Yifan didn't say anything and continued forward. He actually saw many dragon tablets between the mountains. They should have been left behind by the ancient people. There were flowers, birds, fish, and insects carved on them, and they didn't seem to be words. This is the primitive worship. The heavenly scale race has existed for a really long time. For their own benefit, they have supported humans of different times. Guozhen was amazed. An hour later, Yifan and the others returned. There was a stretch of snowy peaks in front of them. At the center of the main peak, the primordial dragon cave was overflowing with auspicious air and lingering with dragon-shaped divine radiance. You made it out alive? More than 10 men dressed in heavenly scale battle clothes with their long hair hanging loosely over their shoulders and demonic aura lingering around them were all shocked and rushed to attack. Yifan didn't say anything and swept his finger forward like a blade. Pu-pu sounds rang out incessantly as more than 10 people were sliced in half at the waist. Fresh blood flowed, and the ground was scarlet red. What happened? A burly man appeared. He was a demon in reality. He had a human body and was covered in scales. He looked over and was a demon general. Not good, that person came back alive. A demon shouted. Your Excellency, please stop. We can talk things over. The demon general shouted. He wanted to stabilize the situation first. Yifan silently walked forward. His finger was like a sword as he pressed downwards through the air. A large amount of blood flew into the air. This demon general was hacked apart on the spot, from the top of his skull to his legs. He didn't even have time to groan before he became a corpse in half. Not good, not good. The demon soldiers all panicked. Someone rushed into the cave and reported. What are you panicking for? A demon shouted. That person named Yifan rushed out of the ancient formation and came back. He is currently on a killing spree outside. The demon soldier reported in fear. What? Bo-yi was stunned. His whole body turned cold and was covered in cold sweat. The other great demons also felt their blood run cold. That ancient killing formation was extremely terrifying. Hundreds of years ago, it had killed 2 great mediums. How could a cultivator from the dragon transformation secret realm break out of it? Let's go out and take a look. The group of demons had ugly expressions. Bo-yi and the others rushed out of the cave and looked forward. They saw that Yifan wasn't harmed in the slightest. It was as if he had entered an uninhabited realm. Those who dared to obstruct him were killed without exception. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, melting the pure white snow and dyeing the ground red. 10 kills in one step. Yifan was like a god of death, his expression cold and emotionless. Anyone who stood in his way would be killed with a single finger. Not a single one of them was a match for him. Stop, we can talk things over. A demon shouted. Wretch. Yifan ignored him. His left hand slashed diagonally and chopped off half of the demon's head. The corpse flew out for dozens of feet and blood splattered on Bo-yi, turning his face white. Brother Yi, please stop first. We can talk things over. He spoke with difficulty. His heart was bitter and his body was cold. He didn't think this would be the result. Don't you like to bully the weak? What is there to talk about? I originally didn't want to bully you and wanted to talk things out with courtesy. But now, I don't feel like talking to you. Yifan was very calm. Ever since he returned, no matter how weak the cultivators he met were, he treated them as equals. He didn't want to bully others. However, if someone really provoked him, he wouldn't stop killing. He wouldn't bully the weak and fear the strong. He treated everyone equally. Brother Yi, please stop. I was wrong. Bo-yi's intestines were turning green from regret. You people are asking me to stop, but the killing intent in your hearts has risen to the extreme. I can feel it with my consciousness. Yifan revealed a cold smile. He killed one with each step he took. It was better than taking a leisurely stroll in the courtyard. Blood splattered everywhere as corpses kept falling under his feet. Wretch. Yifan pointed with his finger. A demon from the 4 Extremes secret realm had his head explode. Brain juice splattered everywhere as he fell to the ground with his head raised. Crack! He waved his arm and flew out like an eternal light. One of Bo-yi's elder brothers was instantly cut in half. Fresh blood flowed out. If you want to live, don't let me find out that you have enmity towards me. Yi Fan said calmly and walked forward calmly. The cold wind rushed over, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an azura. Corpses were everywhere under his feet. Wretch! With a flick of his finger, the skull of a demon from the Four Extremes secret realm was sent flying. Fresh blood and brain juice spurted several meters high. He died a violent death. He raised his right arm and slashed out horizontally. A ray of killing light was like a bolt of lightning, almost shattering all the snow-capped mountains. Bloodlight surged. The 7 to 8 demons that were standing with Bo-E all exploded and turned into a mist of blood. Both their bodies and souls were destroyed. These were people of the same generation as him. They were the backbone of the Celestial Scale clan. Yet they were killed as easily as ants. This made his heart bleed. Who are you? He shouted mournfully. His eyes were red. He took out dozens of treasures and attacked. The Lord of the Celestial Court, Yi Fan. Yi Fan's expression was calm. With a sweep of his palm blade, all the weapons in the sky turned into dust. Moreover, half of Bo Yi's head flew off. Fresh blood splattered, and his corpse fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. This was like a legend. Although Bo-E had just entered the dragon transformation secret realm, he could be considered a top-notch expert. Yet half of his head was sliced off in an instant. The Lord of the Celestial Court. Everyone murmured. They were terrified to the extreme. Even Guozhen was trembling. He covered Komatsu's eyes and didn't dare to let it see. Not to mention the people of the Celestial Scale clan. They were all horrified. This was a legend written by the bones of a top-notch expert. I'm an easy person to get along with. I treat people with sincerity. If people respect me, I'll respect them tenfold. The prerequisite is that you don't provoke me because you're superior. Yi Fan's tone was calm without a trace of fluctuation. He took large strides towards the primordial dragon cave. He wanted to see what was inside the cave that was overflowing with dragon chi. This was because he heard from the numinous treasure sect leader that this might be the ancient cave where the ancient sacred emperor lived. At the same time, he didn't relax. The experts of the Celestial Scale clan wouldn't stop here. Chapter 962. Snowy mountains stood tall and majestic. Beneath the highest peak, the primordial dragon cave was glowing with auspicious light. A few ancient pine trees were rooted at the side. This place was mysterious and peaceful. Yi Fan walked forward step by step and entered the sacred land of the Heavenly Scale tribe. Behind him was a ground full of corpses and fresh blood. The ground was scarlet red. Bo-E was dead. As a great demon of the dragon transformation secret realm, and a top-notch expert of the present age, half of his head was chopped off. It was almost a legend. The bright red blood was a ghastly sight. Demon corpses were strewn everywhere. Almost all of them were killed in one strike. The surviving demon soldiers and generals were trembling with fear. None of them dared to move forward. Yi Fan arrived in front of the primordial dragon cave. Just as he was about to step inside, a clear whistle resounded through the snowy mountains. Someone shouted from afar and rushed over like a bolt of lightning. Who dares to behave atrociously in my Changbai ancestral grounds? 2 men rushed out from the depths of the snowy mountains. Their bodies had a kind of unruliness, and their eyes shone with radiance. Their attire was very special. They wore ancient robes and mandarin jackets, and their hair was combed into a large braid. Yi Fan was startled. Wasn't this the attire of the Qing dynasty? He didn't expect to see it in this era. It looked very primitive. However, the cultivation of these two was not weak. At least, it was rare in this era and could be considered as rare experts. Who are you? Protectors of the Changbai ancestral grounds. These two claimed that this was the place where their tribe thrived. Back then, they were able to enter the pass and rule the world. No one was allowed to desecrate this place. Their expressions were extremely agitated. Yi Fan was startled. These two were indeed quite old, and could be considered as ancient seniors. Yet they still retained their primitive habits. The 2 wild men glanced at the corpses on the ground. As if they were stimulated, they shouted loudly, saying that this was the birthplace of their tribe. The ones I want to kill are the Heavenly Scale tribe. I will not destroy this place. Please retreat quickly, Yi Fan said. The bloodline of the god race and our race are fused together. You came to our ancestral land to kill people. That means you are absolutely irreconcilable with us. The two of them charged forward. Yi Fan sighed and didn't say anything else. He flicked his finger twice in succession. And with two light poo-poo sounds, blood blossomed. The two people's foreheads exploded, and they both fell onto the snowy ground, dead. The surrounding demon soldiers and demon generals did not even dare to breathe loudly. They knew very well how powerful these two people were. They had cultivated hard in Changbai Mountain for 200 to 300 years. Many great demons were no match for them, but they still died. At this moment, an old demon appeared in the primordial dragon cave. He was all bones and bones, holding a heavenly snake cane. He sighed and said, "Dao friend, please have mercy." This was an old sky snake, and his age was frighteningly old. Although his cultivation was not very high, his seniority was extremely high, and everyone in the Heavenly Scale clan respected him. When everyone saw that he had appeared, they all stepped forward and called him Old Ancestor. They surrounded him in the middle, afraid that something might happen to him. "I've been in human form for more than 500 years, but I've lost more than half of my cultivation. Something unexpected happened during my cultivation." Yi Fan muttered to himself. "We were wrong. Please have mercy on us and let the Heavenly Scale clan live," the old sky snake said. He bowed deeply and begged bitterly. "I don't want to kill too much either. I can't bear to see you like this, but I'm even more unwilling to be targeted by a group of enemies. What do you want me to do?" Yi Fan's expression was cold. "They won't have any hostility. I can guarantee that no one will dare to have any evil intentions," the old sky snake guaranteed. "It's not that I don't believe you, but I don't believe them. My divine will can clearly sense that some people have killing intent towards me, and it has climbed to the extreme," Yi Fan said calmly. He attacked again. Poo-poo sounds rang out incessantly, but the foreheads of those with strong killing intent all exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered all over the ground, and one corpse after another fell to the ground with their backs to the sky. "Go find the heavenly demon and bring the flood dragon ancestor to protect the cave," someone shouted crazily. His eyes were red because a few important clansmen had died. The entrance of the primordial dragon cave was scarlet red, and corpses were everywhere. "No," the old sky snake immediately shouted and revealed a shocked expression. "Old ancestor, could it be that the heavenly demon that has entered the flood dragon ancestor's body can't deal with him? So many of our clansmen have died, we have to avenge them." A great demon roared crazily. Yi Fan stopped at the cave entrance and did not make another move. More than 10 great demons had died, and only the small demons were left trembling there. Those with hostility had all been killed. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar was heard from afar. It was like a dragon's cry that shook the 9 heavens. A flood dragon rushed over and leaped over many snowy peaks. It was as huge as a mountain ridge, and it swung its huge tail towards Yi Fan. Guozhen's eyes almost popped out. He held onto Komatsu and quickly retreated. It was really a huge silver flood dragon, and it was extremely similar to a real dragon. Its 2 eyes were like lanterns. The divine flood dragon swung its tail and cracked a snowy mountain. Rocks flew through the air, and the avalanche was like a tsunami. The boundless white snow covered the sky and covered the earth. This place seemed like it was going to collapse. The super-huge flood dragon was not something that could be born in this era, but it appeared alive and well in front of them. There was a great power that made every demon tremble and want to kneel down. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. What era was this? How could there still be a flood dragon like this? This flood dragon's body had definitely cut down the Tao a long time ago. Something's wrong. He discovered something strange. Although the flood dragon was powerful, its flesh was ice cold. Although there was a powerful magical power surging within its body, it was very uncoordinated. So it's just a corpse that's being controlled by someone. Yi Fan shook his head. This was a flood dragon ancestor of the celestial scale race. Back then, his cultivation was heaven-defying, but it was a pity that an accident happened when he was cultivating a certain secret technique. His primordial spirit withered and died, leaving only his flesh body. However, it also became the celestial scale race's sect-guarding treasure. When an expert's primordial spirit entered its body, it could unleash extremely terrifying battle prowess that could tear apart those with great divine abilities. At this moment, the pride of their race, the celestial demon physique, rode the flood dragon and wanted to battle Yi Fan. He shouted coldly, "You have to pay the price for coming to my race's blood massacre. Hand over your life. Your primordial spirit isn't strong, and your cultivation isn't enough. So what if you have the body of a Tao executioner? You might be able to deal with others, but it's really useless against me," Yi Fan said coldly. Roar! The huge flood dragon covered the sky and covered the earth as it swooped down at Yi Fan. It had the power to move mountains and fill up the seas. In this era, it was definitely unrivaled. Everyone from the celestial scale race paid close attention and clenched their fists tightly. They believed that even those with great divine abilities wouldn't be able to block such a world-shocking attack. In the current world, there was no one that could compare to the corporeal body of a Tao executioner. Apart from the dragon's roar, there was no other sound between the heaven and earth. Only the huge flood dragon became the only thing between the heaven and earth. However, out of everyone's expectations, the Tao executioner's flood dragon didn't crush Yi Fan. Instead, its head was smashed by his fist, and fresh blood flowed out as it flew back to the horizon. So what if it's a Tao executioner's flood dragon? It's just a corpse. I've even killed a living Tao executioner before. Yi Fan softly muttered to himself. He stood there proudly and looked up at the silver flood dragon in the sky. His expression was calm, and he didn't have a trace of fear. Everyone was stunned. Many people heard what he said, and were so scared that their bodies turned cold. Who was this person that had killed a living Tao executioner before? Lin or leave quickly. The old heavenly snake stood at the entrance of the primordial dragon cave and roared. "Old ancestor, there's no need to worry. Watch how I take his life. Since he dared to behave atrociously in my primordial dragon cave, his blood will splatter 5 meters. The silver flood dragon shouted. He didn't hear what Yi Fan was muttering to himself. He opened his mouth and spat out a purple bolt of lightning. This was a purple gold treasured mirror that was refined by a Tao executioner in the past. The purple light that it emitted could melt all things, and even cult masters would suffer heavy injuries if they were swept by it. However, Yi Fan didn't dodge at all. He went against the sky and faced the attack head-on. His golden fist was overflowing with astral chi and directly pierced through the heaven and earth. Gotcha! Something terrifying happened. The purple treasured mirror shattered into dozens of pieces and scattered down like a meteor shower. It was shattered by a single punch. Heavens, how is this possible? He used his fist to destroy a Tao executioner's weapon. Many people from the heavenly scale race were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Many of them were trembling uncontrollably. How could they see this kind of power today? It was something that could only appear in ancient legends. Tao executioner Flood Dragon King. Yi Fan's soft voice came from the sky. Then, he shook his hands and emitted a heaven-overflowing golden light that struck forward. Pung pung. A terrifying sound rang out. That huge silver flood dragon was grabbed by a pair of mountain-like golden hands. With a forceful pull, it was broken into more than 10 pieces. Blood and flood dragon bones fell onto the ground. Below, a snowy mountain was smashed apart. The flood dragon's corpse fell down, causing the earth to tremble. A white heavenly snake rushed out from the flood dragon corpse. It was as fast as lightning and wanted to escape. It was precisely the race's heavenly demonic physique. Yi Fan pointed out with his finger. He immediately fell onto the ground and turned into a young man. His face was deathly pale, and his expression was fierce as he clenched his teeth. It's not like I haven't seen the heavenly demonic physique before. That friend of mine should be severing the Tao soon, right? Yi Fan muttered to himself. He thought of the Northern Dipper Star domain and became absent-minded. Who exactly are you? The heavenly demonic physique shouted. His eyes were bloodshot as if he wanted to devour someone. I've already said it many times. I'm the master of the celestial court, Yi Fan. Yi Fan's voice was very soft. Although it was not the first time the people present heard it, it still caused their hearts to palpitate. I actually don't want to kill. However, your killing intent towards me is so strong that I have no choice but to strangle a genius. No, the group of people behind shouted loudly. Yi Fan did not pay them any attention. With a light tap, the heavenly demonic physique cried out loudly. The space between his brows was pierced, and he fell onto the snowy ground without a trace of life. Yi Fan was neither happy nor worried. He once again arrived in front of the primordial dragon cave. This group of people's hearts were filled with extreme fear as they continuously retreated. It's our fault. We shouldn't have killed you out of greed. However, you've already killed 39 members of our tribe, and almost all of them were great demons. If our tribe is not exterminated, our vitality will be greatly damaged within 500 years. We won't dare to leave the mountain, and can only seal ourselves in Changbai Mountain. Can you let us go? The old heavenly snake begged. Yi Fan sighed in his heart. He really could not bear to kill him. If the other party was extremely vicious and rushed over, he would not show any mercy. Those who want to stay in the heavenly snake primogenitor, come over. Even if you use that snake skin, it will be useless. He turned around and looked at another ancient cave. The heavenly scale clan's chief, Bo Run, walked out with an ashen face. Although he was known as an absolute expert in the dragon transformation secret realm, he was nothing in front of him. You used your own strength to suppress my tribe. If you admit defeat, you can kill as you please. Bo Run spoke as he supported the old heavenly snake. The heavenly scale clan had 2 dragon transformation experts. Bo Yi was already dead, and only Bo Run was left. Struggling was futile. I also don't want to kill too many people. Seal yourselves in the mountain for 500 years. During this period, you are not allowed to leave, Yi Fan said calmly. Many thanks for not killing us, the old heavenly snake said with a trembling voice. The others secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them followed the old snake and bowed silently. Chapter 963. The chief of the heavenly scale tribe, Bo Run, requested Yi Fan to seal the mountain, saying that their cultivation was not high enough, and that the seal would not be strong enough. Yi Fan nodded. He knew that the heavenly scale tribe was showing their determination. They were assuring him that they would not step out of the Changbai mountain for the next 500 years. He didn't say too much, entering the origin dragon cave. Immortal light shone brilliantly, auspicious energy like smoke. The ancient cave was extremely deep, mottled traces of time. He first saw 2 praying mats and was surprised because there were traces of Tao on them. It was obvious that experts had been meditating here for a long time. Where are these 2? Many people of the heavenly scale tribe were nervous. The old sky snake quickly explained. They are the protectors of the primordial dragon cave. They have not returned for 100 years. He did not dare to hide anything. At Yi Fan's realm, no one could stop his powerful consciousness. There were no secrets to speak of. Changbai Mountain was regarded as the ancestral land of the Dragon Rise by the Nuzan tribe. In ancient times, they would come here every year to pay their respects. The 2 protectors were the ancestors of the Nuzan tribe. If they were still alive, they should be more than 1,000 years old. People from the Jin dynasty. Yi Fan muttered to himself. When the Nuzan tribe came out of seclusion and destroyed the northern Song dynasty, these 2 people had already entered the cave. Later on, they were successful in cultivation, and became the protectors of the heavenly scale tribe. Ancient people. Yi Fan pondered. These 2 people's cultivation was not low, and should be worth paying attention to. The Manchu Qing also regarded Changbai Mountain as their ancestral land, because they were the descendants of the Nuzan tribe. The 2 ancient people that Yi Fan killed not long ago were from the Qing dynasty, and were known as the protectors. Obviously, they could not be compared to the protectors. These 2 ancient people from the Jin dynasty were around 1,000 years old, and had survived since ancient times. They might not have died until now. They might not die after leaving for 100 years. Yi Fan said softly, and did not say anything else. This ancient cave was very deep. It was said that there was an ancient saint emperor, who went to the north and meditated here for hundreds of years. Hence, it was called the primordial dragon cave. In the depths of the ancient cave, there was a stone room that was dry and clean. There were no furnishings at all, and not even auspicious energy could approach. It could be described as simple and crude. However, Yi Fan stared at this place. Ignoring everything else, he strode in and asked what kind of place it was. Bo Run, the Heavenly Serpent clan leader, replied. This was the place where their primogenitor demonic god resided in seclusion. He would often stay there for hundreds of years, and no one dared to approach. Where did Sky Snake progenitor go? Yi Fan asked. Bo Run sighed softly. The spiritual essence of heaven and earth had dried up. The Heavenly Serpent ancestor had predicted that the future generations would be unfavorable for cultivation, and would find it difficult to prove his Tao. Thus, he disappeared from the human world during the Warring States period. Yi Fan entered the stone room and closed his eyes to sense it. He felt that something was off. There was no demonic qi in the stone room. It was calm and peaceful, untainted by the mortal world. It was very special. It is said that in ancient times, a saint emperor came here to cultivate in seclusion. It was only 1,000 years after he left that our ancestors found this place, the old heavenly snake said. That's right. Yi Fan let them leave and sat down cross-legged. He sat there for half a month and didn't move a single step. During this time he only passed on a Taoist book to Guozhen, and gave him a few pieces of origin and 2 stalks of spirit medicine. As for Komatsu, he was very restless. After gnawing on a stalk of spirit medicine, he climbed up and down in the stone room like a little naughty monkey that couldn't stay still. There is a stone diagram 3 zhang into the stone. Yi Fan was astonished. He opened his eyes half a month later. Who was it that left this behind? There was a diagram inside the stone wall that even the heavenly eye of Source couldn't see through. This exceeded common sense. His heavenly eye could see through all fabrications and could see through the stone walls of mountains and rivers. Now he only managed to catch a glimpse of it after comprehending the Tao for half a month. He wanted to reach out and break the wall, but he suddenly stopped himself. He remembered a rumor that the ancient great mediums used their thoughts to carve the diagram and brand it into the stone. If he broke it by force, everything would be destroyed and nothing would be obtained. Yi Fan didn't act rashly. In the end, he faced the stone wall and sat down cross-legged again. He remained motionless, quietly observing and comprehending. This made the Heavenly Snake clan uneasy. They would be on tenterhooks as long as he didn't leave. The heavenly secret technique of source break. In the present age, only Yi Fan could observe the diagram in the stone like this. Otherwise, even a half-saint would find it difficult to see the diagram 3 zhang deep into the stone wall. He spent another half a month. His eyes were dry and his heavenly eye was almost broken. Only then did he see everything clearly and draw a stone carving. The moment he saw it clearly, Yi Fan knew what it was. His heart trembled. He quickly took out a bone fragment and carved the mountain and river diagram he saw in the underground palace of Mount Lu. It's one piece. This is a part of the diagram. He was shocked and firmly remembered it in his heart. Then he gently wiped away the traces he had carved. Immortal ascension opportunity. He didn't expect to see such a thing in the primordial dragon cave. This was truly unexpected. He guessed that it was either carved by the heavenly snake primogenitor, or left behind by an ancient sage emperor. In any case, it was at least a great sage. The ancient people who were dismembered in the underground palace of Mount Dragon and Qisongzi. The immortal who was buried in fire on Mount Eightling. Which one of them wasn't a great sage? Thinking about it, it was truly shocking. The great sage of the human race's collection of diagrams must be incomparably heaven-defying. To be honest, Yi Fan didn't think much of it when he obtained the first stone carving and the second bone fragment. But now that he had obtained the third diagram, he was greatly moved. He wanted to collect all of them. His parents had passed away and he had nothing else to ask for on earth. Immortal ascension was his only goal. This immortal ascension painting was very important to him. Yi Fan left Mount Changbai. He didn't take action personally and told them to seal themselves for 500 years. Then he disappeared with Guozhen and Komatsu outside the snowy mountains. In the outside world, it was already the beginning of spring. The ice and snow had melted, and tender shoots had broken through the soil. There was a faint smell of soil. Yi Fan gave Guozhen some Taoist books, some source blocks, and spirit medicine. Then they parted ways. They had gotten to know each other and given each other an opportunity. They couldn't always walk together. Everyone had their own path and path. He and Komatsu returned to B City. During this period he received a call from Su Qiong. After so long, there was no news from her. She thought something had happened to him. Yi Fan treated Su Qiong and her family to a simple meal. Komatsu stayed at home and didn't dare to follow them. He was afraid that Su Yi, that crazy girl, would torture him. He rested for 2 days and then headed south. He was prepared to go to Thousand Demon Valley. According to the information he obtained from the Heavenly Scale Race, the mystery of whether Pangbo was real or fake was related to this line. Actually, he had already guessed whether he should go or not. He was only here to verify it. Thousand Demon Valley was located in the Ba Mountains. In ancient times, it was unknown how many great demons had left their orthodoxy there. It had long become the holy land of the demon race. The Da Ba Mountains referred to the mountains that stretched across the borders of Sichuan, Shaanxi, Gansu, and Hubei provinces. Yi Fan planned to go to Shenangjia in Hubei and enter from the east. That was because since the last century, there had always been rumors that there were savages in Shenangjia. Now that he was back, he also wanted to find out whether the so-called savages really existed. Yi Fan brought Komatsu into Shenangjia. He walked very slowly, avoiding various scenic spots. He walked into an uninhabited area. The ancient trees had already sprouted, and the spring water was gurgling. It was very serene. There were many bushes in the primitive area. The jungle was dense, so he didn't hurry. In the end, he even stayed in a valley for a few days to appreciate the beauty of the mountains and rivers. Savages, they've finally found them. Hurry up and chase after them. We must take a clear picture. Someone shouted. Yi Fan saw a group of people chasing in the distant mountains. He took Komatsu and leaped lightly, silently overtaking them. Soon he saw a strange man covered in long hair a few miles away. When the savage saw Yi Fan coming through the air, he was scared out of his wits and knelt to beg for mercy. Please spare my life, immortal. I didn't hurt anyone. I was just accidentally discovered by humans. Yi Fan was speechless. He finally knew what the so-called savage was. It was a small demon that had not completely transformed. It was covered in long hair and ran upright. It really looked like a savage. Which mountain do you cultivate in? I'm a small demon in the Thousand Demon Valley. I often play with my friends. Occasionally, I come to Shenangjia along the east side of the Ba Mountains, the small demon replied. In fact, it was not small. It was more than 2 meters tall when it stood upright. It was a wild ape that had transformed into a human. Seriously speaking, it was not much different from a savage. Yi Fan suddenly smiled. He was about to go to the Thousand Demon Valley. He did not expect to meet a small demon in the valley, which saved him a lot of trouble. He did not make things difficult for the wild ape spirit, because he could not help but think of the monkey in the Big Dipper when he saw it. Generally speaking, the Ba Mountains were 1,000 kilometers long and bordered several provinces. The small demons in the Thousand Demon Valley would sometimes sneak out and play along the mountain range. Yi Fan did not know whether to laugh or cry. The mystery of the savages in Shenangjia originated from the Thousand Demon Valley? After learning the truth, he really did not know what to say, so he could only shake his head. The wild ape was very fast. It went straight into the territory of Sichuan with Yi Fan, and went deep into the Ba Mountains. They saw many hanging coffins on some uninhabited cliffs, which were full of mystery. The cliffs were tall and the coffins were mottled. After thousands of years, it could be said to be a miracle. Haven't you opened them? Yi Fan asked. The wild ape shrank its neck and said, We don't dare to open them. Everyone said that 500 years ago, an old valley master wanted to find an earth immortal. He opened many hanging coffins and died inexplicably in the end. After that, few people dared to open them. Yi Fan sneered and said, We are cultivators, are we afraid of this? We can't say. The current Third Valley Master also said that it was related to an ancient earth immortal. He told us not to touch it, and to tell him immediately if we see a strange hanging coffin. When Yi Fan heard this, he thought of a paragraph in the ancient book Taiping Royal Reading. The residents of the earth immortal, there are thousands of hanging coffins on the cliff. Soon, they entered the deepest part of the Ba Mountains, where there were few people. After turning left and right, they suddenly disappeared from a mountain ridge and entered a more vast area. Ancient cliffs stood in great numbers, old trees towered into the sky, and apes cried and tigers roared. It was a very primitive landscape, as if no human had entered for thousands of years. Sure enough. Yi Fan nodded. The myriad demon valley was also isolated from the human world, surrounded by an ancient formation, in a vast uninhabited area. In ancient times, a demon god cultivated here, and then some famous great demons came to seek shelter. So it gradually became a holy land for the demon race. The valley was called the Myriad Demon Valley, because there was more than one kind of demon in the valley. There were all kinds of races, and every generation, 3 valley masters would be elected, all of whom were extremely powerful. The Myriad Demon Valley was full of talents, and there were many demon races. In terms of power, it was actually more prosperous and powerful than the inheritance of the other 3 great demon gods. Far away, Yi Fan saw a huge valley, where demon chi soared into the sky, surrounded by ribbons of black fog, as if a peerless demon was lying dormant. It really is a holy land for demon cultivation. He observed the terrain of the mountains and rivers. This was a place of demons. According to the Book of Source Heaven, it was possible that an ancient demon emperor had transformed here, which created such a terrain. Many small demons climbed up and down in the valley, and it was very lively. Yi Fan secretly thought that since this place was so prosperous, there might really be tens of thousands of demons. A large black flag fluttered in the wind, with the 3 words Myriad Demon Valley written on it. It was inserted in the valley, and every time it fluttered, it seemed to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas, emitting bursts of thunder and extraordinary momentum. Suddenly, drums sounded in the Myriad Demon Valley, and a group of great demons came out to greet them. They seemed to be able to roar through the world, pluck the stars and grab the moon. Their momentum was astonishing, and their demon chi was monstrous. Honored guests, forgive me for not being able to welcome you. In the middle was a monkey with a thunderous mouth, fiery eyes, and golden hair all over its body. It was a living sacred battle ape. Yi Fan was stunned, and he almost cried out. It was too similar to the monkey Big Dipper. The wild ape spirit beside him whispered. This was their 3rd valley master. May I ask for the 3rd valley master's name? The thunderous mouth, fiery eyes, and golden ears of the Monkey King were very sensitive, and he answered, Sun Wukong. Yi Fan was stunned and petrified on the spot. Chapter 964. A monkey with sparkling golden fur, fiery eyes, and a thunderous mouth called himself Sun Wukong. A group of great demons followed behind him. This scene was astonishing. Yi Fan stared blankly for a long time. What was going on? This was simply too subversive. Could it be that the Central Plains really had a Sun Wukong who had gone to the Western Paradise to obtain scriptures? He opened his heavenly eyes and observed this monkey. Its body was extraordinary, and its shell was different. This type of physique was rarely seen. If it wasn't for the fact that it was born in the cultivationless age, it would definitely have great accomplishments in the future. Now, in the dragon transformation secret realm, he could be considered a top-notch expert in the present age. In this era where great divine beings didn't appear, no one could suppress him. Greetings, Brother Yi. This monkey walked forward. The group of great demons all wore respectful expressions as they saluted together. Yi Fan returned the greeting. There were many questions in his heart. Why did he meet Sun Wukong here? It was so similar to the one on the other side of the starry sky. What exactly was going on? The 10,000 Demon Valley was truly magnificent. The cliffs around it towered into the clouds, majestic and lofty. The giant valley that was formed was enough to accommodate several super-large cities. As soon as he entered the valley, he saw several waterfalls that were thousands of zhang long. They hung down from the valley walls, creating a vast expanse of whiteness. It was incomparably magnificent. Under the illumination of the sunlight, colorful mists enshrouded the place. The valley was extremely deep, and this place was evergreen all year round. Along the way, there were stone forests and bright lakes. It was as if he had entered a small world of its own. There were orchards within the valley. Golden and bright red fruits filled the branches, filling the air with a sweet fragrance. Moreover, there were medicinal fields filled with Solomon's seal, Polygonum multiflorum, ginseng, and others. This monkey realized that Yi Fan cared a lot about its name. He explained along the way with a smile. He had read The Journey to the West Among Mortals and felt that it was a bit interesting. As such, he came up with this name himself. Yi Fan was speechless. So this was the case. After thinking about it, it made sense. This monkey didn't look like an old demon no matter how he looked at it. It shouldn't have cultivated for more than 300 years. On the side, a great demon said that the Third Valley Master was extraordinarily talented and had only cultivated for around 230 years. This was rare in the present age. Yi Fan nodded. In this era, reaching the dragon transformation secret realm after cultivating for around 200 years was considered an inborn talent. This was related to his extraordinary embryonic bones. There were many monkeys in Chuan, and 1 in 10 million monkeys could attain the Tao. With such an achievement, it was reasonable for him to cultivate in the demon tribe's holy land like the Demon's Valley. After chatting for a while, Yi Fan learned that this monkey claimed to be the descendant of the great sage of the ape race. He had obtained the teachings of the sacred ape race, which was why he had cultivated to such a state. According to ancient texts, as long as a monkey had great achievements, it would automatically evolve into a saint ape. Its final appearance would be that of a thunder god with fiery golden eyes. Yi Fan pondered. Could it be that the primordial sacred battle apes had come to Earth and left behind some descendants? However, the power of their bloodline deteriorated, and this monkey showed some signs of atavism? Yi Fan wondered if the primordial sacred battle apes had come to Earth and left behind some descendants. But later, the power of their bloodline deteriorated, and this monkey showed some signs of atavism. He didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, with the monkey's temper, he might get angry. The group came to the depths of the myriad demon valley. The terrain was even more magnificent. Third Valley Master was an extraordinary ape spirit. His fiery eyes could see through illusions, and his divine gaze was like lightning. When Yi Fan was still a dozen or so li away from the valley, he was standing on the cliff. He saw him, but he couldn't see through his cultivation. He was greatly shaken, and so he personally came out to greet him. The Third Valley Master was an extraordinary ape spirit. His fiery eyes could see through illusions. When Yi Fan was a dozen miles away from the valley, he saw him standing on the cliff. He saw him, but he couldn't see through his cultivation. He was greatly shocked, so he came out to greet him. Yi Fan was very direct. He explained the reason for his visit, and asked about the mystery of Pangbo. He was quite sure that it was done by the myriad demon valley. The group entered the ancient city and arrived at a mansion. After inviting Yi Fan to take a seat, the Third Valley Master personally explained that they did take action back then, but they didn't harm anyone. The group entered the ancient city and arrived at a mansion. After inviting Yi Fan to take a seat, the Third Valley Master personally explained that they did take action back then, but they didn't harm anyone. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin descended to the peak of Mount Tai, and then quickly set sail. Back then, the world was shaken and every sect was shocked. They all reacted immediately. The myriad demon valley was the holy land of the demonic race, so they naturally wouldn't fall behind. They investigated everyone's background that very day, and their reaction was the fastest because the 3 Valley Masters personally took action. Pangbo's bloodline was personally investigated by the Third Valley Master. When he saw that there was a faint trace of ancient demonic god blood in their bodies, he was immediately moved. He thought that the 9 dragons pulling the coffin might have some kind of karma, so he arranged for an evil spirit to take Pangbo's appearance and go back to investigate this race. Unfortunately, after investigating for more than 10 years, they didn't gain much. They didn't even know what kind of race this race used to be. In the end, the evil spirit crossed tribulation and was hacked to death. At this point, they didn't continue investigating because they felt that there was no need to. Many of the ancient distinguished races had already faded into the masses and returned to being ordinary. We didn't let the Pang family down. Instead, we made that evil spirit perform filial piety for the missing person for more than 10 years. He didn't have any intention of harming anyone, said the Third Valley Master. Yi Fan was silent. He thought of the memories he had obtained from Pangbo's father. When that evil spirit was drunk, he had said that they were an ancient demonic race. In the end, Pang Bo's father slapped him awake, but he didn't retaliate. Although there were times when he acted strangely, he didn't do anything disrespectful. Yi Fan could only nod and didn't denounce him. From a certain perspective, he should let out a sigh of relief because the real Pang Bo was still in the Big Dipper and still alive. He had already expected all of this. The trip to the Myriad Demon Valley was just to verify it, and it was indeed the case. After understanding the cause and effect, Yi Fan could only sigh. He stood in this ancient city and looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Many of his old friends were on the other side of the starry sky. Everything on Earth had been settled, but he couldn't go back. Becoming an immortal was the only choice left. The third Valley Master invited him to stay in the Myriad Demon Valley for a long time to discuss cultivation together. Yi Fan couldn't refuse, so he didn't leave in a hurry. He also wanted to see what was special about the demon race's holy land. The first Valley Master was an immortal crane who cultivated into a human form. He had a lifespan of 600 years. It was said that he had obtained part of the ancient sword immortal orthodoxy in Mount Shu. He was extremely powerful, and had already completed the realm of dragon transformation. This old crane was close to being the strongest among the known sect masters. Unless a great mediator came into being, no one could suppress it. He had obtained part of Mount Shu's immortal sword orthodoxy, and had been in seclusion all year round. He wouldn't come out unless it was a matter of life and death for the Myriad Demon Valley. The second Valley Master was an immortal cat who had the bloodline of an ancient demon god. He wandered outside all year round in search of the immortal mountain ruins, and rarely cared about the valley's affairs. It was said that the first Valley Master was his ancestor, and the founder of the Myriad Demon Valley. He left during the Warring States period, and left behind the Art of 3 Lives, which was inherited by the second Valley Master. Yi Fan stayed here for 2 months in one go, expelling the old and taking in the new, embracing the simple and returning to the true. In this place, he sensed traces of an unmatched existence transforming into the Tao. The Komatsu was the happiest. He played with a group of small demons, and ran all over the mountains and plains. However, the little thing had strong self-control. Every night, it would absorb the moonlight with the help of the small stone Buddha and cultivate seriously. Since he had come to Shu, Yi Fan naturally wanted to find out more about the ancient immortal Qi Song Zi. Ever since he saw the 7 flying swords in the fiery burial immortal grounds, he felt that the Shushan sword immortals might have come from his lineage. The third Valley Master smiled and told Yi Fan that Qi Song Zi was not from Shu. He was from Zhujiang, but he had come to Shu to preach and leave behind his orthodoxy. Yi Fan suddenly realized that when Qi Song Zi was mentioned in the ancient books, it was written about Jinhua Mountain, Tiantai Mountain and other places. These places existed in Zhujiang and Sichuan. In the orthodoxy obtained by the first Valley Master, there were some vague records that pointed to the ancient immortal Qi Song Zi. It was suspected that he was the one who passed down the line of sword immortals. He was the most famous cultivator in the ancient times. Before Shino achieved his Tao, he had received part of his teachings. Before Yellow Emperor's Tao was completed, he had also asked him for advice. It was not surprising that such a famous cultivator in the ancient times would leave behind a sword immortal orthodoxy. It was a matter of course. Do you know why Qi Song Zi came from Zhujiang to Shu Mountain to cultivate? The third Valley Master asked with a smile. Is there a reason? Yi Fan was surprised. Of course there are some secrets. The third Valley Master nodded and began to talk about some ancient anecdotes. Qi Song Zi had been pursuing something all his life. Even when he passed away and disappeared from the world, he still could not forget it. He had an obsession in his heart. It is said that Qi Song Zi was an ancient immortal. However, the few demon god ancestors knew that he could not be an immortal. He was searching for a way to become an immortal. The third Valley Master said. At that level of cultivation, what else could attract him? Only to become an immortal. He went west to Sichuan and spent his entire life in order to become an immortal. Did he find anything? Yi Fan asked. He obtained an immortal bone from Tiantai Mountain in Zhujiang. It contained the mystery of becoming an immortal. He found the land of Shu. It was said that part of the immortal bone pointed to this place. However, he spent half his life in Shu and did not find the ultimate secret place. All his efforts were in vain, and he could not become an immortal. When Yi Fan heard this, his heart was moved. It was related to the map of opportunities to become immortal. Could it be that the ultimate secret place was in Shu Mountain? However, so many years had passed. Were there any traces left? The Myriad Demon Valley was in Sichuan. Naturally, they knew many ancient secrets. The previous valley masters had searched for it, and even found the footprints left by Qi Songzi. The previous valley masters have been tracking it down, and found that Qi Songzi might really have been chasing after a real immortal. He almost touched it. Especially an old valley master 500 years ago, he made an amazing discovery. Unfortunately, he did not have time to tell the secret and died inexplicably. The third valley master sighed. The Myriad Demon Valley spent a lot of manpower and material resources to track it down and inadvertently made a breakthrough in the ancient hanging coffins. Then, from the hanging coffins in Shu to the ancient coffins in Wuxia Mountain, no one knew how many were opened. They harvested a few ancient jade books from the oldest hanging coffins. They vaguely pointed out that there should be an earth immortal with a big secret. There were records in ancient books, and there were more than one. The Myriad Demon Valley had also seriously speculated that there might be a real earth immortal, not a deified human. There are thousands of hanging coffins on the cliff in the residence of an earth immortal. The clouds are the bones of an immortal. They found that the earth immortal that Qi Songzi was looking for might be the one. Chapter 965. Several pieces of ancient jade had lost their luster. Too much time had passed, and they had lost their splendor. There was blood on them, which was said to have been in contact with corpses for a long time. Yi Fan held it in his hand. Although there was no light, it was gentle and delicate, giving off a warm feeling. This was an ancient jade book, and any one of them was priceless. Without a doubt, this was a national treasure. Every time one appeared, it would cause a sensation. The jade was engraved with dense oracle bone inscriptions. The colors of the ancient jade were different. Some were yellow like gold, some were red like blood, and some were white like sheep fat. Their luster was restrained, as if they were covered in a layer of dust. There were mottled marks of time, and one could tell they were antiques at a glance. There were 6 pieces in total. These were obtained by the previous masters of the 10,000 Demon Valley. They had taken them from the ancient coffins and opened countless coffins from Sichuan to Wuxia Mountain. And among them, the 2 most ancient pieces were personally found by the first valley master, the ancient Yao god. Yi Fan turned the ancient jade against the sunlight and carefully studied each character. They were shaped like birds, fish, and insects, and were extremely difficult to understand. He only understood the general meaning. Just as the third valley master had said, the ancient jade book found in the hanging coffins contained a shocking secret that vaguely pointed to an earth immortal. Qi Songzi had an immortal bone with a part of the map on it. He came to Sichuan to search and personally open tens of thousands of coffins, but he failed at the last moment, and didn't get what he wanted. We didn't have the immortal bone to guide us, so we were very direct. We traveled the world and opened ancient coffins one after another to find what he wanted. The third valley master said. These 6 pieces of ancient jade were their final harvest. They vaguely mentioned an earth immortal, but they didn't say where he was. They didn't know where he was, and it was incomparably mysterious. You want to find what even Qi Songzi couldn't find based on these? Yi Fan asked. Try your best no matter the result, the third valley master said. The previous valley masters were very persistent and never gave up. An earth immortal, since he was already an immortal, he must have supernatural abilities. It was easier said than done to get everything from him. Yi Fan carved the map on the immortal bone and showed it to the third valley master, asking if he knew where it was. I've never seen this kind of terrain before. It should be an area trapped by an ancient formation that can't be seen in the modern world. You said that an old valley master made a shocking discovery 500 years ago. What are you referring to? Yi Fan asked. He only said that he finally understood before he quickly left this world. Before he died, he pointed out a place, but none of us can enter, said the third valley master. What is this place? Yi Fan asked. The place where Qi Songzi comprehended the Tao, the immortal sword heaven lake. The third valley master's expression was solemn. Back then, the old valley master's magical power was unparalleled and extraordinary. He was an expert in formations, but in the end he only managed to escape with his last breath. The old Valley Master only had time to indicate that what Qi Songzi had discovered, combined with what the previous Valley Masters had been trying to find, they might be able to find an Earth Immortal. Shushan has a place called the Heavenly Sword Lake. Yi Fan was surprised. He had never heard of it before. The third Valley Master nodded. He said that after Qi Songzi passed down his teachings, he practiced his swordsmanship and comprehended the Tao alone. Now no one could enter it. Yi Fan thought for a while. He could sense through his spiritual will that the third Valley Master was not lying. Therefore he wanted to give it a try. Take me there to have a look. The third Valley Master told him everything because he wanted to borrow his strength. He had already seen that Yi Fan was not an ordinary person. He might even be comparable to the great mediums of the ancient times. Moreover, through the name, he thought of what happened 20 years ago. He found information from back then and compared it. He was even more shocked. He knew that Yi Fan was one of those who disappeared on the coffin of the 9 dragons. The Heavenly Sword Heaven Lake was naturally not an ordinary place. However, no one in this world knew that it was protected by an ancient formation. Normally, even birds could not enter or leave. On that day, Yi Fan and the third Valley Master left the Myriad Demon Valley and headed straight for a large mountain in the Shu Kingdom. Mount Amei was covered in layers of mountains. The mountain was majestic, and the scenery was beautiful. The so-called Shu Mountain was the general name for the mountain range near Amei. Here, ancient trees towered into the sky, broken clouds and bridges connected. There were deep ravines and deep valleys. Thousands of ravines flowed, and the sound of water babbled. The atmosphere of the mortal world here is too heavy. Yi Fan frowned. He did not think that there was a heavenly sword orthodoxy here. There is no other way. Now this place has become a scenic spot. There are too many tourists. The cultivators have long left, the third Valley Master said. Mount Amei was one of the 4 famous mountains of Buddhism in China. It was the place of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Usually there were many tourists. The third Valley Master said, I have to say that Buddhism is very far-sighted. Before the age of Dharma ending, they began to spread their teachings to the east. They used many spiritual mountains to cultivate in the Middle Earth to ensure that their inheritance would continue. However, Hindustan no longer believes in Buddhism. This is the place of the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Let me see if there are still ancient saints here. Yi Fan stood in the air and scanned the area with his powerful consciousness. However, he could not detect anything. The true Buddhist cultivators have already retreated from the golden peak of Mount Amei. They are cultivating in an uninhabited area not far away. There is a protective spell formation there. Mortals cannot detect them, the third Valley Master said. At the same time, he mentioned the advantages of Buddhism. They gathered faith through incense and relied on the power of faith to cultivate. It was a great advantage in the age of Dharma ending. Has no one in the Middle Earth followed suit? Yi Fan asked curiously. There is no other way. There are too many strong people in the Middle Earth. One Taoist can be divided into dozens and hundreds of sections. They do not trust each other. Even the 3 pure ones are the result of mutual compromise, not to mention the demon race. There is no system of deities. They are contradictory. Even if there is incense, who do you worship? Earth City God, Mountain God, Yama, Guan Eryi, Taoist Master, God of Fortune, Door God, Kitchen God, Dragon King, Queen Mother, God. 3 pure ones, Emperor Heaven and Earth. Who do you worship? Yi Fan was troubled. After thinking about it, it was true. The deities listed by the third Valley Master did not necessarily exist. However, it was enough to explain one problem. The Middle Earth was too powerful. Everyone was respected. Not to mention the demon race, even Taoism itself was opposed to each other. It was because there were too many strong people and sects that there was a possibility for other sects to coexist. In the end, the cultivators of the Middle Earth relied on their own cultivation. They did not rely on faith or external forces. Instead, the supernatural powers they cultivated were even more powerful. Speaking of gathering faith and relying on the power of faith to cultivate, the Western Orthodoxy is even better than Buddhism. If you have the chance, go to the holy city of Jerusalem or the Vatican. You will understand. The power of faith there is purer and surges like the sea. It is also because of this that the West can still give birth to great mediums in this age of Dharma ending. The third Valley Master sighed. The essence of heaven and earth had dried up. There was no spiritual chi needed for cultivation. Moreover, the population was increasing. It was especially important to use the huge amount of pure power of faith reasonably. Yi Fan found a secret place of Buddhism 10 miles away from the golden peak of Mount Amei. He could see strands of power of faith flowing into it. He spread out his divine sense to look inside. He did not see anyone in the Arhat realm. Overall, it was not as good as the myriad demon valley. They did not stop. They turned left and right at the edge of Mount Amei. Finally, they entered an ancient formation and came to a vast uninhabited area. This is the legendary Shu Mountain. Yi Fan exclaimed. The peaks in front of him were straight up and down. Each one was like a long sword standing proudly under the blue dome of heaven. Each mountain had a sharp spirit. This was the real Shu Mountain. The peaks were like swords. They had an earth-shattering aura, as if they were going to pierce through the clouds. Qi Songzi left his orthodoxy here so that the later generations could inherit it and create the school of sword cultivators. This was already decided when he saw these mountains and rivers. Today, the orthodoxy left behind by Qi Songzi, the school of sword cultivators, was very low-key. They usually did not come out, so there were no traces of them. It was not until today that Yi Fan felt the sharp sword aura from more than 10 peaks. The third Valley Master said that this school was not weaker than the myriad demon valley. Although the inheritance was incomplete, it was still not to be underestimated. They did not want to cause any unnecessary trouble. They took a detour to avoid the school of sword cultivators. They then flew for more than 400 miles and finally got close to their destination. This was a mountain that towered into the clouds. It was so steep that even birds could not stand on it. It stood up and down like a heavenly sword stabbed into the earth. Moreover, there was a sharp killing intent that could cut through one's mind. One's body would be torn apart and bones would be broken. Cultivators below the dragon transformation realm could not get close at all. Yi Fan was terrified. There was actually such a place in the world today. It was truly frightening. The third Valley Master's countenance was pale. He struggled to stand in front of the mountain and was attacked by the waves of sword aura. His body was on the verge of collapse, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. This is the immortal Sword Mountain Peak. At the peak, there is a heavenly lake. It was rumored that this was the place where Qi Songzi washed his swords. You must not force your way in, or there will be a great calamity. The third Valley Master's countenance was pale as he warned seriously. He said that the old Valley Master from 500 years ago was a heavenly genius. In addition, he had once consumed a divine pill left behind by an ancient demon god. He cultivated for 800 years and stepped into the immortal foundation realm, but in the end he still died here. Yi Fan indicated that he understood. The sword aura in this place was extremely strong. Clanging sounds rang out as though there were millions of heavenly swords humming in unison, resounding through the heavens and earth. The sword aura could not injure him, but he had no choice but to be careful. If he really wanted to ascend the mountain peak, he might really encounter a great calamity. Brother Yi, you must be careful. The third Valley Master retreated and shouted loudly. Yi Fan nodded and walked forward step by step. As he neared the mountain, not a single blade of grass grew on it. It was as smooth as a sword, and the killing intent here was so strong that it could slash at one's soul. Komatsu anxiously tugged at the corner of his robes, feeling worried for him. He insisted on traveling together with Qin Wentian. His little heart was thumping wildly, as though he was ready to throw caution to the wind and die. Don't worry. Yi Fan consoled, patting the little violet creature on its head. Zung zung. As soon as Yi Fan neared, 100,000 heavenly swords hummed in unison, slashing apart the clouds. Divine light blotted out the sun, traversing through the void. He executed the Ro character art and transformed into a beam of light, rushing through the gaps of the sword light. He rapidly rushed up to the peak, evading the sharp sword chi one after another. This isn't a killing formation. This is the unparalleled sword intent of the past. Yi Fan was overwhelmed with shock. How powerful was Qi Songzi exactly? Countless years have passed, but the sword intent he left behind was still present. A land of sword cleansing, a land of sword comprehension. This was a divine land. If one resided here for a long time, and could endure this type of sword intent, they could indirectly obtain its inheritance. This was a priceless inheritance. Qi Songzi was benevolent. Even though there was sword energy weaving about here, it was all murderous energy and not destructive. Otherwise, it would be difficult for anyone to approach this place. Yi Fan ascended the immortal sword Heavenly Lake, and comprehended a type of true sword Dao intent. He quickly calmed himself down, not resisting it, but instead accommodating this type of great Dao. Up ahead there was a lake of swords. It was clear and translucent, releasing tens of thousands of strands of sword radiance. It was as if an exceptional immortal sword was buried within. This is the immortal sword Heavenly Lake, Yi Fan said to himself. He immediately knew that Qi Songzi's true unparalleled inheritance was here. His eyes narrowed, and he immediately understood why the 10,000 Demon Valley Master said that 500 years ago. It was because he also discovered what Qi Songzi left behind. Chapter 966. On this main peak, there were a few ancient pines rooted by the lakeside. The age of the trees was unknown, and they were like a few old dragons coiling around them. Their ancient branches were upright and strong as they stretched towards the sky. Under one of the ancient trees, there was a stone table. It was very crude, simple, and natural. It was carved from a piece of rock like a crouching bull. There were 3 pieces of ancient jade on it. They were dull, and had been covered in dust for thousands of years. There were bird seals carved on them. When Yi Fan saw the 3 ancient jade books, he immediately understood the intention of the old Valley Master 500 years ago. If he combined the 9 pieces of jade, he would most likely be able to find out the whereabouts of the Earth Immortal. He walked forward. The main peak was very flat. Other than a few old pines, there was no other vegetation. It was as barren as the precipice. At this time, he felt a powerful sword intent that could destroy everything. It was almost going to cut his soul, and it was pointing straight at his primordial spirit. Yi Fan could not even merge with the void, but he could still be sensed. He took out the cauldron and it floated above his head. The source energy of all things descended like a curtain of rain to protect his Dao body. From time to time, there would be sharp sword aura slashing over. Every time, it was extremely heavy. If it was not for the human race's divine body, one attack would be enough to cut the sect master into meat paste. The source energy cauldron made a sonorous sound like the mountains and rivers were rumbling. The entire mountain was shaking as if a celestial sword was awakening. Yi Fan put the Komatsu into the cauldron. He was afraid that something might happen, so he did not care about it. Qi Songzi's supreme sword intent was terrifying. Even though it had turned into murderous intent, it was still not something normal people could approach. If the murderous intent is still here, even the ancient sages would not be able to take more than a few steps. He couldn't help but be shocked. The first ancient cultivator mentioned in the celestial biography was indeed powerful and unfathomable. He had world-defying methods. No wonder he lived his entire life to become an immortal. When he was 9 steps away from the stone table, Yi Fan stopped. He could not take another step forward. It was as if there was a celestial sword pointing at him. Even with the cauldron protecting him, his body was still going to break. This was a type of boundless sword intent, incomparable. No one in the present world able to stop it. Strand after strand of sword scars appeared in the void, enough to crush Dao-severing kings. Yi Fan circulated the army formula, wanting to retrieve the 3 ancient jade books through the air. However, right at this moment, an eternal light shot out, dazzling and resplendent. At this moment, nothing else existed. There was only this sword light. The sun, moon, and stars in the sky all seemed insignificant, dim and without luster. A majestic sound that was even more terrifying than the rolling thunder resounded. It was unavoidable. The myriad qi cauldron shook violently. Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Clang, clang. At the same time, this immortal sword mountain peak also trembled. 100,000 heavenly swords cried out in unison, releasing dazzling radiance that could cut down gods and devils, intimidating one's soul. Yi Fan was sent flying for several kilometers. He wiped the golden blood from the corner of his mouth, and was greatly shaken. This was the first time he had been injured since returning to Earth. Just now, this kind of sword light could kill a king of the three immortals. It was terrifying to the extreme. Even with the myriad chi cauldron's protection, it was still injured. That kind of power was too great. The sword chi couldn't enter his body, and the force directly injured him. Too powerful. Qi Songzi is worthy of being one of the most powerful people of the ancient times. At this moment he could already confirm that if the murderous aura was still there, and hadn't been erased by Qi Songzi himself, even a saint would be killed. The third valley master flew over with a snow-white face. He asked if Yi Fan was unwell. He was horrified because he couldn't even bear watching from afar, let alone personally experiencing it. Yi Fan shook his head. As soon as he used the swordsman's secret art, the golden blood in his body surged and released a thunderous rumble. His body recovered in an instant. He once again pressed forward and ascended the main peak amidst the tens of thousands of sword lights. He walked towards the stone table, wanting to retrieve the 3 ancient jade books. However, this time, it was even worse. When he was still several dozen steps away, and just as he used the army formula, a sword light hacked over. It was as if heavenly thunder could destroy the world, ferocious and tyrannical to the extreme. Yi Fan was once again sent flying. This time he retreated 8 to 9 li. His heart was greatly shaken. This wasn't a solution because he couldn't get close. Qi Songzi was already dead, yet the supreme sword intent he left behind was still like this. One could well imagine his unrivaled style. If he was still alive, it wouldn't be a problem for him to flatten a powerful ancient star with a single sword strike. Yi Fan ascended again. This time he didn't move recklessly and stopped after a long distance. He let out Komatsu and had him comprehend the Tao together with him. He didn't plan to force his way through. He first comprehended Qi Songzi's sword Tao. Otherwise, no one in the present world would be able to approach the stone table and the clear sword lake. He stood there for a full half a month. He did not move at all. Even the lively and energetic Xiaosong was solemn. He held his stone Buddha bell and seriously comprehended it. Yi Fan couldn't help but be shocked. This kind of sword intent was broad and profound. It was boundless and immeasurable. It contained the true meaning of a single artifact breaking all techniques. That's right, I'll cultivate here bitterly. His expression was solemn as he sat down cross-legged and earnestly comprehended. He pondered and tried to figure out Qi Songzi's supreme Tao inheritance, and put it into the cauldron. Sword cultivators focused on offense. Once the sword was unleashed, 10,000 li of mountains and rivers would be destroyed. Nothing could stop it. At a certain realm, the sword was no longer a material object. A blade of grass, a tree, or even a speck of dust could become a heavenly sword that could easily split mountains and seas. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Qi Songzi's sword intent was indeed unrivaled. A speck of dust could fill the vast sea, and a blade of grass could cut down the sun, moon, and stars. At this realm, what is there to be afraid of? It won't be a problem for me to move unhindered through the ancient universe and destroy many star regions. He was in a daze. Even such a powerful character was trapped by life and death in the end, and couldn't become an immortal. His lifespan dried up and he passed away in meditation. Yi Fan seriously pondered over the sword intent. He found that the ancient supreme characters shared many of their viewpoints. Qi Songzi had evolved the one artifact breaking all techniques to the extreme. Everything could be a weapon. When gathered together, there would only be one weapon. 10 swords, 100 swords, 1,000 swords, 10,000 swords. In the end, there would only be one. A speck of dust to fill the sea. A blade of grass to cut down the sun, moon, and stars. A single person would fight in all directions. He cultivated the sword for his entire life and pacified the chaotic universe. This was Qi Songzi's Tao. The sword was only its form. Later generations obtained his sword cultivation inheritance, but it was unknown how many people obtained its spirit. Yi Fan sat silently and earnestly pondered over it. He used his heart to comprehend it, and not just learn its form and memorize its sword forms. At his level, he couldn't change to controlling the sword. However, all techniques were interlinked. He obtained its spirit, and could transform it into his own Tao. One artifact breaking all techniques. Yi Fan only needed to remember this phrase. This was something he already knew in the past. One cauldron was enough. Its form was closer to the Tao and it was more natural. The cauldron could also be used as a sword to control. It could fill the sea, cut down the sun, moon, and stars, and suppress the heavens. At this moment, an inch-tall little cauldron floated up and down in front of Yi Fan's forehead, merging with his mind. He combined the Tao scripture's one artifact breaking all techniques with Qi Songzi's Tao and comprehended it, obtaining a sublimation. If he faced an enemy, once the cauldron appeared, it could break through all things. If he could cut down the Tao, not to mention his realm, just his combat strength would definitely increase by a large amount. The inch-tall little cauldron interweaved with patterns. It was born to be the carrier of the Tao, but now, it only carried himself. Endless light bloomed in front of his forehead before quickly being restrained, returning to its ordinary state. Another half a month passed. Only then did Yi Fan open his eyes and stand up. He didn't imitate Qi Songzi's Tao of the sword, but his gains were abundant. He glanced at Komatsu and discovered that the little purple thing seemed to have gained something as well. It had a serious expression, its 5 hearts facing the heavens, and it was still daydreaming. He couldn't help but stretch out his divine sense to see what kind of Tao it was comprehending. As a result, he was immediately shocked. It was evolving the universe in its heart. Yi Fan was astonished. He didn't think that this little guy would be so bold as to split open the heavens and earth in its heart, and evolve a world. However, when he looked closely, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The little purple thing was comparing the stars to pine nuts, and it was imagining how many it could destroy. He put the little guy inside the cauldron, and didn't wake it up. In any case, it was fine as long as it had its own thoughts. He couldn't restrict its thoughts, and who knows, it might really be able to walk down its own Tao in the future. Qi Songzi didn't lay down a killing formation here. It was only because he practiced the sword here all year round that he left behind traces of the Tao on the main peak. Countless years later, it could still emit sword radiance. Yi Fan comprehended his Tao here for a long time, and they no longer contradicted each other. He finally walked over to the stone table, and easily picked up the 3 ancient jade books. Then, he arrived at the edge of the sword lake and gazed at the clear and translucent lake water. It was faintly discernible as tens of thousands of sword radiance converged within the water. This was Qi Songzi's sword purification pond, and it contained inextinguishable sword radiance. He lived here for most of his life, so this sword pond had long developed intelligence and could condense supreme sword intent. Yi Fan didn't enter the water, and only circled around it. He saw lightning surging and faintly discernible within the water. He knew that once he came into contact with it, it would most likely split apart the heaven and earth. He carefully searched this place once. Qi Songzi's life was very simple, and he only wanted to become an immortal. He didn't care about anything else, and he didn't leave behind anything special. In the end, after Yi Fan comprehended the sword intent, he left this place and flew out of the celestial sword heavenly lake. He appeared in midair, and the Third Valley Master immediately welcomed him excitedly. I found it. Go to the Myriad Demon Valley and combine them with the 6 jade books, and we'll understand what's going on, said Yi Fan. After returning to the Myriad Demon Valley, the Third Valley Master solemnly took out the 6 ancient jade pieces, and placed them on the stone table together with the other 3. Back then, Qi Songzi only obtained 3 pieces, and the Myriad Demon Valley's ancient demon god ancestor obtained 2. The remaining 4 pieces were collected by later generations after thousands of years. These 9 pieces of ancient jade have different colors, but why do they seem to be one after being put together? Even the oracle bone inscriptions can be linked together, said the Third Valley Master excitedly. They were originally 9 jade books carved at the same time, but later on, they were separated, so they can be put together and the contents are connected. Yi Fan was also amazed because after the jade pieces were connected, a dragon-shaped terrain actually appeared. The ancient jade pieces combined to form a group of dragons. The oracle bone inscriptions were the records, and the words were concise, proving the existence of earth immortals. They were born and wouldn't fall to the ground, and when they died, they wouldn't enter the earth. After the 9 ancient jade pieces were put together, 99 true dragons appeared. Upon closer inspection, they looked like 99 dragon mountains. They coiled around each other in a majestic and terrifying manner. This was a terrain rarely seen throughout the ages, and even Yi Fan was shaken. What kind of place is this? Forget about everything else, just this kind of terrain is amazing. Yi Fan studied the heavenly book, so he naturally knew how rare this kind of terrain was. I've never seen it before. I've traveled all over the world, and no matter if it's inside or outside the sea, I've never seen this kind of terrain. The third Valley Master shook his head. At this time, even the great Valley Master was startled. The gathering of the 9 ancient jade pieces was no small matter. He had already come out of seclusion to take a look. He had already lived for 600 years for the old crane. His complexion was very good. He had white hair and a youthful complexion. When he saw the topographic map of the gathering dragons, his mind was shaken. He said that he had heard of the ancient legends and knew what kind of place it was. Chapter 967. The old crane came out of seclusion with a ruddy face and snow-white hair. It was in high spirits and its eyes were filled with shock as it stared at the 99 dragon mountains. Yi Fan was shocked. Was he really going to find an earth immortal? Was this the place that Qi Songzi had been searching for his entire life? Was there a secret and opportunity to become an immortal? The old crane said that although the ancient landscape had changed a lot, it was still similar to some places in the present world, and could be found in reality. He had heard of some ancient secrets that the 99 Dragon Mountains definitely existed. This map could not be fake, but it had to be measured against the mountains in reality. Look, doesn't one of them look similar to the Yellow River? The terrain is like a dragon that surges into the sea. It's vigorous and majestic. Yi Fan and the Third Valley Master were stunned. How did the ancient Dragon Mountains relate to the Yellow River? This was a little too far away. The old crane carved the ancient Yellow River on the ground. It was very different from the current one because it had changed its path countless times over the past thousands of years. Legend has it that in ancient times, there was no Yellow River on the ground. A powerful person extracted a dragon's vein from the ground and moved the Dragon Mountains away. He opened up the Yellow River ancient path, so that the raging water flowed east into the sea. Yi Fan was stunned. The Yellow River ancient path was opened up by someone, and there was a dragon's vein there. Someone extracted it? This was shocking. He bent down and compared the Yellow River ancient path with the 99 dragons' veins. It really did look similar. Everyone was shocked and even felt that it was somewhat absurd. This is just one dragon mountain. The map shows that there are 99 ancient dragon mountains gathered together. It's vast and majestic, but it's still far from enough. This was what Yi Fan said, but he still did not believe it. There were so many dragon mountains gathered together, and they were all real dragons. Even the Big Dipper galaxy did not have them. Moreover, he had heard from the Lingbao cult master and the Third Valley Master that in ancient times, the earth was vast and far larger than it was now. For some reason, it was getting smaller and smaller. If this was true, just the Dragon Mountain that the Yellow River ancient path was on was tens of thousands of miles long. If it was as they said, it could easily be hundreds of thousands of miles long. Not only has Earth changed, but even the entire solar system has shrunk. It wasn't like this in the past, said Old Crane. Yi Fan pondered. 99 Dragon Mountains coexisted and coiled around each other. It really was a bit unrealistic. Just how astonishing would that be? Forget about everything else. Just this kind of terrain itself could produce inconceivable things. Moreover, it was definitely an unparalleled existence since ancient times. Even the ancient emperors had to find a worthy opponent, and most of them were no match for it. That's right. Could it be that the combination of these 99 dragon mountains is so heaven-defying that an earth immortal was born? Yi Fan was only a step away from becoming the Yuan Taoist master. Whether it was strength or experience, he was unparalleled in the world. No one in the world could compare to him. But the more he understood, the more shocked he was. The old crane insisted that the Yellow River ancient path should be one of the Dragon Mountains. Because the shape was very similar, it should be one of the Dragon Mountains on the map. This is going to be interesting. If the ancient 99 Dragon Mountains really existed, anything can be believed. Yi Fan muttered to himself. they decided to immediately head for the Yellow River ancient path. They would go upstream from the lower reaches and search for the other 98 true dragon mountains. You're saying that it's hidden in the vast ancient formation and not in the mortal world, but can be found with the current mountains and rivers? Asked Yifan. The old crane nodded with a solemn expression. It hadn't come out of seclusion for hundreds of years just to cultivate. Now it had personally come to the Yellow River ancient path. They wanted to find an unknown region and the sealed ancient mountain range. Along the way, they visited mountains and rivers and found many historical sites. They dug out many broken tablets from the mud of the Yellow River in hopes of finding something. However, there was no major discovery. There was nothing on both sides of the Yellow River. There was no sealed ancient dragon mountain at all. Land, come out! When they came to a place where the Yellow River surged, Sun Wukong chanted an incantation and captured an old man. Yifan's eyes stared blankly. He was shocked and had a feeling that he had come to the age of legends. The old crane explained that the Yellow River ancient path was where the ancient dragon mountains were. There were endless remnants of draconic energy. Some humans and demons with cultivation would naturally attach themselves to this place. The land that the Third Valley Master had captured was actually a pangolin with a bit of cultivation. It transformed into land and cultivated here. The monkey interrogated it in detail. This landlord was so weak that he explained everything in detail. Since his ancestors were here, he had indeed heard of the 99 Dragon Mountains, but he had never seen them. After that, they went all the way up. They passed through Ningxia and Gansu, following the Yellow River ancient path. There were many places where the Yellow River hadn't flowed for thousands of years, and had long changed its course. Along the way, they captured mountain deities and lands in the uninhabited area several times. They searched for the most majestic ancient dragon mountains, but they didn't find much. Yifan couldn't help but shake his head. This kind of terrain really didn't exist. Otherwise it would really be nature-defying. He couldn't even imagine what would be born. However, just as he was wavering, the old crane found traces of demons. A section of the Yellow River coincided with the ancient path. He said that there was a great demon inside, and that they might be able to find something. The monkey entered the water and was beaten up by someone. Demonic energy surged, and the Third Valley Master almost suffered a great loss. The old crane attacked. Now he was a cultivator at the great completion of the dragon transformation realm. His cultivation was profound, and he was one of the best among the cult masters at that time. If the great mediums didn't appear, no one could compete with him. Boom! Waves rushed into the sky and an ancient dragon soared up. Its strength was actually comparable to his. It scolded angrily, questioning why his underwater residence was disturbed and his cultivation was disturbed. This was an old dragon of the Yellow River. It had cultivated for more than 700 years. Since ancient times, its ancestors had always lived here and cultivated in the underwater residence. The Great Valley Master's explanation finally calmed the old dragon's anger. The waves of the Yellow River calmed down, and he invited them to sit in the underwater residence. This was a water palace without any fancy decorations. It was simple and plain. Everything was made of stone, and blocked the water from entering. It was built on a piece of silt. Strands of dragon energy gathered underground. The old dragon's bloodline used this to cultivate and rarely appeared in the world. It wasn't like what people thought. Demons didn't need to stir up trouble. He invited the three to sit down and talked about some ancient past events. Although he didn't know much, it was all passed down by his ancestors. Finally, the three of them found an important clue. The old dragon said that as early as ancient times, there was indeed a saying of 99 dragon mountains. Moreover, there used to be an ancient path that intersected with the Yellow River. It was vast and boundless, but it was later moved away by someone with unparalleled power. The few of them were dumbfounded. There really was such a saying. The old dragon confirmed that there was one that still existed today and said its name, the Taihang Mountains. Isn't this a little ridiculous? Even the monkey was a little dumbfounded. The old dragon heard this and revealed a thoughtful expression. Then it said that the Taihang Mountains were indeed a dragon mountain. Under the dragon energy, it gave birth to the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties in the north. I once heard that the Taihang dragon vein was 10,000 times bigger than this in ancient times. Can you imagine how long it is? The monkey said. Even the ancient path of the Yellow River was formed by moving a dragon mountain. What's so shocking about the Taihang mountains being moved? The old dragon said calmly. Yi Fan rubbed his chin. This was too shocking. If the Taihang dragon vein was one of the 99 dragon mountains, then how magnificent would the real scene of dragons dancing in the air be? The old dragon only knew of one of the ancient dragon mountains and didn't know the others. According to him, it involved an ancient taboo issue and couldn't be looked into. Otherwise, there would be a great disaster. This was something passed down by his ancestors. Before leaving, he repeatedly warned the three to stop before going too far, and not to look into anything. They didn't even dare to touch the ancient sages, otherwise, there would be an unexpected disaster. This was something that was passed down by his ancestors. Before leaving, he repeatedly warned the three to stop before going too far, and not to look into anything. They didn't even dare to touch the ancient sages, otherwise, there would be an unexpected disaster. Was this what Qisongzi was looking for? Yi Fan and the others followed the ancient path, and entered the Sichuan region from Gansu. They were about to enter Qinghai, and reach the source of the Yellow River. However, in the Sichuan region, they found a breakthrough clue. They met an old turtle on the ancient path of the Yellow River. Although its cultivation wasn't very scary, and it had just evolved into the dragon realm, its lifespan was very long. It had lived for more than 900 years. The advantage of its race was obvious. They talked for a while, and learned another shocking thing from the old turtle. Their race also used the dragon energy of the ancient path of the Yellow River to cultivate, so they also knew some ancient anecdotes. This time, it actually involved the Chilean mountain range. It was moved from this place. That was a great dragon from the archaic era. Yi Fan and the others compared it seriously and couldn't help but be silent. It really was similar to one of the 99 ancient dragon mountains. This was a bit scary. In ancient times, the dragon vein of Chilean mountains was millions of miles long. This is really shocking. The old turtle told them a secret that shocked them. It said that the 99 dragon mountains were a taboo topic in ancient times. They couldn't talk about it, and no one dared to look into it. Yi Fan and the others said goodbye to the old turtle, and entered Qinghai. In the end, they arrived at the source of the Yellow River, and stood at the foot of a snowy mountain. They were lost in thought, and found nothing else. Why do I feel like we accidentally touched something we shouldn't be looking into? The old crane muttered to itself. Yi Fan already had a premonition that they had touched upon a forbidden secret. If the dragon vein of Taihang Mountains and Chilean Mountains were millions of miles long, then it would be heaven-defying if the 99 dragon mountains were intertwined together. It was a bit conservative to say that an immortal was born. Let's compare it seriously and take a closer look. They combined the 9 pieces of ancient jade together, and then carved all the famous dragon mountains in the world. They compared them one by one, and the more they looked, the more shocked they became. This is the dragon vein of Hengduan Mountain. This is the dragon vein of Tianshan Mountain. They felt a chill run down their spines. The terrain of the famous dragon veins in the world could be found among the 99 ancient dragon mountains. They could compare them one by one. On the ancient jade, the largest of the 99 dragon mountains was located in the center. It took up nearly a quarter of the area and was the most vast. Yi Fan and the others compared it seriously, and found that the end of the mountain was the same as the current Kunlun mountain range. They almost overlapped. Most of Kunlun's area is hidden in the ancient formation. Moreover, the mountains and divine mountains in the world have shrunk by many times, the old crane said. They were shocked. What happened in ancient times? The 99 dragon mountains were originally intertwined with each other. The terrain was complicated. Who separated them? What kind of extravagance was this? It could be said to shock the past, present, and future. This was a heaven-defying method. The more they thought about it, the more terrified they felt. The mountains and rivers in the world were almost arranged. The paths of the dragon veins were not like this. This is too terrifying. This is a heaven-defying method that will shock the past, present, and future. We really accidentally touched upon a taboo. Chapter 968. There were countless famous mountains and rivers in the Middle Earth. The Nine Bends Yellow River, the towering Kunlun, and the majestic Taihang Mountains were majestic and boundless. It made one exclaim in admiration at the power of nature. It was like the work of the gods. However, Yi Fan and the others felt a chill down their spines. All of this could have been arranged by the ancients. How great was this? It was unfathomable. They had found a taboo. There was an inhuman involved. It was shocking. Every ancient dragon mountain was like a chess piece on a chessboard. Yi Fan was shocked. He could find such a dragon mountain in the Big Dipper star region, but there weren't many. It was even more impossible to see more than 10 of them together, let alone 99. It was the limit. It's rare to see such a scene in all the ancient stars. 99 dragon mountains intertwined. It's like a fantasy story. This was a myth that had already been destroyed. It was covered up by someone and not pursued. No one knew why. The old crane and the third valley master pondered the words of the Yellow River Jiao and the Black Tortoise. They felt a chill run down their spine. The things involved were not something they could pry into. If this was true, then even if their primogenitor came, he might be crushed to death with a single finger. It was because this was just too horrifying. Don't talk about it, don't investigate it. Otherwise, there will be a calamity. Even the ancient sages didn't dare to touch it. These words were passed down by the ancestors of the Yellow River Jiao and the Black Tortoise. They contained a great warning that made one shudder. I wonder if it's still a taboo after so many years. The essence of heaven and earth has dried up. After such a long time, the existence involved might have died or left. The third valley master comforted himself. Yi Fan took out the bone from Qi Songzi's cremation cave and carved the maps of Mount Lu's underground palace and the primordial dragon cave. He studied them carefully. No, there aren't 99 ancient dragon mountains on the map of the opportunity to become immortal. There's no definite connection. He was stunned. What was going on? Was the general direction wrong? Had he accidentally entered the forbidden area? He combined the 9 ancient jade pieces and studied them repeatedly. There was no mistake. There didn't seem to be much connection with the map of the opportunity to become immortal. What was going on? Yi Fan was confused. Did Qi Songzi's investigation in Sichuan have nothing to do with this? Could it be another secret? Did you notice what Old Flood Dragon and Black Tortoise said? Long before ancient times, the 99 dragon mountains had already been separated. It's impossible for future generations to verify it, said Old Crane. The 9 pieces of ancient jade came from the ancient times. They should have been carved into the heavenly book after the dragon mountain was divided. This meant that everything had happened and could not be changed. Then what was the point of carving these bird seal script jade pieces? Perhaps we've gotten the general direction wrong, and we've stepped into the forbidden area ourselves. Do these 9 pieces of jade point to something else? Asked the third valley master. Which sect is the most ancient in the world? Let's see if we can find the 99 dragon mountains and the ancient forbidden secrets. Yi Fan said. Since he had already found some clues, it was impossible for him to give up just like that. Now that they were in the age of Dharma ending, all the great mediums had left the earth. This might be the best opportunity. No one in the world could stop him. The oldest ancient sect is probably millions of years ago, said the Grand Valley Master. Yi Fan was stunned. At that time, there were still ape men, right? Someone had already started a sect? Isn't this a little too absurd? There really were ruins of primitive ancient sections. The era of eating raw meat and drinking blood was very different from now. There were also mysterious inheritances, but it's all in the past, said Old Crane. Actually, if you want to investigate, you can go straight to Mount Shu Sword Cultivator sect. After all, it's the orthodoxy left by Qi Songzi. Maybe there's some big secret that the world doesn't know about, said the third valley master. Yes, we should go to the Celestial Sword sect. We have to figure it out. Yi Fan nodded. The so-called Mount Shu was the general name for the mountains around Amei. They returned to Sichuan, went around the formation, and entered the primitive area that the mortal world would never know. Mount Shu, the Celestial Sword sect, was powerful and above many ancient sections. It could be compared with the demon race's holy land, Myriad Demon Valley. Its orthodoxy was world-shaking, and no one dared to provoke it. In the past, Old Crane mistakenly entered Mount Shu and obtained a great opportunity in the belly of a mountain. It inherited a part of the sword cultivation orthodoxy, and because of that, its strength increased by leaps and bounds. Qi Songzi's orthodoxy is now incomplete. The celestial sword sect is far from being as strong as it was in ancient times, explained the Grand Valley Master. In truth, the sects were similar, and many ancient books and records were lost. This time, Old Crane truly understood how terrifying Yi Fan was. Yi Fan asked the two of them to wait here, and transformed into a wisp of smoke, disappearing into a few sword peaks. Forcefully barging into Mount Shu sword sect. How deep is his cultivation? At the very least, he must be an immortal foundation cultivator. One must know that there are countless sword formations laid here. The Grand Valley Master exclaimed. The third Valley Master was a little better, because he had personally seen Yi Fan entering the celestial sword heavenly lake, and the terrifying scene of thousands of sword lights alone. He had some immunity to it. Yi Fan entered the ancestral hall, and saw a stone statue that exuded an immortal aura. He solemnly bowed. He had observed Qi Songzi's Tao and comprehended a kind of true essence. His harvest was huge, and his heart was filled with respect. He searched for secret manuals and ancient Tao books. He paid special attention to all kinds of handwritten notes, and studied them carefully, wanting to find clues. One couldn't help but say that the celestial sword sect was very strong. The arts recorded in the handwritten notes were indeed the true Tao of Qi Songzi. Although a portion was missing, it was enough to allow them to stand above the mortal world. Yi Fan used his powerful divine sense to search for half a day, and subdued one of the supreme protectors of the sect. He observed his sea of consciousness, and only then did he find some clues. He used a powerful method to erase the traces he left behind. Then he silently opened up a secret door, entering a stone room that was covered in dust. There were no ancient methods, no spirit pills or holy medicines, only some messy items. This was a secret chamber that Qi Songzi used for seclusion in the past. It was treated as a forbidden ground by them, and was sealed up and guarded for generations. Only the sect leaders of each generation could enter. This place had become the most secret place of the celestial sword sect. There were many handwritten notes, and most of them were written by the great divinities of the past generations. They talked about many secrets. The handwritten notes spanned a long time, from the ancient times until now. They were left behind by the sect leaders of different periods. He studied them carefully, and finally found some things he wanted to know. The opportunity that Qi Songzi was looking for to become an immortal was related to the 99 Dragon Mountains in the ancient times. However, he didn't come to Sichuan to look for the 99 Dragon Mountains, because he had been separated from them long before his time. He was looking for an earth immortal who knew the secrets of the 99 Dragon Mountains, and he wanted to find a breakthrough from him. Yi Fan read carefully, and he was shocked. He finally found out some of the truth. The 99 Dragon Mountains gave birth to the hope of becoming an immortal. Qi Songzi was looking for it, the ancient Saint Emperor was looking for it, and the ancestor of the myriad Demon Valley was also looking for it. However, the ordinary ancient sages were afraid of it, as if it was a snake or scorpion. One of them, who was suspected to be an earth immortal, had an extraordinary harvest. It was said that he was hiding in Sichuan, so Qi Songzi came here to find the secret of becoming an immortal. The 99 Dragon Mountains gave birth to the hope of becoming an immortal. The earth immortal had some contact with it, and then he went into hiding in Sichuan, and no one knew where he ended up. Yi Fan read every handwritten note. Many of them were based on rumors about Qi Songzi's words and deeds. Through the bits and pieces of his life, he could restore some shocking truths. The Earth Immortal had set up 99 little dragons for him, imitating the 99 Dragon Mountains, and all the secrets he knew were buried in them. I see. The Dragon Mountains carved on the 9 ancient jade pieces are not the original 99 Dragon Mountains, but his own burial place. Yi Fan left the Celestial Sword Sect and told the Old Crane and the Third Valley Master everything he knew. After all, the myriad Demon Valley had been looking for it for so many years, and they must have some intuition. We must find out, the Grand Valley Master said. The ancestors of the myriad demon valley had worked so hard and spent so much energy to get this result. How could they stop? Although going deeper might involve the forbidden area, they felt that it was necessary to find the Earth Immortal first, and then make the final decision. The Earth Immortal is dead. He probably didn't get anything that could help him become an immortal, or he wouldn't have died. Calling him an Earth Immortal is probably an exaggeration, Yi Fan said to himself. He would not fall to the ground when he was born, and he would not be buried when he died. As an immortal fetus, he would not be stained by dust for life. This was the description of the Earth Immortal after the collection of the 9 ancient jade pieces. After thinking about it for a while, they understood that the way the Earth Immortal was buried should be in a hanging coffin, not falling to the ground and not being buried. No wonder Qisongzi opened the hanging coffin and looked for the ancient tomb. He already knew that the Earth Immortal went into hiding in Sichuan, and he also knew how he was buried, the old crane said. They went around in a circle and felt that the 99 Dragon Mountains could not be touched at all, and they had long been separated. The only thing they could do was find the coffin of the Earth Immortal. Now the only advantage was that there were no saints on Earth. They were already the strongest group of people, so they didn't have to worry about being stopped. In the following period of time, they spent a lot of time observing the mountains and rivers in Sichuan, seriously looking for the Little Dragon Mountains, wanting to find the Earth Immortal's burial ground, but to no avail. Is it possible that it is not in Sichuan at all? Otherwise, with Qisongzi's supreme means, why didn't he find it? Yi Fan was doubtful. Once a mountain with great momentum becomes a climate, it will give birth to a divine beauty. After thousands of years, it can affect the pattern of the nearby mountains. We may be able to use this to start, the old crane said. Since the Earth Immortal imitated the 99 ancient dragon mountains and set up the Little Dragon Mountains, even if it was hidden in the ancient formation, it must have affected the nearby mountains after so many years since ancient times. The myriad demon valley used all means, sent a large number of people, and used all the power of the valley to investigate, and finally made a breakthrough. On the same day, they set out and did not stop along the way. They went straight to their destination, and then watched from afar. The mountain was shaped like a coiled dragon, soaring into the sky, and also like a crouching tiger. It was majestic, and the dragon and tiger fought for supremacy, not giving way. There was water circling around the mountain peaks, a total of 99 peaks and 24 cliffs. Although it did not look like a dragon, it had that kind of momentum, using the softness of water to make up for the hardness of the dragon. There is an ancient formation locking the secret area, and it has affected the pattern of the mountains and rivers outside. The Earth Immortal's burial ground should be here. This is the ancestral land of Taoism, we can't touch it. If they find out, at least half of the Taoists in the world will fight to the death with us. It must be here. Yi Fan used the original wonderful technique to sense a kind of qi activity. The uninhabited area sealed by the ancient formation must be the place they were looking for. Chapter 969. Mount Longhu was surrounded by a coiled dragon and a tiger. It was majestic and precipitous, with many peaks. Dragons leaped and tigers pounced, shaking off the dust and rising purple clouds. After thousands of years of accumulation and several ups and downs, Mount Longhu was recognized as the #1 mountain of Taoism. It was the birthplace and had a prominent position as the ancestral court. At this moment, Yi Fan was standing there, looking at the old crane and Third Valley Master. Mount Longhu was very mysterious. As the ancestral land of Taoism, it was not easy to provoke them. No wonder Taoism chose this place. The sages of the demon race have always been puzzled. Now we finally understand. There is an Earth Immortal here, said Third Valley Master. The old crane sighed. That's right. In ancient times, there was a great formation protecting this place. The Earth Immortal burial ground was just formed and could not affect the surrounding terrain. Now that the divine formation has been completed, we can finally see a corner of it. There is indeed an expert in Taoism to have chosen this place so early. When talking about Taoism, it was necessary to mention the pre-Qin Old Zhuang. Its origin was even further back. Strictly speaking, it could be traced back to ancient times. Taoism had existed since ancient times. Old Huang elaborated on it. There were many books and they were broad and profound. Later generations respected Yellow Emperor and Laozi as the founders. Taoism had existed long ago, but as a true organization, it appeared later. The rise of the Celestial Master sect and Mount Longhu becoming the ancestral court were symbolic events. Later, after thousands of years of prosperity and decline, Taoism gave birth to hundreds of sections. They depended on each other, and even opposed each other. They had never been unified. Since ancient times, there had been many ups and downs. Although there were many branches of Taoism, they could be roughly divided into two major sections. One was the Quanzhen sect, which focused on cultivating inner cores, which rose in the north. The other was the Jingyi sect, which focused on talismans. Their ancestral court was Mount Longhu, which occupied half of the world's Taoism. At the same time, it was also the beginning of Taoism's organization. Yi Fan and the others naturally had to be careful here. This was the ancestral court of Taoism. If they were not careful, they could become enemies with the entire Taoism. This was because the Zhengyi sect had a great influence in Taoism. It was the result of the integration of the Celestial Master sect, Lingbao sect and Shangqing sect. In ancient times, the Celestial Master sect revered Laozi, Lingbao sect revered Lingbao celestial being and Shangqing sect revered primitive celestial being. Yi Fan and the others entered the mountain and looked around. This ancestral land of Taoism had 99 mountains and 24 rocks. Although the 99 mountains did not have the shape of a dragon, they had the aura of a dragon and a tiger. The worldly essence has dried up, but this place still has violet energy. It is indeed worthy of being the primal Tao ground. The Grand Valley Master sighed. The Dragon Mountain Longhu, Tao, and said, in mountain loningly Dragon Taoism. And it. And it and it and it. One. And of temple and only one. And one and the one. And had. One. And one. And of. And one in temple. However, Yi Fan and the others did not dare to underestimate it. The outer mountain of Jingyi school had turned into smoke, but the cultivators were still there. They had entered the ancient inner mountain and separated themselves from the mortal world. The 9 dragons pulling the coffin and the ancestral altar of Mount Tai appeared. Back then, it led to a fierce battle between the great mediums. If not for the old Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain, the consequences would have been unimaginable. From that battle, one could see the power of the ancestral court of Jingyi school. It was still overseen by an expert, and was better than the other sections. This should be the place. Look, there are hanging coffins between the stone cliffs of the outer mountain. They are all ancient objects from 2,000 years ago. Not to mention the inner mountain, said Third Valley Master. The cliff tombs of Dragon Tiger Mountain were mostly coffins from the Spring and Autumn and Warring States period. They were unique in China. Taoism used this as its root. It was said that it was related to the divine hanging coffins. The old crane said, now that I think about it, Taoism is really cunning. They already knew that the earth immortals' hanging coffins were here. They arrived first and occupied this place. Even if we go in now, we may not be able to find the earth immortal. For thousands of years, as the ancestral land of Taoism, it was impossible for the people of the mortal world to know about the inner mountain. The demon race and the Western Orthodoxy had never attacked. Even if there was a shocking secret here, outsiders could not know about it. It was suppressed and guarded by the great mediums of the ancient times. It was extremely mysterious. Yi Fan returned from the outer star region. It could be said that he had encountered a rare opportunity. In the age of Dharma ending, he should be able to go in and out with his cultivation. The Zhengyi school would not be able to stop him. The 3 of them turned left and right, and almost touched the forbidden formation several times. Finally, they arrived at the Taoist Holy Land and saw Dragon Tiger Mountain. It is even more dragon-shaped than the 99 peaks outside. This place is amazing, Grand Valley Master exclaimed. The mountain was majestic as if it was about to leap up and rush into the sky. Dragons and tigers coiled and intertwined with each other. In this age of Dharma ending, there was a faintly discernible purple gas rising. It was rare in the world. This place was definitely a first-class holy land in ancient times. It was no wonder that it became the original land of Taoism. It was magnificent and beautiful. The majestic mountain peaks were surrounded by purple gas. There were waterfalls and flowing springs, red-crowned cranes flying, Taoist children picking herbs, and old Taoist priests breathing on the cliff. It was very artistic. The temple was neat and tidy, with beautiful buildings reflecting the mountains and rivers. Lofty platforms and pavilions lingered in the mountains and forests. The ancient scenery finally reappeared. There was a great momentum of dragons and tigers leaping and moving, wanting to rush into the sky. However, they did not see the 99 ancient small dragon mountains. It was empty. They were very cautious. Yi Fan led the way, avoiding the Taoist temples and purple gas peaks. They went far into the forest and did not get close to the important place of the Zhengyi school. It's not simple. There are actually people of the cult master level in this place. They are most likely very ancient people. Yi Fan wanted to climb the mountain and visit the Taoist temple. However, the old crane and third valley master hurriedly pulled him back and told him not to appear. This place could not be carelessly entered. If he was discovered, he might be punished greatly. No, how can there be no? They searched for hundreds of miles but did not see the 99 ancient small dragon mountains. They did not know where the earth immortals were buried. The auspicious light gathered on the ancient Taoist temples on Mount Longhu. The purple gas was dense and rose, touching people's hearts. Other than that, there was nothing unusual in the vast uninhabited area. The old crane and third valley master were anxious. They could not stay in this place for long. They knew how terrifying and powerful the Zhengyi school was. If they were discovered by the hidden great mediums, they would not be able to bear the consequences. Yi Fan calmed his mind and opened his source of heaven's eye. His body blended into the wonderful scenery of Mount Longhu, as if he was about to disappear. Endless earth chi surged into his body. He saw some clues. What a shocking method. It almost deceived my source of heaven's eye. His expression was solemn. In this world, no one except him could discover that there was a mountain beyond the mountain, and another world beyond the heaven and earth. There was an ancient formation outside the ancestral court of Mount Longhu, which was the burial place of the earth immortals. It was also the fundamental reason why Taoism chose this place. The journey was very difficult. It was not a killing formation, but a plot that made reasonable use of the mountains and rivers to prevent people from approaching. If it was not for the fact that Yi Fan was a member of the Yuan Taoist Masters faction, he would never have been able to enter. Even so, it took him a lot of time and 3 days to bring the two of them in. The ancient sages are unfathomable. Their methods are unparalleled. At that level, the terrain set up by them is comparable to the Yuan Taoist master. As soon as they entered this secret land, Yi Fan and the other two immediately felt a vast and desolate aura, like a group of dragons soaring. On the horizon, the mountains were lush and verdant. Dragon chi lingered and many dragon mountains danced as if they were going to break through the sky. Found it. This is the place where the earth immortals are buried. They were very excited. As an earth immortal, he must have heaven-defying methods. This person obtained the great secret of the 99 ancient dragon mountains and touched upon the forbidden area. He must have left behind a shocking secret. The Taoists must have been here before. I don't know what else is left, the old crane said. The sage of Taoism must have seen something when he chose Mount Longhu as the location. He regarded this place as the ancestral court and guarded it for so many years. No one would believe that he did not obtain the secret of the earth immortals. The mountains danced and the terrain was shocking. This was a group of majestic dragons. Suddenly Yi Fan stopped in his tracks. He saw a corpse dressed in a Taoist robe. It had passed away in meditation for hundreds of years. Its body was immortal, and it sat cross-legged on a rock. It looked like it was guarding the mountain gate leading to the Dragon Mountains, the Taoist protector of the Zhengyi school. The old crane saw the flying immortal diagram on the robe at a glance. It was unique to Taoist protectors. Those who were Taoist protectors were all extremely powerful, even surpassing the sect master. They were the masters who protected the orthodoxy. There were a few lines of words on the ground. It was the bird seal script from the Pre-Qin dynasty. The few of them sighed with emotion. It was left behind by the old Taoist. The main idea was that there was no successor for the Forbidden Land for 2,000 years. The world was dry and there was no one who could enter Mount Longhu. It was truly lamentable. This is a Tao-severing king who passed away in meditation hundreds of years ago. He has always been here as a Taoist protector. It is truly shocking. Third Valley Master sighed. In that case, the secret of the Earth Immortals still exists. They didn't make a move. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to guard this place. The old crane was horrified and couldn't help but look at Yi Fan. Only a Tao-severing king could enter. Didn't this mean that the person in front of them was extremely terrifying? Don't look at me like that. I only have a rough understanding of some formations and haven't severed the Tao. Yi Fan smiled. They walked forward and just arrived in front of the first dragon mountain. They saw a bone tablet. It was as white as jade and as tall as a person. After so many years, it still hadn't been damaged. There were oracle bone inscriptions on it. 99 Dragon Mountains. There were only a few words on it, but there was an overwhelming aura of the great Tao pressing down. The old crane and monkey looked from afar and coughed out large mouthfuls of blood on the spot. They couldn't look straight at it. Earth Immortal. As expected of an Earth Immortal. Even a few ordinary words are like this. Grand Valley Master sighed. Yi Fan was silent, but great waves surged in his heart. Even looking at these words made him feel uneasy. This was definitely a peerless expert. He muttered to himself. He didn't leave behind any killing intent. He just carved it normally and left behind a trace of Tao. As soon as they entered the mountain, Third Valley Master revealed a look of joy and shouted, "I found it! I didn't expect it to be so smooth." Below the cliff, a large crack opened. Thousands of coffins hung in the air. They were densely packed, and draconic energy lingered around them. It was like the mouth of the dragon mountain was opening and holding the ancient coffins. Among them, in the depths of the dragon's mouth, a jade coffin was faintly discernible. It flowed with dusty light and remained unbroken since ancient times. The residents of the Earth Immortal. There are thousands of coffins hanging in the middle of the cliff. The clouds are the bones of immortals. A fragrance wafted over. Although it was very faint, it made one's body light as if they were about to fly. Yi Fan was shocked. This was definitely an immortal divine medicine. Could it be that there was such a heaven-defying thing in the hanging coffins of the Earth Immortals? He felt that he had underestimated this place before. The Earth Immortals were more mysterious and powerful than he had imagined. The fragrance came from the large crack at the bottom of the cliff. It was located in the depths of the dragon's mouth. He opened his heavenly eye to take a look. Although the luster of the dusty jade coffin had dimmed, the traces of Tao were not bad. There was also a branch that shone with green light. It was fresh and tender, and the fragrance wafted into his nose. The undying tree. Yi Fan was shocked. This place was incredible. It was just a branch, and there was an entire undying tree. He had not seen the true appearance of the Earth Immortal, but he had already seen such a thing.